think she's not qualified to be president. We'll start there. Number one.
First question! Are you fucking kidding me? It's the first question!
To run for president. Vice President Trump. Fact is Vice President Trump. And now I want to hand it over to the President of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin. President Zelensky. I'm so focused on beating Putin, we got to worry about it. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump. Vice President Trump.
What's going on, everybody?
I wouldn't have picked Vice
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. This was produced and edited really quickly by Megaphonics, another Megaphonics banger, a rare yet pretty solid Megaphonics W. Vice President Trump featuring HasanAbi and Old Joe. Turning your Instagram into TikTok should be a crime. Need more thirst posts on Insta. Yeah, no, that's not happening right now. Sorry. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is July 22nd of July, 2024. 10:54 a.m. I'm early. You guys probably are shocked and confused. You're like, Hassan, early. Oh my God. Are you making up for all the half days that you're putting in? So like you weren't going to stream the ass hat and the ass hat dropped out, lol. No, I was supposed to not stream because we had a trailer shoot. That was actually, ironically, last week. We are shooting a trailer. I'm shooting a show with Twitch. It's a one-off. It's a really fun. It's going to be fun. I think you guys are going to really enjoy it. However, we'll look at the Your Rage Gaming thing in a second. This is personal news time, and we'll get to that in a moment. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. For all of those who are new here, this is a little bit of a parasocialist update. Okay, this is a little bit of a parasocialist update. That's how we do it. Okay, I tell you guys what I've done in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. First and foremost, for all the early risers, I have created HasanAbi Twitter community, no drama. We'll see how it goes. I might actually just abolish it entirely. So that's number one. I don't know how to promote that or show that, but I don't want to put it on my profile. Anyway, I don't want clicky shit. I don't want like Haas Twitter to like be fighting against Haascourt or all that dumb shit that happens already. I don't want you guys to do any of that. But anyway, hopefully that won't occur. So that's what I built. Why do you have two different massage guns? I get them gifted and stuff. The brand of shades that I was wearing are Off-White. For those of you who are wondering, I got them on sale. They were like fucking $90 actually, which is insane. Like I didn't even, this is the only thing that I own from Off-White, and they're $90. I don't even like any of the Off-White stuff. Like no disrespect to Virgil Abloh, but like I've never been a big fan of Off-White. I think it's too gimmicky. I know that it was like in the moment it was massive, and I get it, but I've never been like a big fan. But I do like these kinds of glasses, and they were $90. So it's like, what am I gonna do? Not get this shit? It is mid as fuck if you remove the hype, but like, see, the beauty of it is that you can't really even tell that this is Off-White. It doesn't say glasses in like a silly way on it or whatever. But these shades, especially at the price point, is like totally valid. Anyway, no disrespect, but disrespects the entire inventory. It's just not for me. When I say it's not, I don't like it. It's just I don't vibe with it. But I just got prescription Warby Parker, $300. Damn, god damn, dude. Inflation is crazy. These are Warby Parkers, and when I got them like 10 years ago, they were like $65. Like the whole point of Warby Parkers was that they're hella cheap. What the fuck has happened to prescription glasses? I haven't really bought one in a while. So I can't speak on like how expensive new glasses are, but that's crazy. Warby Parker started as like affordable optics, dude, that don't look that bad. You know what I mean? Like Warby Parker's entire shtick when it first came out. Do you have any Oliver Peoples? I do. These ones you sent me in a PO box, and I put optics in them. I think they're Giant or whatever, that Korean brand. People love these shades. And I have like 2 pairs of Oliver Peoples glasses that I wear from time to time. But the one I wear the most frequently, the black one with the horn rims, that one is from Japan. That was like the Japanese Warby Parker. Lenses are what drive up the cost? No, I know lenses drive up the cost, but like, fuck Oliver Peoples? Really? I mean, I don't really care about the brand at all. I just care about like the way it looks. As you guys know, I mean, I have a variety of different like price points for my optics. I only care about the way it looks. I don't care about the way that I do not care about the way that it or how expensive it is. Bro, my prescription glasses are $250 from Warby Parker because my script's too strong. They force you to pay an extra $50 if your script is too strong. I reset a little bit in my brain. Anyway, personal news-wise, folks. End of the broadcast last night. Didn't really do much. Watched a little bit of My Hero Academia. And that's it. Read a little bit. My Stavi's World episode finally dropped because that Greek son of a bitch. Okay? That Greek son of a bitch. Updated it or uploaded it only when I was popping off, when the election season started heating up, which I'm going to cover in a second. Hold on. I haven't even seen it yet, but it's a banger episode. It was great. We shot it months ago. Are you using the talk mouse? Not yet. Here it is, Stav's friends. Stavi's World. Make Stavi a janitor so we can upload your episodes faster. I don't know where the Taps episode is. But yeah, this morning I woke up and I worked out. And let me tell you, okay? Let me tell you a thing or two. I'm Deficit Daniel, okay? They call me Deficit Daniel around these parts because for me I've been on a deficit for far too long, We were back yesterday, 135,000 viewers. There was like 60,000 of you in here before I even got on the broadcast. There was like 6,000 people waiting in the loading room. King, I still see the eyeliner. Dude, I've taken 2 showers since, and I've used multiple makeup wipes. Yeah, I got my Todic. Oh, this is what I was going to show you. Deficit Daniel. I had to hype myself up. Like I'm doing a PR or some shit. Like I'm doing 450. I had to hype myself up. Like, come on. Like at 350 plus is so sad. An absolutely sad state of affairs right now at the gym. I am a weak man, okay? I am a weak man, and I will admit that. Weight loss sucks. I mean, I'm trying my best here. Put on a belt. What am I doing? I'm putting on a belt on the trap bar. 350 plus for 10. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive. And it's like just life on a fucking severe deficit. Come on. Found your house on Google Maps from that story vid, Lamau. I hope you know that like this is not my house. And secondly, that's not parasocial. That's entirely too creepy to say. Okay? This is not my house. This is the place I work out at. And that's not parasocial. That's being a stalker. Please, like, you know, dial back your inhibitions. Holy shit, dude. That's weird as fuck. Like, at no point is that a normal thing to say. Going against your metabolism in general is difficult as hell. I'm 5'8", 135, trying to bulk. Yeah. It's the weight of the election weighing you down is normal. Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is, I mean, look, the lats are popping off. You see that shit? You can kind of see the obliques a little bit. Side chest profile looking decent. Not that bad. A little bit of gyno as always. You already know what it is. Oh, fuck. I just spilled coffee all over my goddamn fucking desk. How was that? What a start to the day. What a start to the day. At least I didn't get it on my shirt. Anyway. I know I'm being parasocial. Yeah, motherfuckers will say, I know I'm being parasocial and then say the most stalker thing you've ever heard. Do you recommend an Apple Watch for someone getting into weightlifting and tracking their progress? I like it. I use it. I use it every day. I mean, I use it so much. You can see, like, look at my nasty ass tan line on it. Can you tell? I don't know if you can tell from, because there's too much light shining on it, so you probably can't tell, but like you can kind of tell even with the light. Like right there. Here, let me pull it back away from the light. Anyway, shit is reflective. I know. I'm pasty. I'm a white boy. I'm so white. I have the C word pass. I can say cracker without any punitive measures. Anyway, I don't know if it's like the Apple Watch is the best possible watch to use. A lot of people say Garmin's are pretty good, but like I like the tracker for sure. I like the tracker. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of tracking my calories. It especially gives me like tracking my calories gives me a like it gives me additional motivation to be more active. You know? So that's what it is. So that's what's going on. Anyway, you're gamifying the process. Now you know what a Mongolian rave looks like on horses. Oh, dude, Mongolians are so sick. Anyway, yeah, it gamifies exercise a little bit, and I like it. It quantifies it and makes it goal oriented, making it tangible. Gamifying, yeah. For me, I like that a lot. And obviously, like, I don't even factor that in to my diet at all, but you can do that as well if you want to. Yeah, the Mongolia is on the come up big time. Another country on the come up is South Sudan, which, like, I heard the story about how they built their NBA team, and it like brought a tear to my fucking eye. Like, they should have beat America, honestly. Like, I love LeBron, he's my GOAT, but he should have let him have that one just for the story. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. What an incredible journey. Yeah, also fuck Gilbert Arenas. Like, that was so unacceptable what he was like. I think it's real fucking whack what he said. Yeah, Lao Deng, underrated GOAT, comes in with $200 million in his fucking pocket and basically says, hey, man, we're doing the damn thing. Now, for context, Gilbert Arenas was just like making a classic joke. So like a lot of people could not comprehend how South Sudan was able to almost beat the United States of America in basketball, which is understandable because USA put out a pretty banger team, right? They put out a pretty banger fucking team, and in the Olympics, and they've just been, they've been destroying teams, right? They've been destroying people. Like they dropped 30 on the Joker, right? On Serbia. Obviously, he wasn't really carried by anyone else on the team, but like still, they've been doing crazy. They've been doing crazy shit. So South Sudan, out of nowhere, a country that's been around for like what, 10 plus years? Like, what are we talking about? 10 plus years, barely been around, doesn't have a single indoor basketball court. South Sudan, the nation, the youngest nation on the planet, does not have a single fucking indoor basketball court in the country. So they go to Luol Deng, and he's a older player, and they're like, hey, we want you to build a basketball team for us. So he goes in and he basically finds like anyone with dual citizenship. Yeah, in the country, chat. In the country. Not a single indoor court. So basically, he goes and he goes and he finds people with like dual citizenship that have like played in NBA, played in the EuroLeague, stuff like that. And there's like one, I think, 17-year-old as well, who's like a young prospect. He's also going to go to Duke. And so basically, he takes those boys and he whips them up. And they played against the United States of America's basketball team in the Olympics last week, where they literally were beating them. They were beating the U.S. team, and on a buzzer beater, like 8 seconds in the clock, LeBron James pulls off a heroic move and beats the team 101-100. It was already crazy that they qualified and people were like not really paying attention. But the fact that it wasn't a close match at all, for the record. It was not a close match until the last quarter. South Sudan was like beating the shit out of them. Anyway, Gilbert Arenas is like making a joke saying like, oh, an African country. He was just talking shit. Do you have the Gilbert Arenas post?
All right, man. I need stuff. Seal their souls. No, Curry, come on. Seal their fucking souls, bro. We need a soul-sealing shot. I need them to be delivered.
Anyway, and they could have still lost, by the way. The U.S. team could have still lost at the end of the day because, like, at the end of the day, the U.S. team could have still lost. Like, they barely, even after LeBron's like last second effort when it was 101 to 100, South Stand still had like another point scoring opportunity and they just missed it. They just choked. They had 2 shots that they fired off after that, and like one of them was uncontested. Okay, and Gilbert Arenas had this take.
Almost lost to some Africans. Yeah, we almost lost to them. And the king.
Bro, that's crazy. That is like crazy racist, dude. That is insane. Okay, he is such a dude. Classic American. Okay, classic American.
He had to save. The king had to save us. I know the LeBron haters are mad. We almost lost to the Ahi tribe. This is crazy. Man, Embiid over there, goddamn throwing the game. He throwing the game for his cousins and shit. What's supposed to be?
Like, dude. He's like so Embiid is, I think, Nigerian originally. And it's like he's just going insane mode, dude. This is commentary, or is it not Nigerian? Cameroon, sorry. Dude, this is literally like my expectation is from like Karl Rove to say some shit. You know what I mean? This is not like, or I mean Karl Rove. Well, Karl Rove works as well, actually. But I mean, literally, Karl Malone is what I was gonna say. But Karl Rove also works. Like this is the type of shit you hear from like an unimaginably racist person. He literally did this. He's like, oh yeah, they're the Africans. Like they're fucking using blow darts and shit. Like this is literally 1930s like white commentator energy. Okay. Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, that's insane. This is literally a beautiful story of a country that was able to fucking put together a goddamn team in a super short period of time. Like, he's such a fucking American hog. Like, the entire commentary from point A to point Z here is just everything he says is just so awful.
He over there, goddamn throwing the game. He throwing the game for his cousins and shit. I'm supposed to be losing to air up there.
I think you mean John Stockton, Karl Malone be diddling. No, Karl Malone is also like a hog too, on top of the diddling. You're framing it the most racist way possible, though. I'm sure he doesn't hate Africans. What is he supposed to say that would make you feel like he's being racist in this circumstance? He's being white supremacist racist, okay? Did you listen to... Bro, he did this. Okay? A fucking white guy that does like half of this commentary is insta-canceled, okay? Like, there is not... This is peak, okay? He just said that they are, like... First of all, he said all of Africa is the same. Then he followed up by saying it's Joel Embiid's cousins. Like he's throwing the game for his cousins. Because Embiid's from Cameroon. I got it wrong. I thought he was Nigerian. But regardless, it's an insane statement to make.
And the king had to save. The king had to save us. I know the LeBron haters are mad. We almost lost to the Ahi tribe. This is crazy. Man, Embiid over there, goddamn throwing the game. He throwing the game for his cousins and shit. I'm supposed to be losing to air up there. Come on, man. Cool Runnings? We're not supposed to lose to the Cool Runnings team. They don't even have shoes. They get their shoes from America. We got to ship them shoes. They don't even have basketball rims, though. My new boy, I seen he had to walk, what, an hour and a half to go Sure, basketball. We losing to people who don't even. They got baskets in the back. They shooting on fucking peach baskets in dirt, no shoes.
Like, that's the craziest part. That's the craziest part. Cool Runnings was Jamaica. I know. The craziest part is like it's the exact opposite. Like, he angles it by like minimizing what South Sudan did at the Olympics. And that's why it's fucking racist. Some of the stuff he's saying is not wrong, okay? Like, some of the stuff he's saying is not wrong. Literally, like the fact that this country does not have a single indoor basketball court. They're building the first indoor basketball facility this year. And these dudes were able to pull off like an unimaginable run. Their warm-up game's not the Olympics yet. I mean, the fact that they qualified alone is like insane. I think it's ridiculous that I think it's ridiculous that he's talking about like, oh, they're, they don't even have shoes. They got to get them shipped from America. Anyway. Not even like 1930s. This is something like you would see in the even more reactionary 1950s Red Scare period. Yeah, this is like Reagan talking to Nixon. You know what I mean? Anyway, it was wild. It was wild that he said that shit.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway. Speaking of basketball, apparently your rage, who's been ducking me, reviewed the game footage.
What's up, baby? You have time. This ball safe. You don't have a dribble.
I don't have time.
That's all right.
I got no energy.
Shoot right.
Oh, hell no. Bro, so what is it?
This ball safe. You don't have a dribble.
I don't have time.
That's all right.
I got
He's basically just watching what I'm going to do to him. You know what I mean? They keep calling you the Deep. Yeah, I don't know why. Do I look like the Deep from The Boys?
Hasan doesn't see you.
Shoot right.
I mean, his hand is literally on my face the whole time. There's nothing he can do.
Max, you jump a little bit. You just jump a little bit. You jump a little bit. He doesn't hit that, bro.
This ball safe.
He's on some Jokic shit, bro.
That's all right.
I got
Fuck.
Shoot right.
That's it.
And his hand was up prematurely. He still bust that shit.
Hey, look.
Yeah, they're calling me the Turk Nowitzki. Max going against Jokic, shaking my head. Hasan playing like Luka. Why Hasan look like the Deep low key? No glaze shit, but that's exactly what Duke gonna do to Max if he don't put his hands up. This is the shirt color. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's what it is. Gave him a facial.
Oh, sure.
Oh no. This is, oh no. This is a Twitter clip. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
You want my dudes?
Yep.
Swish.
That's like in this mouth, bro.
You want my dudes?
3-2?
I said, can we win by twos? Step back and just launched it.
He backed up? This nigga shoot like, wait, this shoot like Jokic. Why does it shoot like Jokic?
Can't bullshit.
Literal 2v1? I mean, it was a 2v1 for Ludwig too then, because, I mean, for Hasan too, Ludwig did shit. Max can't guard, Hasan can't guard Max, but Max can't guard Hasan, bro. Too damn big, bro.
It's true.
You know what I'm saying?
By the way, that was exactly what I said was going to happen. I called it ahead of time. I called my shots ahead of time, and I also called the game ahead of time. I told you guys from the jump that this was going to be a game where if Max was lights out, it would be very close. It would be all about like making the most out of his misses because I can't guard him. I can only guard him by giving him distance. If he misses a shot, then it's great. But if I can't like stay on him while simultaneously being explosive, and you know, he'll pass me every time basically. No way. JB Pritzker, you think he just fell out of a coconut tree? Oh, that's crazy. You think those 4,000-ish shots helped overall? Absolutely. I've always had a decent mid-range shot. I've always had a decent mid-range shot. But the 1,000 buckets challenge actually gave me confidence to try to attempt three-point plays. And it actually... You know, even in the build up to it, I shot a bunch. And after that, since then, I've shot a bunch as well. And it has made me a better shooter, a more confident shooter from the 3-point line. And I think, like, obviously, I wouldn't say that I'm, like, as confident from my mid-range. I would never say that I'm as confident in my 3-point shot as my mid-range.
I got 10.
In order for me to be as confident on my 3-point plays as my mid-range, I would have to like shoot a shit ton more. Because like mid-range, I can take like really crazy contested shots. Like Max said you turned him into a groupie. Oh my god.
Or a sign. Who look better? So this nigga just splashed mad cum in my face, and then I'm just gonna say who look better. I'm thinking about it. It's low-key dick riding. It is. It is. It is. That nigga turned me to a groupie. It is though. That's embarrassing though. That's embarrassing. Keeping up. I got tempered or a sign.
Honestly, you were better than I expected, especially against guys who are much younger. Yeah, that's why I love Jokic though. If you have good fundamentals for threes and free throws, mid-range will come with it. Yeah. What is Rage saying?
Biggest yo, look, listen. Let me tell you something. No homo.
Oh
this
god.
Nigga look sexy as shit right here. I ain't gonna. This nigga look like a sexy ass Superman, bro. What is this fucking pause? Holy shit. This nigga, no glaze. Like, say what you want. This nigga genuinely looks sexy as shit right here, bro. Let's talk about it. Look at the fucking butt.
What?
Look at the fucking
Speaking of
structure.
DreamCon, Rage,
Look at the leg
I'm
muscles.
conflicted why they got Hollone's podcast to...
Oh, Hasan is actually biggest. Yo, look, listen.
He said, let's talk about it. He dialed in. Double cheeked up. You and Duke need to take a photo together at DreamCon. Well, I like Duke because he's old like me. Like he's the guy that like back in the day, when I first popped off on Twitch, like everyone was like, oh my God, he's getting away with it. Like that was the meta until everyone was like, I hate this guy. I mean, obviously I hope that never happens to him, and I don't think it will, but what is this? Another ball review?
Oh, yes, peace. I get it.
I don't think this is a ball review, guys. This is a jerk-off comp. This is a different kind of ball review. Not gonna lie, I don't think Duke fucked with you, to be honest. Rage has been on Twitch for much longer and he's familiar with you. Duke is still a normie. I think you're forgetting that I'm a normal person in the real world. When your only interaction with me is off of like weird fucking clips, you're gonna obviously have a different opinion. And I think this past like collaboration showed that. And I thought that this community would be understanding that as well. Like this shit, I've been so brain broken by being online permanently that like it changed my own perception of my own damn self at this point. But like, yeah, no, when I'm out in the real world and I'm interacting with human beings in a normal fashion, like people's opinion is very different than what they think off of clips that they've seen online. There's basically no reason for no reason for Duke to have any sort of animosity towards me in any capacity.
Nope.
Oh, bad.
What is this? Why are you showing me this? Oh, you're showing the chat.
We want to buy dudes?
Yep. Can't do shit.
Where's the camera? Where's the
Hand in mouth.
Can't do nothing.
Daddy.
Shit gay as fuck.
What the fuck?
Holy aura dropped off. What the fuck? Mouth in face. Twice in a row. Oh, fuck no. You should play Ray. I would play Ray. Jason Ween is cringe as fuck. Shut up, bitch. You're cringe as fuck. Does anything make Hasan feel better than Chatters glazing his balling? No. Kamala Harris has hit $100 million in fundraising. No, it didn't, I don't think. Did it? Act Blue has now collected $83 million since Biden's endorsement of Harris. It's going to easily exceed $100 million before the 24 hours have passed. This absolutely blows away Trump's $52 million haul following his conviction, and Kamala didn't even have to commit a crime. $90 million with just 2 hours to go. That's crazy, dude. I don't think they're going to be able to go across the 100 million. And this is Act Blue. So, for the record, this is Act Blue, as in this is coming from like individual donors. It's not coming from PACs. Okay? This isn't PAC money. This is just like small donors, like donors that can basically max out at, what is it, like 2,500? I forget. I haven't maxed out in a while since Bernie isn't running. What's the actual, did I blast off yet? Oh, I didn't even blast off yet. What am I doing? Okay, I'm covering the news without even blasting off. Here, let's do it. Yeah, 2,400 I think is the most that like a single person can give. And big donors are going to pledge hundreds of millions more, obviously. Anyway, Joe Brandon drops out, endorses Kamala Harris. My uncle texted me this morning thinking that apparently people think that I'm like super pro Kamala or something, because he thought that as well. He was like, word on the street is you're super pro Kamala. I was like, the fuck? But it's cool. No, not Uncle Sam Cedar, Uncle Jank. Anyway, Joe Brandon drops out, endorses Kamala Harris. Hogwatch. Trump and Republicans cry about switcheroo. Kamala raises almost 100 mil in 24 hours since announcement. VP tier list and more. Do we have a get in now? Do we have a blast off meme? We do. We do have a blast off meme. Okay, let's go. Don't cry because it's Jover. Smile because it jappened. That's an insane. Okay, we'll do that. How much did Joe raise? This is like a historic amount from small donors. Like, for the record, this is a historic amount from small donors. I don't think it's ever, I can't think of any moment where I've seen this happening. Today we are going to be talking about Kamala Harris's weaknesses and whatnot, obviously. Cool map of donations. ActBlue just sent out a heat map of where small dollar donations are coming from. Folks, we see you. We see you in November. Looking at you, PA, Florida, Ohio, Texas. And PAC money is going to come too, by the way. Another fun fact. This will be the first presidential election since 1976 to not have a Biden, Bush, or Clinton on the ticket. Seems great. Kamala Harris has reportedly declined to preside over the Senate for Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress this week. Now, the Republicans technically invited him. But having said that, this could be partisan, or this could be another indication of where she's going. I'm not saying I need to see more. I need to see a lot more from Kamala on the issue of Israel. Okay? But I think this is good. This is ultra instinct shit. Okay? Do we have a Themasius playlist, by the way? Or did I forget it? He just died. He nutted too hard and died. Oh, he does have a playlist. Okay, Themasius, thank you for the playlist. He's just been so stoked. He's been so coconut pilled. It's not Jover, it's commencing. The Kamala meme is so cringe. Stop it. Every meme about Kamala Harris is cringe. That's why I'm leaning into it. Israeli reporter says her not being there was the plan since before Joe stepped down. Yeah, they were angling her as like a counter to Joe Biden beforehand already. And I don't know if that was like motivated by Kamala's own personal opinion on the matter, or if it was specifically done to be like, hey, we're doing both. Like maybe Kamala can captivate and capture the youth vote by looking like a counter to Biden's like unconditional dick riding of Israel. You know what I mean? Hasan, do you ever get laid after girls listen to you speak? What do you think? Thank you for the question. Anyway, Joe new Veep meme. Oh my God. Wait, what?
Veep! Veep! By the way, she left as president. Veep! Veep!
Oh.
By the way, she left as president.
What did Joe know? What did Joe know? He said, by the way, she left as president. Also, that's kind of shocking. It's kind of shocking that Joe Biden knows the Veep memes. Like he watched Veep and retained that information. Man, it's making me feel like people aren't lying when they say sometimes he's just on it. You know what I mean? Hasan, here's the VP tier list. Click it now. I'm at work. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the tier list, chatter. Veep is a phenomenal show by Armando Iannucci, one of my favorite like political satirists. It's great. It's really funny. I highly recommend his entire body of work. But Veep is great. Death of Stalin is another one. That's kind of funny, kind of cool. But yeah, let's get started. Biden is dropping out of the presidential race and endorsing Harris in a historic decision. What does this mean? What is going on? What is happening in the world? Wait, hold on. Where's my fucking tweet? Oh, here it is. Let's blast off one more time. I already blasted off, but let me spam it one more time. Engage with this tweet. Let the people know we are live. Let the people know we are alive. Okay? He got nothing on the GOAT Sorkin. Yeah. Okay. Gonna cover Kimberly Cheadle testifying on Capitol Hill. I don't think that's all that significant. Like the Secret Service. I think the Secret Service fuck ups from the Trump assassination attempt is not like that important. I mean, it's like almost drama content in comparison to like the far more consequential political news that is happening currently in terms of, you know, Joe Biden, the current sitting president, dropping out of the re-election campaign and endorsing Harris in this historic decision. Aaron Sorkin, I think Aaron Sorkin dropped the dumbest op-ed of all time and then turned around. And then deleted it. I think he retracted his op-ed, if I'm not mistaken. Classic Sorkin, man. Mike Johnson crying about it. I know we're going to get to the Republicans crying about it. It's pretty funny. I'm going to pee real quick, but let's get started.
And that, of course, is where we're going to begin this morning with that truly world-changing news, you can call it. This story is covering the front pages around the globe. President Joe Biden's decision not to run for re-election. Now, this surprise announcement yesterday marks an historic, unprecedented, and possibly undemocratic moment in American politics. With the election, just think about this, 105 days away from today. In a statement, President Biden said his decision was in the best interest of the Democrats and the country, and he vowed to finish his term in office, the beginning of the end of a political career that has spanned more than 50 years.
A half century. Now the eyes of the nation fall on Vice President Kamala Harris, who President Biden has formally endorsed as his successor. If the Democratic Party agrees, she will become the first woman of color to be nominated for the country's highest office. We've got our whole political team out here covering this, correspondents, analysts as well, to talk about how we got to this moment and what happens next. We'll also have reaction from the Republican side of the aisle, including a conversation with former President Trump. Let's start with Ed O'Keefe, who's in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where President Biden still isolating with COVID. Ed, it's been a remarkable 10 days. It changed American politics. You've been there every day of it. Good morning once again.
Good morning, Tony. The president's doctor says his condition has dramatically improved over the weekend as he continues recovering from COVID-19. He made this momentous decision Saturday night here at his home in Rehoboth Beach with just the First Lady and 4 trusted aides by his side. He called the vice president Sunday morning to tell her, and then just a handful of staff before the rest of us found out the big news Sunday afternoon.
That was crazy.
In his message explaining,
I guess he just didn't trust. I guess he didn't trust his. Great news. Manchin says he wouldn't serve as Harris's VP. Bro, who asked? Joe Manchin, shut your bitch ass up. Ain't nobody cares about this dumb fuck, bro. He's just personally, he's got like 2 fucking dumbass donors and like Matty Iglesias on his side. And he thinks that there's motion here. Okay? There is no motion. Joe Manchin, you have no motion. Joe Manchin, a competent administration will be coming after you and your fucking family members for inappropriate dealings and conflicts of interest a mile long. You're irrelevant. You dropped out of the Democratic Party. Fuck you. He's such an annoying little fucking loser. I can't stand this motherfucker, bro. I swear. Oh, I won't be vice president for Kamala Harris. It's like, nobody wants you to be Kamala Harris's VP, man. Who the fuck asked? Who the absolute fuck asked you, Joe? Ain't nobody asked for this. Yeah, Joe Manchin has that chaotic, like, how do I make this about myself energy, which is pretty funny. He's just like, wow, historic events are happening. How do I put myself on the fucking front lines of this conversation?
His decision, President Biden wrote, "It's in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." Just minutes later, the president used social media again to endorse Vice President Harris, urging Democrats to come together and beat Donald Trump. With that, Harris officially entered the race, saying she's honored to have the president's endorsement and that she plans to earn and win this nomination. Within hours, most other party leaders, including Bill and Hillary Clinton, potential running mates, or those who might have been potential challengers, backed her bid, a sign she could quickly earn it in the coming days.
She's been a key part of the successes at home and abroad of the Biden-Harris legacy, and I think she is best positioned to carry it forward.
But some big names held back, including former President Barack Obama, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The unprecedented campaign shakeup comes more than 3 weeks after Biden's debate against former President Donald Trump.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
The 81-year-old's performance raised doubts about his mental fitness and led to mounting pressure to step aside from Democratic allies. Biden was defiant against those calls for weeks.
Come on, guys. It's a little disrespectful. It's a little disrespectful to keep pointing to this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we know he fucked up. All right. We know. Come on now. Yeah. His brain is no good. He dropped out. Now it's a little fucked up to keep posting his highlights like this. The debate was the best thing that happened to the Democratic Party. I mean, I agree. It's their incompetence. It's the Biden re-election campaign's incompetence that actually gave us this opportunity.
I'm running and we're going to win.
Before conferring with a tight group of advisors and family members and deciding late Saturday to end the campaign.
With Joe Biden as the heart and soul of our party and Kamala Harris coming out swinging against this ticket, we've got the recipe for victory.
As for Republicans, House Speaker Mike Johnson continued to test a line of attack against the Democrats on Sunday morning.
It would be wrong and I think unlawful in accordance to some of these states' rules for a handful of people to go in a back room and...
Really? Would it be? Is that how that works? Does Mike Johnson care about the Democratic primary and the Democratic Party's wishes? That's so funny. This is just tears, okay? This is just fucking tears. You're literally a crystal fascist. Shut the fuck up. You don't give a fuck about democracy. And also, hilarious that you're over here being like, oh, well, you know, this is, I'm quite concerned. I'm quite concerned about what this says about the Democratic process in the Democratic Party's primaries. Brother, who are you talking to? Who are you trying to reach? Are you trying to reach the fucking, the Biden or busters? They do not exist. People that went into the Democratic Party's primaries and voted for Joe Biden are the most deep blue loyalists you've ever seen. Not a single one of those votes will not be cast for whoever the fuck is on the ticket, okay? This is not like Bernie Sanders. Even with Bernie Sanders, there wasn't a significant percentage of Bernie voters who busted and refused to vote for Hillary Clinton, even though the media constantly framed it as such. But these guys are not even going to be that percentage, okay? I do not know a single, and I do not believe, by the way, even if there was like one guy on Twitter or something, I just don't believe, and you will never get me to believe, that there is a significant percentage of Biden or busters. There's a significant percentage of Biden or busters out there that are like, oh, Kamala Harris? Fuck no, I'm not voting. Okay? Wait, are you pro Harris? Is she the best choice for you? No, of course she's not the best choice for me. But I wear multiple different hats. Sometimes I wear a Trump hat. Sometimes I wear a Democratic Party analyst hat. Sometimes I wear an elections analyst hat. Okay? A lot of times when I talk about like how a candidate is viewed by the broader electorate, like with Joe Biden, I made it known that my own personal opinion was irrelevant in terms of Joe Biden's reelection chances, because my own personal choice in the matter was that I was not going to vote for Joe Biden, right? And I said it pretty publicly. It is something that I've never said before in any of the elections that I've covered since 2016. I've never been like, I'm not voting 100%. I'm not voting 10 toes down for whoever the Democratic candidate is. And Joe Biden was the first time that I ever said that. Now, even then, when I talked about Joe Biden having to be swapped out, it wasn't just for my own personal hatred for Joe Biden's policies on Gaza. It also was a broader analysis on the way that like the public, the voting public, the voter eligible public viewed him. Do you see what I'm saying? Not a single issue voter. No, that's not the reason. You can fucking cry, but there are plenty of people who, most people are single issue voters if they're not just ideologically aligned with the party. Okay? 80% of the American voting public votes on party lines. They don't vote on ideology. 20% vote on ideology, and that 20% are actually the single issue voters that you're talking about. There is no one that is making like comprehensive analysis in terms of who they're voting for. Okay? But if you were to say like, for me, it was just genocide, it's an ironic thing to point to. Like, oh, wow, I can't believe this guy has a really angry opinion on the American participation in the ethnic cleansing of an entire population. Like, yeah, no, that's a perfectly valid thing to be a single issue voter on. I myself, however, had definitely broader analysis and more reasons than just that. His mental deterioration played a big role in it. Obviously, you are so obsessed with Gaza. I hate when people say this. Like, you're so fucking annoying. And if you're trying to do a 3-minute ad break debate right now at fucking 11:50 by saying you're so obsessed with Gaza, I'm gonna fucking put you on a rocket ship. I'm gonna put you on a rocket ship anyway. Here, take a week off. I hate that. Anyway, let's keep talking about the issue at hand. So when I give you guys broad analysis, broader coverage of like what the American voters are looking at, what the American voters are seeing, I'm thinking about it from the framework of like what they care about, what they vote on. That's why I constantly talk about like in terms of NATO. Obviously, I have my own personal convictions on NATO, okay? But that's not what I'm talking about when I talk about NATO in terms of this election. When I talk about NATO, what do I always say? Americans in swing states or Americans across the board outside of the fucking DMV do not give a shit about NATO expansion, okay? Like, Americans are not like, thank God, man. I mean, thank God Biden brought in Finland and Sweden into NATO. You will not find like one person. You will not find one person in the fucking real world that's like, nah, I'm actually voting for Biden because I was thinking about voting for Biden because he put Finland and Sweden into NATO. It's like, what are you saying? That's just the Reddit vote. It is not even marginal. It's not real. It's not a real movement, right? Anyway. So, in terms of my analysis, like, I separate my own personal opinions when I'm talking about elections. When I'm talking about elections such as this one especially, right? My own personal convictions, I will always tell you what they are, right? But when I'm talking about, like, what plays well, sometimes that is at odds with what I personally believe, right? When I talk about immigration, however, my own personal convictions actually do align with what my expectation is from the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party leaning to the reactionary sentiment that is purely built on hysteria in terms of like migrant crime, that is actually a failing method. That is actually a losing narrative. Pretending to be concerned for Democrats who supported Biden is just disgusting. Yeah, that's really funny. I love that, though, because that narrative would work if there was like some ideological fissure between Joe Biden and the rest of the Democratic Party. But Joe Biden historically is a center-right Democrat. So there is no ideological division between Joe Biden and whoever the fuck is going to be at the top of that ticket. Do you understand what I mean? So obviously, this narrative doesn't work. It's a failed narrative. They should throw this aside immediately. Okay? I mean, I'm happy with them not casting it aside and continuing to like hammer this narrative and be like, the wishes of the Democratic primary voters are not being reflected. It's like, it's very stupid. Okay? It's a very dumb narrative. And today, we're going to be focusing on a lot of dumb narratives coming from the Republican Party that are currently flailing. They're flailing. They're desperate. They have no idea what to do. They haven't been able to figure out like a coherent way to attack Kamala Harris. And it's kind of shocking that they didn't even like think about how they would attack Kamala Harris if that moment came, especially considering the reality that, and I've repeated this over and over again, since 2019, it was obviously known that Kamala Harris, there's a pretty big likelihood, unlike any other vice president, that she might become the president, even in the first term or potentially during the re-election campaign, because of Joe Biden's age, right? So how did they not actually present a decent line of attack against her this entire time? Anyway, that's awesome. Like, it's awesome that they have nothing. But let's continue.
Switch it out because they don't like the candidate any longer.
Last night, he called on Biden to resign immediately because...
By the way, that's precisely how this works. Like, the notion that, like, oh, you don't get to switch it out because you don't like the candidate. Like, no, that's exactly how that works, actually. Like, that is what a competent party would do. And you're just mad that the Democrats, for once in their goddamn lives, were able to do something that a competent party would do. They're like in awe. They're shocked. They're shocked. They're like, how could they have done this to us? How about you worry about running a good campaign? How about you worry about trying to get Trump in office? The fuck do you mean? Oh, the Democratic primaries, the wishes of the Democratic Party primary voters is not being reflected. It's like, no, I think they're fine. I think they're happy with it. What is this?
It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday.
This is a really bad narrative. This sucks. This is so 2016 coded. Yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck, guys. Hey, good luck. Joe Biden was president for the past 4 years. I don't know if you know that. He is literally racist. Joe Biden, who was the Barack Obama administration's hand-selected candidate for vice presidency, was hand-selected because he had a track record of being kind of racist and routinely making off-color remarks, okay? Good luck, though.
Yesterday, and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but
I'm going to tell you something, okay? If drinking Diet Mountain Dew is racist, I'm a Klans member, okay? Ain't nobody's out here saying drinking Diet Mountain Dew is racist. Like, the fuck do you mean? What a dumb fucking argument. Oh, you can't whip up this kind of narrative, dude. You can't do that. You can't fucking do that.
it's good. I love you guys.
Oh, no aura. No aura. Zero aura. Minus 1,000 aura points. This is worse than Kamala Harris. This reads worse than Kamala Harris. I'll say it. Fuck it. 100%. It's cringe. Some reports that they're regretting picking Vance. Oh, you think? I mean, yeah, duh. This is JD Vance's basket of deplorables moment. Mark my words. Dude, I'm invested in Bashar. I think Bashar al-Assad, the fucking Lion of Kentucky, okay, he would be a phenomenal VP pick. That's my top pick, even more than Pritzker, even though I do like Pritzker.
Because if Joe Biden isn't fit to run for president, he's not fit to serve as president. And Trump agreed, saying Biden wasn't fit to serve from the very beginning.
Kamala was in on it.
His campaign already treating Harris like the person to beat, attacking her in a new ad.
Kamala owns this failed record.
So as you can see, the campaign is underway already, but the president has...
Dude, Andy Bashar, you're like, oh, don't take him away from Kentucky. Brother, Kentucky has one of the deepest, most reddest fucking state legislatures in the country. What are you talking about? He is phenomenal at, exercising his veto power, but he has a fucking veto-proof supermajority of some of the biggest freaks you've ever seen. Okay? So, like, technically, he's kind of being wasted in Kentucky. And yeah, his lieutenant governor can take over. Not sure he would be as charismatic. Bro, he's so goddamn white. I mean, chat, give me the fucking photo. Give me the family photo. Send me the goddamn family photo, please. Bashar clip from this morning on Morning Joe. No, I don't want to just show you. I don't want to just show you something about, like, this person is young, he's vibrant, he's dynamic, and most importantly, he has my favorite quality in red state Democrats, which is that he fucking, well, not this. He has my favorite quality in red state Democrats, which is where he doesn't fucking back down when it comes to, like, shit that most Democrats would panic over. That story about trans people coming to the Capitol, the state Capitol, and him, like, taking photos with them, like the Satanist trans people or whatever. Like, his response to that was beautiful, okay? That energy is what is needed in the Democratic Party. Like, this is not a joke. Andy Bashar won twice in a very red state and campaigned on abortion rights while standing up for trans rights. He's perfect for this year and would be a great contrast to Trump and Vance. Okay? That is the Lion of Kentucky right there, folks. I'm telling you right now. Look at his fucking family, first of all. God damn, dude. They are so fucking white. It's like a flashbang. When you click on this photo, it's like it blinded half of my Zoomer audience.
So interesting.
Governor Bashar on his re-election and vetoing anti-trans bills. All children are children of God. I was going to stand up for the most marginalized children who didn't deserve either a state legislature or an entire campaign picking on them.
In a lot of ways, but one of the issues that came up was, of course, trans rights. I mean, you did not hesitate to veto a sweeping anti-trans bill passed by the Kentucky state legislature, but your opponents still kind of came after, they also, because of that, probably came after you on that. It didn't work. What does that tell you about the effectiveness of this kind of an attack and, this approach from a lot of Republicans out there?
Well, all children are children of God. That's what my faith teaches me, and I was going to stand up especially for the most marginalized children that didn't deserve either a state legislature or an entire campaign and all these super PACs picking on them. These are individuals that are already at the margins. The studies show suffer more mental health issues, are more at risk for suicide. We ought to be in the suicide prevention business and not further harming kids who are going through too much. I did it because it was the right thing, but I will say that the way these super PACs and
I'm so fucking pilled on him, dude. It's not even, it's just, he's such a goated pick. He is so fucking good. And it was that story. It was the story where one of those fucking freaks in his own state legislature that came out and was like, how dare you take a photo with them trans pedophiles? And he just straight up was like, those are Kentuckians, okay? Those are fucking people from the state. Those are my people. They came to the state, and I'm not going to apologize for taking a photo with them, and I would do that every fucking day, okay? And he also demanded that the state legislator apologize to every fucking person that he took a photo with. Yeah. Governor's photo with drag queens stirs controversy in Kentucky. The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, an activist drag troupe, said the controversy has helped further their goal of passing a statewide non-discrimination law. Okay? Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar, a Democrat, made history last week when he became the first governor in a state to appear at a rally for a Louisville-based fairness campaign, upholding a campaign promise to support LGBTQ rights. Each year since 1999, when Kentucky's first ever non-discrimination ordinances were passed into law, the City Council of Louisville and Lexington, the Fairness Campaign has lobbied lawmakers to make such discrimination illegal statewide. Shouldn't we be picking someone who supports policies that would create long-term power for the labor movement and left in general? What's his record on pushing organized labor power? For example, Pritzker got the... Oh, dude, that's... No. Pritzker is a phenomenal pick. You're absolutely right on that. I'm just saying, I really like him. I really like his energy. Like, for example, Pritzker got the right to collective bargaining in the Illinois Constitution. Social issues are important, but I don't think this is quite enough for me. I think that as the VP pick, like, it seems like Kamala Harris, at least in her track record, is like going to be as pro-labor as Biden, which I would say is like fairly pro-labor, if we're being honest, and perhaps even more pro-labor than Biden. Like, there is no indication to me that Kamala Harris is going to be anti-union or anti-labor in a way that, like, separates her from Joe Biden. Shapiro's fucking terrible. Yes, we agree on that. The VP pick is going to be where the party goes next. Seems like we want the most left-wing person we can get, in my opinion. I agree. I love Pritzker. I would love a big boy ticket. The other reason why I really like Bashir or Bashar, whatever, however you fucking say it, he's decent, I think, on labor. But beyond that, he dismantled the charter school efforts in Kentucky. as governor and openly stood on business on that front as well. And like Pritzker is one, a billionaire. I like him a lot. He's very likable. His instincts are good. And I think more importantly, my turning moment on Pritzker was when he like tweeted that pro-trans thing that was like really goofy, but it was like obviously a bad thing to tweet. But he like, but it was so obvious that his heart was in the right place. Like it's so obvious to me that he is like the type of person that is like genuinely earnest and is not like a political machine person. However, he's in Illinois. The reason why I like Bashar is that Kentucky is deep red and he fucking sticks it to the Republicans. Like, maybe I'm being too much of a Democratic Party guy when I say this, but I think one of the things that I absolutely despise. Okay. Oh, it was this tweet. Yes, you found it. As a protest against Trump's rescinding protections for trans kids, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today. Hashtag protect trans kids. Like, that's such a stupid thing to fucking tweet out, but it's like so obvious that this was not focus grouped, polled, and tested, right? He fired that off himself. Okay, that's a genuine take. And I get the spirit of the take. I get the energy that he placed on it, and I like it. Okay? So I was not being literal, but I think today and every day we should be standing up for all our kids. Hashtag resist Trump. So one of the reasons why I really like Bashar, I'm going to keep calling him Bashar. Please stop yelling at me. One of the reasons why I really like him is because like I said, one of the aspects that's lost in the Democratic Party and rarely ever occurs is a red state Democrat, or any kind of Democrat really, that sticks it to the Republicans, but especially a red state Democrat. Okay? Red state Democrats are propped up for being ideologically fluid. And I hate that. I hate that. I despise that to the bottom of my fucking soul. I despise it. It's cowardly. It's bad. It's not a good idea at all. And I fucking despise it. He does not do that. And I think that's really fucking important. I just do not trust Southern Democrats. They're usually anti-labor. I don't think Bashar is anti-labor. Let's see. I mean, he backed the UAW strike. He went to the picket line. He went to the picket, I'm pretty sure. Here's a post from him saying, unions are the backbone of our economy, helping our Kentucky workers' lives better, live better lives through promising careers. It was great to meet with the smart local 110 sheet metal workers to talk about the wins we're seeing and how we can work together to keep building on our progress. Here's how he is with the UAW. Unions have helped build our country and raise the standard of living and quality of life for workers. The fact that he's also anti-fucking anti-charter school is huge. Like that is probably an even bigger indication that he is pro-labor, because we all know that like the real reason for charter schools, aside from segregating schools, is specifically to abolish teachers' unions in this country at a time when you know they're already diminished. As Attorney General, he spoke out against right to work, and he's phenomenally popular, one of the most popular governors, and that's from the Kentucky State AFL-CIO. Like I said, these are the reasons why I am Bashar pilled. Here's the AFL-CIO also writing in 2023 November, if we don't have Bashar back in there, we won't have a firewall anymore. I'm so scared that they're gonna go with fucking Pete Buttigieg, though. Now that's a motherfucker who's not pro-labor. Okay? He doesn't have the instinct. He only fights in a way that appeals to liberals. He's just he is basically our JD Vance. He's got more charisma than JD Vance, but that's not saying much because JD Vance is like a Donald Trump Jr. style pick. Anyway, the Lion of Louisville, baby. Yeah, that would be fucking terrible. Do you remember on the picket line? He sounded like a strikebreaker spy. I know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, he's a McKenzie guy. No shot. No fucking shot. Even though he can stand on the side deal that he cut as labor, or not as labor, as transportation secretary with the railroad companies, that the railroad unions were pretty positive on overall. It wasn't the best deal, but it was definitely... It wasn't the best deal, but it definitely wasn't bad. And it was, you know, broadly popular by the railroad unions. He could say that, but even then, I don't trust him at all. If he didn't have a hostile supermajority in Kentucky legislature, do you think he'd be as gung-ho about his leftist policies? That's actually an interesting question. I think yes. Because why would he be gung-ho right now about his leftist policies with a fucking incredibly hostile, with an incredibly hostile red supermajority? He's the governor. He can just be like, well, my hands are tied. Do you see what I'm saying? Like if he thought personally that like there is a good reason for him to be, you know, kind of wishy-washy on a lot of these like leftist policies, he could so easily just say, well, my hands are tied. Look at what I'm working with. You know what I mean? Comes from a politically progressive Democrat family. Father was a governor of Kentucky as we transitioned into a red state. Anyway, we're gonna cover him talking about JD Vance in a second. I'm kind of jumping over things that I wanted to get to in a timely manner because I just got, you know, I'm a fan of this man. Like, as far as I've seen, he seems like a really, really solid choice. Okay. Pete is a great choice. No, he's not. You just saw one fucking tweet and you're going along with it. If President Biden drops out, this is our best ticket. Kamala Harris, a career prosecutor versus convicted felon, a Midwestern mayor and Secretary of Transportation who's created hundreds of thousands of blue-collar jobs versus a Midwestern first-term senator who's done nothing. No. Bashar absolutely destroys Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg doesn't read as like a fucking Midwesterner anyway. He reads in the same exact way that JD Vance reads, a liberal institutionalist. Anyway. Like, I don't even care. Like, people will say, oh, well, also Pete's gay. And there's already a woman, a black and Indian woman on the ticket. So we need like a heterosexual white guy, like a really white guy, right? That's not even a thing for Pete, I don't think. Pete doesn't even read as gay. Let's be real. I mean, they'll say like homophobic shit to him, but like that's not even a question. My criticisms of Pete Buttigieg come from the fact that even from like a vibes-based attitude, I think he reads as like a smug liberal. He doesn't have like he doesn't have like good retail politician instincts at all. Biden, at least at his best, was a solid retail politics guy. He's not very good at that. He's too much of a well-read, oralist, rizless, annoying, smarmy Democrat. Yeah, he's bland and irritating. Like, Pete Buttigieg would never tweet about how because of our interest in protecting trans people, everyone should go use the opposing like the opposite gender's bathroom today. He would never do such a thing. Okay. He's exactly the type of dude who fucking focus groups every single goddamn tweet and message. He's got a focus group happening in the back of his fucking mind at all times. He's a McKinsey guy. Anyway, but yeah, he's pro-union. He's spoken out against right to work. He's eviscerated charter schools in his state. He's goated.
My opponent went about their campaign was just mean.
PA Governor Shapiro, fuck no.
And it was gross and it was cruel. And people don't like that. That is not who we are. And this ought to be a message that you can't scapegoat people just to get folks angry. And it's wrong, right? Think about what some people are doing, trying to dehumanize other human beings, trying to turn people against each other, to even...
Like, my dream would be something between Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, and Bashar. I think, like, those three are pretty solid. Obviously, I wouldn't go with Kamala Harris. Like, she's not my fucking top pick for this at all. But Kamala Harris is going to be the nominee. You know what I mean? She's going to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. So, and Gretchen Whitmer is not running for VP, and I don't even think she'd be good on the VP slot for this ticket in general. Anyway, let's
foster
continue.
hate and anger towards another American here, another Kentuckian. Why? So you can elect one more person that has a certain letter behind their name. Listen, this can't be right and left. Some things have to be basic right and wrong, and we've got to get our politics back to where we ask the basic question of right and wrong. There's got to be limits. I mean, this can't be a ruleless type of game because it's so much more than a game. Ask any of these kids.
This is him talking about running on and winning on a pro-trans message in Kentucky. Okay? And like in 2023, he was voted as one of the most popular governors in the fucking country. Okay? He was really popular in 2020, no? No. I mean, he was more popular than Kamala Harris, but not exactly popular, no. Anyway. Who do you think is the most likely VP pick? I do think Bashar would be best, but I think we're going to get Buttigieg. I hope not. Anyway, let's get back to the stories first, and then I'll talk more about the VP slots.
Said he will address the nation in the coming days. We wait to see what he has to say there. And the work of governing continues because both the president and the vice president are scheduled to have separate meetings with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu later this week in Washington. And guys, consider the enormity of this decision. 2024 is now set to be the first presidential election since 1976 without a candidate named Bush, Clinton, or Biden on the ballot. Tony?
It is a new era, Ed. Thank you very much.
Hasn't even been 24 hours since President Biden made that decision that no sitting president has ever made, dropping out of the race this close to Election Day with less than a month to go until the DNC.
And in an open convention, the delegates would be the true deciders. This is the first time in more than 5 decades where the delegates are all free to vote as they choose and have the final say.
It was already the most unusual race in American history. Between two former presidents, one a convicted felon who tried to overturn an election he lost, then survived an assassination attempt. And now Biden is the first incumbent since Lyndon Johnson 56 years ago to give up a chance for a second term. President Biden and dozens of Democratic lawmakers have endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. She's the frontrunner for the nomination, but with the convention less than a month away, a fight for the nomination is still possible. We have team coverage. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, this decision was always Joe Biden's to make and his alone, but ultimately the pressure was just too much to bear. The president now giving up the job he spent a lifetime working towards, and now this
Not a history buff. Why did LBJ bail? Because his dick was too big. No, it was Vietnam.
Morning, all eyes are right here on Vice President Kamala Harris. We are outside of her residence at the Naval Observatory. We will get our first glimpse of her later this morning after a whirlwind 24 hours that catapulted Kamala Harris from the vice president to potentially the top of the ticket. 24 days.
Wouldn't Josh Shapiro be the best pick strategically for winning Pennsylvania? Yes, but I don't think Shapiro's is good. Like, I am ideologically opposed to Shapiro. I think that he is, I think that he's too conservative overall. We'll get to that. Stop asking me questions about VP slots. We'll get to that.
Days after his disastrous debate performance, with the relentless pressure from his own party only growing, President Biden abandoning his bid for a second term. Writing to his fellow Americans, "It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term." The announcement, a political earthquake, one that surprised even his own campaign and White House staff. It took Biden more than 3 weeks to get to this point. In the days after the debate, he was defiant.
I am running and going to win again. I am all in. My word, I am all in.
Biden insisting in an interview with George that nothing short of divine intervention could make him leave this race.
If the Lord Almighty came out and said, Joe, get out of the race, I get out of the race. The Lord Almighty's not coming down.
Yeah. Hubris. Can't do it. Hubris. Told you. Told you. Can't do it, bro. That's hubris, baby. You can't be out here fucking talking like that. It's the same type of hubris that I demonstrated at the top of the hour when I forget to run a 3-minute ad break. Okay? And I'm like, oh, I already served it. I must have served it. I didn't. I failed to. It's because I used that chatter coming in here as a jump off point 10 minutes prior to the fucking top of the hour. And then I forgot to run it. So I'm running it now. Super late. 20 minutes into the top of the hour. There's still a 3-minute ad break coming for you, however. And Lord Almighty is not going to save you from seeing the top of the hour ad break. The only thing that can save you is $6 to subscribe or a free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime. You can also pray to Lord Almighty that you get a gifted sub. Maybe that's the way to do it. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. We beat Medicare. Flucky. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I agree that the Lord Almighty is not going to come down, but if you are told reliably from your allies, from your friends and supporters in the Democratic
I'm sad that Biden dropped out right as your impression was rocketing in hilarity. Yeah, I mean, it took some time. I can't do a Kamala Harris, too, so we'll see.
Party in the House and the Senate, that they're concerned you're going to lose the House and the Senate if you stay in. What will you do?
I'm not going to answer that question. It's not going to happen.
The pressure only grew. The top Democrats in Congress, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, telling Biden to his face the party was concerned he would lose the election and take Democrats down with him.
Scott, maybe Muhammad and his 6-year-old wife could save us. Brother, what do you think happened to Jesus Christ? Like, how old was Jesus' mom? CEO of Reddit, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah. I love being like, yeah, you know who are the pedophiles? The Prophet Muhammad, dude. In a country where, like, the Catholic Church is just melting children, okay? In a nation where right-wing Christian fascists are routinely advocating to protect child brides Okay? If this was a overwhelmingly Muslim nation where, you know, clerics, imams were advocating for those things, you'd catch me with the same level of fucking smoke. But it's a wild fucking thing to point to. Like, maybe focus your attention on what's happening here, okay? Just saying.
Him in November. The powerful former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, sharing a similar message. And even though Biden insisted he was firmly in the race, she went on TV and called it an open question.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
In the end, 40 Democratic lawmakers came out against the president.
I do not think he is the best person to go into this election. I think if he is our nominee, I think we lose.
Then another blow. Biden forced off the trail by a COVID diagnosis, isolating at his beach house in Delaware, reckoning with his political reality. Huddled with just his closest advisors and family, sources tell us Saturday night the president began to come to his decision. Sunday morning, he started making calls, letting the vice president know of his decision. Sources say the two of them speaking several times throughout the day. Then at 1:45, the president alerting his staff on a call, and just 1 minute later, releasing his letter to the world. First Lady Jill Biden forwarding her husband's announcement with a heart. Her office telling us she was supportive of whatever road he chose. She's his biggest believer, champion, and always on his side. And from the president's son, Hunter, an emotional statement. For my entire life, I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of whatever
Bro, half of his heartache currently comes from you, by the way. How could he suffer so much heartache? Bitch, you're responsible for like a big chunk of it. You know what I mean? Like, you're personally, I know he's like thinking in his mind, like, oh, his, you know, children died, his wife died, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, no, dog, it's you. Like, you're the reason for the heartache now. Okay.
remained of his heart to others. I'm so lucky every night to get to tell him I love
The Mary counter you just did was so effective. It was like what you did to Will when he proposed to you at Gay Disney. Yeah.
him and to thank him. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Praise for the president pouring in.
He's grounded in his faith, in his family, and in our state. Excuse me.
That was, again, illegal. Okay, flag on the play. You can't be caught dead on national television, dead to rights with this level of glaze. Okay, actually illegal. Illegal move, a violation. Okay, you do not get the touchdown. Nope. You can't be crying on national television for an 800-year-old demon who was too spiteful to fucking drop out. Get out of here. Van Jones and this fucking dummy are cooked. Lock him up.
I'm sorry. This was a very difficult decision, and one that I think reflects the very best of who Joe Biden is.
Pelosi calling him a patriotic American who has always put our country first and one of the most consequential presidents in American history. Those words echoed by former President Barack Obama, who called Biden one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, and a patriot of the highest order. With the political shock still setting in, President Biden wasting no time in endorsing his Vice President, Kamala Harris, to take his place atop the ticket, calling picking her the best decision I've made, and urging Democrats to come together and beat Trump.
Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
Harris, who's been hitting the trail hard in recent weeks, praising Biden for making the difficult decision. Writing, with this selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Then making clear
Biden should be celebrated. Not many could do this. I think you're also wrong on that front. I think Republicans would do this as well. Like Mitch McConnell is kind of doing this for his seat. Like it's just Trump wouldn't do this, right? And I think that's the reason why a lot of people are now. Trump would never do this in a million years. Okay, Trump would never do this in a million years, and I think that is like what has become normalized in American politics now. So our expectations, like the bar is so low that we're like, oh, dude, you know, no one would ever do this. Like I saw some tweets about like no Republican would ever do this. Like that's not true. They would. They absolutely would. And Democrats should do this more often, but they don't. But any party that is competent and wants to fucking win or wants to present the best possible option should do this. Ruth Bader Ginsburg didn't do it. Dianne Feinstein didn't do it because, you know, Democrats are annoying. But I would say that Republicans are more likely to do this than Democrats are. Even though Democrats historically have done it.
Clear, she's all in, saying my intention is to earn and win this nomination. We have 107 days until Election Day. Together, we will fight, and together, we will win. This morning, many top party leaders now swiftly rallying around Harris as she's working the phones, reaching out to key Democrats. Bill and Hillary Clinton writing, now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her. America's future depends on it. Harris also securing endorsements from key constituencies, including the Congressional Black Caucus, and several key governors like Gavin Newsom of California, Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, and Roy Cooper of North Carolina, all lining up behind her. The Biden campaign this morning now full steam ahead for Harris, even filing the paperwork. The campaign now officially Harris.
It killed Hillary to endorse Kamala. Is so funny because, like, I don't even think she personally officially did it from her account. I think they did it from Bill's account, right? Am I wrong? She might have actually personally done it too, but like, I think it was Bill Clinton that actually posted it and said, like, me and Hillary. She just retweeted it. Oh, okay. Oh, it's so good. Oh, she has tweeted since. Oh, on fire. Fingertips on fire. Wait, and even here, she doesn't even mention, she doesn't mention Kamala Harris. She can't even do it. She can't get herself to do it. She won't say her name, bro. Oh, you know, she's like, when we elect our first woman president, could be me. Oh my God. He's like, yeah, sure. I'll leave it out. I'll leave it out in the. She's going to contest. Nah, she's not. She's already endorsed her. I'm just saying she's endorsed Kamala Harris alongside her husband. But I do really like the idea that, you know, she's just upset every time she's posting about it.
For president.
And there is no question right now, Vice President Kamala Harris is the front runner in this race. She could become the first black woman, the first Asian American to top a ticket. We will see her later this morning at an event at the White House, and we do expect her to be back on the trail soon. The president will also, we expect, come before cameras in the coming days and explain for himself this remarkable decision to the American people. George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much.
Let's listen in.
I want to thank you for all you do to support these extraordinary student athletes. And it is good to be here with so many leaders, including, of course, members of Congress, members of our administration, and our extraordinary athletes. Our president, Joe Biden, wanted to be here today. He is feeling much better and recovering fast, and he looks forward to getting back on the road.
Bro, she sped up. Yo, they took her off the fucking bars. I'm not even kidding. Oh, my Lord. I swear to God, she got like a fucking 1.25x speed boost. Oh, thank the Lord, dude. I was worried that she was gonna keep. I was worried that she was gonna keep that wine mom energy.
And I wanted to say a few words about our president. Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, he has already, yes, you may clap. In one term, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who have served 2 terms in office. And I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. We worked together as attorneys general in our states, and back then, Beau would often tell me stories about his dad. He would talk about the kind of father and the kind of man that Joe Biden is. The qualities that Beau revered in his father are the same qualities that I have seen every day in our president. His honesty, his integrity, his commitment to his faith and his family, his big heart, and his love, deep love of our country. And I am firsthand witness that every day our President Joe Biden fights for the American people, and we are deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation.
Heard from the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. I just want to point out that the Vice President will be heading to Wilmington, Delaware later this afternoon to meet with campaign staff there on this, the first, what they're describing, the first full day of her presidential campaign. That, according to updated guidance that we're just getting in from her office and a social media post on X, formerly known as Twitter right now. Kayla Tausche is our White House correspondent. Kayla, give us a sense of what's going on right now, what we should anticipate.
I took a screenshot because I'm trying to post. I'm trying to post on the JD Vance tweet. I'm trying to quote tweet it and be like, this man has never tasted the sweet nectar phony ass fake yokel, dude. JD Vance is fake as fuck, dude. He is not a real one, okay? He is not a fucking real one. He is not a real Mountain Dew boy like I am. I'm a Dew boy, and I know a real Dew boy when I see it, okay? Can I say fake ass yokel? Does that work? This fake ass yokel has never tasted the sweet nectar that is Diet Mountain Dew. Yokel is an anti-white slur. No, that's our word.
Well, they say it's racist to do anything.
Bitch, I hate this. Baja Blast Zero's better? No, it's not.
I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
Like, that's the first time he's had a Diet Mountain Dew. Like, get the fuck out of here. You're so fucking fake, dude. You are such a fake one. He literally is like, he is the most fake Ohio motherfucker I've ever encountered, dude. Hate that. Fuck this guy. Kamala is cooking. Kamala is a cooking YouTuber. Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know she has like entire YouTube videos cooking. Anyway, no. I think the OG Diet Mountain Dew is the best one. Zero's fine. I like Diet Baja, but nowhere near as much as I like some of the other special ones. I can give you guys a full fucking tier list one day if you want. I obviously am like I order specialty like regional Diet Mountain Dews with crates. Like I have an entire fucking crate load of Diet Mountain Dew in my fucking kitchen right now. I've tried the Code Red. It's not my favorite. You guys know I'm a real one when it comes to fucking, I don't fuck around with my sodas. Like I'm a real Dew boy all the way. No, I am importing Mountain Dew. Yes. From like California doesn't have all the different soda flavors that I want. So I literally will. I literally will import them into the state of California. Where do I order from? Amazon. I've tried like there's a really good one. The watermelon one is really good. I actually really like it. I haven't been able to find new ones of that. Like I haven't been able to order more crates of that one. Major Melon, Diet Major Melon, excellent. I'm so fucking hog coded on that front. Like I got 2 towers of Zins behind me and I fucking love Diet Mountain Dew. This is your worst take yet? Sorry, I'm a real American, dude. Sorry that you're facing a red-blooded American for the first time in your goddamn lives, okay? Sorry. Sorry, not sorry, actually. Hey, fuck this politics shit. Give me that zero sugar diet soda tier list. The OG Diet Mountain Dew has excessive amounts of yellow 5 and is banned in the EU for being dangerous for your health or for your sperm. I noticed my robes were substantially thicker. Yeah, I don't care, bro. Great. It's like birth control. Awesome. I'm a fan. Say less. I ain't trying to have a child anytime soon. You know what I mean? Oh, the Spark flavors are pretty good too. I have tried the Spark flavors. Those are pretty good as well. Also, I'm sorry, but like the EU doesn't have yellow 5. Like, okay, sorry that the American Constitution is much stronger than the fucking inferior EU, the weak EU. Oh man, oh, you can't have a little bit of yellow 5, dude? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'll keep my chemicals, okay? Anyway, let's continue.
In the coming hours and the next few days.
Well, Vice President Harris has made it clear that she is going to seize the reins of this moment and of this campaign, traveling to Wilmington, as you just mentioned, later this afternoon to try to rally the troops for the 105 days to go, this home stretch of the campaign, where in the last 4 weeks, Harris and her party have become something of underdogs, to use a sports metaphor, as the vice president addresses this audience of athletes. She used these remarks to praise praise the leadership of President Biden and the accomplishments that he has notched in the last 3 years, and thanking him and the First Lady for the opportunity to be here at this event today. But using some broad language, talking about going for the gold, being a winner, and being supported by a team, it's hard not to sense the metaphors and some of the parallels in what she was saying as she embarks on this journey of her own to try to retake the narrative for the Democratic Party and trying to rally members of the party nationwide and to galvanize.
What is this? My girl drinks Diet Mountain Dew at 8 p.m. every day as birth control. Respect. That's a keeper. There was another guy that said, I love Diet Mountain Dew, and my girlfriend says it's her biggest ick. She said watching me drink it is like watching me smoke cigs. What do I tell her? Smoking cigarettes looks very cool. You should probably look for a new girlfriend. So.
Voters behind her candidacy, Wolf.
Very interesting. We'll see what happens when she's in Wilmington, Delaware. Maria Cardona, it jumps out at me, and I'm sure a lot of other people. She would be the first woman president of the United States if, in fact, she's elected. President Hillary Clinton tried that, didn't work out for her, but this would be a huge, huge moment in American history.
Huge moment, Wolf. But she wouldn't just be the first woman. She'd be the first woman of color, black woman of Asian descent, daughter of immigrants. So many glass ceilings would be just shattered if she makes it. But I also notice this amazing parallel between the event that she's doing now, telling those athletes that they are about to embark on the competition of their life, the ones that are going to the Olympics. She's about to embark on the competition of her life. And that competition is going to be tough. It's going to be something that none of us have ever seen before. They are going to attack her like no other woman in that position has ever been attacked, because there's really been no other woman doing what she's about to do. The other side is going to lie, cheat, and steal. They are going to otherize her, and she's going to need the team of her life as well around her, because when she brings home the gold, it's not going to be just for her. It's going to be for the American people who are looking to her, to the Democrats, to somebody to make sure that we keep our democracy sacred, that we continue to fight for the families that have been given so much with the accomplishments that she just underscored for her and what Joe Biden have been able to accomplish.
Joe Biden first came onto the national stage.
Oh my God. So libbed up. I mean, yeah, they're libbed the fuck up, dude. They are libbed the absolute fuck up. Dumb DNC gonna put up Hillary as Kamala's VP. They can't help but fuck this up. No shot, dude. What do you think of the legal battle that the right will inevitably try to fight? Keep Kamala's name off the ticket. Obviously has no validity, but do you think it'll impact the media voter response? It'll impact the media and voter response in a negative way if the Democratic Party actually uses this to their advantage. This is a massive misstep. I talked about this yesterday extensively. There's two things. There's two avenues of attack against Kamala Harris that are unsuccessful, and one avenue of attack against Kamala Harris that is successful. The successful one is immigration. She's the border czar. They could say that she is responsible for all of the immigrant crimes that are occurring. And the Democrats don't have a very effective counter to that because they've leaned on that narrative that like immigrants are actually responsible for a shit ton of crimes. And that's why the Democratic Party is the one that's going to be the anti-immigration party, which is really stupid, right? Absolutely zero people think that the Democratic Party is going to be an anti-immigration party. All you've done in that situation is basically look at your opponent on their strongest position and give them props for having such strongly held convictions, even though the narrative that is set is completely devoid of the reality on the ground. Immigrants are actually not responsible for a larger share of crimes. As a matter of fact, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the Democrats don't actually have a good way out of that, and I'm actually a little worried about that. This is something that I've criticized the Democratic Party for quite some time, right? Bad instincts overall, bad messaging overall, bad politics, bad policy, okay? So that's number one. That's actually the least strong defense that the Democrats have. Having said that, you got that from John Oliver? Yeah, dude, I got that from John Oliver. I don't know if you know this, but you can go all the way back to like 2016. Okay, I've been a political commentator professionally for the past 10 fucking years. And this is an issue that I've talked about quite extensively for 10 fucking years. If anything, John Oliver's writers got that from fucking me. Okay? Give me a break. Anyway, that's the immigration front. That's actually a weak area for Kamala Harris because, like I said, she was the border czar. They could pin this on her. Having said that, there's two avenues of attack that are bad and have immediate counters. Okay? Two avenues of attack that are bad that have immediate counters. Kamala Harris is a woman. They do some misogynistic shit, right? They're like, oh, she fucked her way to the top. She's DEI. She's a black woman. She sucks. She's stupid. Right? If the Republicans say these racist and misogynistic things, a smart way to recenter that conversation around not like being a victim of misogyny or whatever, but instead a smart way to counter that conversation would be to go, of course you're going to say this. After all, you're the party that, restricted women's access to abortion. That's it. That's it. Immediately recenter all of the misogyny back to the abortion conversation. That's the strongest thing that the Democrats have right now in front of them. That is the strongest conversation that they could fucking go with. Another angle is like, oh, you fucked your way to the top, but like Donald Trump is a sex pest. Like he literally has court cases. He has a defamation suit, double defamation suit against E. Jean Carroll. What are we doing here? You really want to have that conversation? Not exactly great. So that's another avenue of attack that has a very quick deflect. Okay. Also, the other thing that they can do is this legal battle that they want to launch. That's loser shit. And that's loser shit in the way that the Republican Party actually attempted and failed to do so in the 2020 election. They lost the election and they tried to steal the election through legal and illegal methods. So immediately, that's another strong suit for the Democratic Party. They could just turn around and go, oh, really? You want to fight this in the courts instead of fighting this in November? Didn't you do that last time around as well? Remember January 6th? How well did that play out for you? So those are really effective counters that you have. So if they try this shit, if they try this like whole, oh, we're going to keep Biden on the ticket, even though he has not been the nominee, like he has not been appointed as a nominee, the convention hasn't happened yet. Even if they try to do that, okay, a successful PR campaign can completely take those arguments and flip them and turn the narrative back to two issues that the Republicans are very weak on. What are the two issues the Republicans are very weak on? They want to fucking destroy democracy. Okay, in the eyes of the broader electorate, Republicans are chaotic. They want to destroy democracy. They want to be a fucking dictator. Okay, that's number one. And the second one is abortion. They took away women's bodily autonomy. Anytime a blonde, blue-eyed woman in a state like Texas is having complications due to an ectopic pregnancy and they can't get a fucking abortion in that state, that's on the Republicans. Okay? That's very important. And they need to hammer that shit in. Kamala Harris is a woman. Automatically, that's going to be a conversation point. Anytime people talk about IVF, Kamala Harris could turn around and go, Republicans want to take away IVF. The Southern Baptist Church got together and was openly saying, we need to restrict IVF only a couple months back. These guys are fucking crazy. So that, like I said, is an attempt from the Republican Party that will lead to utter failure. Okay? damn, they should hire you. They should. Like, actually, or at least I know there's at least some staffers that listen to the broadcast. Hopefully they can come across as very smart in the rooms that they're in if they are listening to what I have to say here. We're not talking about IDF. We're talking about IVF, in vitro fertilization, how Jesus Christ was born. Why would Republicans want to kill democracy? I mean, they've been actively working on that, and for long before Donald Trump ever decided to be a Republican candidate for the presidency. That's like a thing that they've been trying to do for quite some time. Okay? Yeah, Jesus was a test tube baby. God did that. I'm a staffer on the Hill, but my rep is so ridiculously conservative. There's no hope, I fear. They won't be stupid enough to go for a transvestigation against Kamala. I hope they are. I hope they transvestigate Kamala Harris. That's awesome. That's like, one, that's funny, and it's content, and two, that kind of mania is exactly what they're going along with right now, and that's kind of the reason why 2022 was a dud. Like, they fucked themselves over. They tripped themselves up by being insane on the timeline, okay? Anytime they do that, anytime they like go, oh, Kamala Harris is actually a secret man or whatever, you're losing fucking voters in the suburbs, man. You just look insane. You're losing the normal vote, the normal voters. It's awesome. It's great. Like, here is J.D. Vance is doing that too, by the way. This is here. Put this under the Democrat. I mean, the Republicans want to fucking destroy democracy category. Here it is.
Fight! We got time. Come on. Hey, we are in the fight for the soul of our nation. We are in a fight for our kids and our grandkids, a fight that we can never imagine. I believe wholeheartedly Donald Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind.
Yeah. No, keep doing that, man. That's awesome. Keep this energy, please. Keep this energy, please. This is such a fucking L. It's so awesome. Yeah. No. This is great. Because they can't help themselves. Republicans cannot help themselves. They've grown far too comfortable in their fucking violent narratives. They literally cannot help themselves. This is a time where the Republican Party is supposed to angle towards the moderates. This is a time where they're supposed to change their narrative. This is a time I was a little worried for a brief moment when Donald Trump said, oh, after I got shot, shit changed. I'm going to be the fucking unity guy now. I was a little worried for a brief moment, and then I remembered that Republicans can't help themselves. Okay? They are far too fucking invested and far too comfortable. They just cannot help themselves. This is like the culture war button. They just got to keep hitting it. They got to keep hitting it over and over and over again, harder than I hit the top of the hour ad break button at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Which, by the way, of course, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And you can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Oh, this is like poison for moderates, okay? This is great. You will lose Pennsylvania with this narrative. That's a lock. That's a guarantee, okay? Every person living in a Pennsylvania suburb is going to be so grossed out by shit like this. Go ahead. Keep popping off, okay? It would be even better if he turned around and started talking about how much further they're going to restrict abortion or IVF or some shit. You know what I mean? It's great. If we lose, we're doing civil war. Okay. Great take, man. Definitely the energy you want to keep up. I've talked about how most people don't really give a shit about January 6th. There are people who obviously do care about like the democracy is on the ballot narrative. Okay. There are some who look at like January 6th as like a gross violation of American principles. And this is the most effective way to remind those people that, you know, these guys want to do it again. That's it. Go ahead. Feed into that every day. Every dang day.
And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side.
Oh, he followed it up. He said, we got the bikers on our side in the Civil War. You bring up the unifier tone and he immediately shits all over it. Lol, you are a prophet. It's not that I'm a prophet. It's just that I know the Republican Party. I know them well. I do so much hogwash. I am obsessed with the Republicans. I'm obsessed with the way they message. I love it. I think it's so funny. I think it's awesome. So that's it. I know that they cannot help themselves. On the one hand, they're like, oh, we got to do more moderate messaging. We got to do more moderate messaging. Here's another fucking insane thing that if they keep that narrative up, here's another insane thing that is going to look really bad. Kamala Harris has no biological children. Go ahead. Run with that, please. Please fucking run with that. Okay? Please. Great narrative. Great message. Wow. Treating women like they're fucking cows to be bred. Gonna play out excellent, okay? These motherfuckers are gonna lose Kentucky and shit if they do that. They're gonna lose the 52% white women vote if they keep doing that shit. And obviously a lot of women are still obviously misogynistic. For sure. But like there is a certain level. There is a certain level that you cannot go beyond. If you just start being like, yeah, no, why is Kamala Harris not barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen? You're cooked. It's gross. There are better ways to make these inferences, better ways to make these arguments. And the Paul Ryan types have completely left the Republican Party at this point. And everyone is trying to do their own shitty version of Donald Trump. And what people don't realize is Donald Trump is a uniquely singular force of charisma that is able to narrate these positions in a way that is appealing to the hogs, but no one else can fucking recreate that. That's why I say he's you know, the white man's Obama. You can't have that same narrative. And even with Donald Trump, that narrative is still like genuinely toxic to many people. That narrative is still why you saw a bunch of fucking people in 2020 swap votes over to Joe Biden. I'm telling you right now, that shit absolutely is the easiest way to hand this election over to the Democratic ticket. I am like, this is exactly what I'm thinking of that makes me feel more confident in Donald Trump not winning re-election. Okay? Like, yeah, also saying foster parents aren't valid either. Exactly. That's so psychotic. But the problem is these guys are so caught up. They're so fucking caught up in their own weird echo chambers, smelling each other's fucking farts all goddamn day, that they just don't comprehend it. They literally are They have forgotten what normal people operate like in the real fucking world, what they care about, what their motivations are. They're so invested in the Fox News driven culture war narratives and so used to like winning unconditionally no matter what, that they just think, no, this is the one button I have and I'm going to keep hitting it. I'm going to just say the most unhinged shit you've ever heard of. And that might actually change the minds of some Americans. This is why even with the trans panic, I often talked about like there's two outcomes of this. Either they keep hitting the fucking anti-trans button over and over and over again, and they turn around and basically melt the brains of the average normal Republicans in the suburbs and shit. Or, and that's really terrifying, that means like, you know, the moms and dads in the suburbs that are like lifelong Republicans have now become like schizo QAnon people with the rest of the dudes you see on Twitter. Or they just feel like this narrative is too sweaty. They don't want to fucking think about like children's genitals all the goddamn time, like fucking Matt Walsh. Yeah, here it is. Here it is, by the way. This is exactly what I was talking about. JD Vance calls Kamala Harris a childless cat lady who is miserable with her life. Winning ticket, baby.
Saying is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs.
Like Tucker Carlson is a phenomenal propagandist, okay? And he plays a really good role in radicalizing people. But if you do Tucker Carlson's like style of commentary, if you lean too much into that Groyper shit, you are pathetic. You are going to be seen as a fucking loser by like a dude who's had a job for the past fucking 35, 40 years. Like, think about it. I think it was Felix who said this. I think it was Felix who said this in the last Chapo ep that I was listening to, where he was like, can you imagine like the narratives that they're talking about now at fucking CPAC or at the RNC? Like, what person with a job would ever look at this and go, that's my shit? Like, that is inspiring to me. That like, you know, it's just so stupid.
By a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. And it's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that
Like, dude, you are gross as fuck, brother. You're creepy. Anyway, let's look at Biden's legacy. I'm going to pee real quick.
1972, elected to the Senate at just 29.
Judge me on my merit, not on my age.
His swearing-in ceremony was in a hospital because weeks earlier, his wife and daughter had been killed in a car crash. His sons, Hunter and Beau, injured.
So help you God. I do.
Biden would spend the next 36 years in the Senate, and he would make numerous runs for the White House. First, in 1988.
I announce my candidacy for President of the United States of America.
And again in 2008.
I'm going to be Joe Biden, and I'm going to try to be the best Biden I can be.
Biden ultimately dropping out of that race, only to join the ticket as the vice president for then-Senator Obama. After 8 years as Obama's right-hand man, another personal tragedy stopped him from making a new push for the White House in 2016.
The most relevant factor in my decision is whether my family and I have the emotional energy to run.
His eldest son, Beau, losing his battle with brain cancer. But Biden's Oval Office dream would finally be realized in 2020.
Do solemnly swear.
Becoming the oldest president in U.S. history. His term marked by the pandemic, the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, inflation, and the border crisis. High points included a bipartisan infrastructure bill and the CHIPS Act, bringing computer chip manufacturing back to the United States. But a catastrophic debate performance would define his final campaign.
Dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
In the wake of his decision to quit the race, Biden's surviving son, Hunter, saying, "There is no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad." Some of the big moments before.
I like that his legacy is like, are you shadow banned on Twitch or something? I'm having issues finding you when you go live. I don't get notifications anymore. Got to go straight to your channel tab to see if you're actually streaming. It doesn't show you streaming. Brother, I don't know if I'm shadow banned, but if Twitch was trying to shadow ban me, they'd be doing a pretty bad job considering we have like 50,000 people in here right now. And I'm also one of the top channels on the platform currently. I'm just live all the time. I think that's what it is. This was being sold at the RNC. All of us had better buckle up. The stuff they said about Hillary in 2016 or what they've been saying about the Democrats in the Biden era will be nothing compared to what will come next. Great. I say bring it on. Okay? I say bring it on. Why? Because Hillary Clinton did not lose because she was a woman and they did like so many fucking misogynistic attacks. When you're a woman, especially if you're a black woman, yes, you have a harder battle to fight. Okay? Barack Obama was a black man. It was historic. It was a hard battle, but he was able to overcome it. Hillary Clinton lost because she was a political operative that with a last name that was hated for decades at that point. Okay? So much opposition research, so much anti-Clinton sentiment was a permanent plank in the Republican Party. Okay? And Hillary Clinton, despite all of that, still fucking won the popular vote, by the way. So the reality of the matter is, this is now a race that Kamala Harris could potentially win. Sometimes your most followed live channel, you disappears on mobile. Oh, okay. Anyway. Teamsters invite Harris to rank and file presidential roundtable. Today, the Teamsters Union officially invited Vice President Kamala Harris to sit down with a rank and file Teamsters for a member roundtable following the recent announcement of her candidacy for U.S. president. President Joe Biden, former President Donald Trump, independents Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. Cornel West, and all other major candidates for president participated in historic Teamsters rank and file roundtables between December 2023 and March 2024. The Teamsters look forward to welcoming Vice President Kamala Harris to International Union headquarters in the near future to meet with our members directly, said Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien. As we have said throughout this process, our members' voices must be heard at all levels of our government to ensure the needs of working people are put first. The International Brotherhood of Teamsters has not issued any endorsement for a U.S. president. For those of you who don't know, that's exactly how Sean O'Brien sounds. Anyway. I just took a break from my Amazon route to let you know that your Boston accent is easily your best. Do better for us. Work on it. Make it a priority. Easily or worse. I didn't even read it correctly. That was horrible as a Massachusettsian. Okay. Okay, listen, dude. That's just how Sean O'Brien sounds. I'm sorry. Like, it's just, it is what it is, but you're wrong. Yeah, UAW is obviously going to endorse Kamala. Like, they're probably even more excited to endorse Kamala. Labor warm towards Harris. Top UAW sources say UAW International Executive Board will meet in the coming days on next steps, but says VP Harris is an ally and a champion, a sign she could be in line for the group's support soon. Organized labor key to de-coalition. Anyway, there's more. Speaking of organized labor here, this person at formerly at AFT Union put a Twitter thread together. Joe Biden promised to be the most pro-union president in American history, and he made good on that promise. One reason he's been able to deliver on so many issues is because of Kamala Harris's work at the head of the White House task force on worker organizing and empowerment. Harris did critical work in the background to engage labor leaders and everyday working people and to bring our ideas into policy reality. She's been a champion for workers in office and will continue Joe's legacy of empowering and uplifting working people. I do think that Kamala Harris is more progressive on the labor front than Joe Biden is. I've seen no indication that she is to the right of Joe Biden on this issue. Do I believe that she was the mastermind? Do you seriously believe that? She didn't do shit. They didn't do shit. You're wrong. I have defended Joe Biden's record being the most pro-labor president in our lifetime. That is absolutely correct. That's just correct. It is. This is not even a thing that I have gone back on. It is an incredibly, unimaginably low bar. It's not saying a lot, but it's still the truth. Do you feel me? Do you understand? Why do all the other commentators I hear fear she is less? It is just a lack of certainty. People always bring up the rail strike, not knowing what happened afterwards. And I talk about what happened afterwards. But it's just odd. Unionization rates have never been lower. Yes, but our unions have also secured historic contracts in this time frame. You know that, right? Unionization rates have never been lower. It's correct. You're right. Card check is one of the many things that they need to do. NLRB implemented some sort of card check. And like a different version of card check, which, by the way, that's Brandon's NLRB once again. I know what happened. It was still shitty to break the strike and deny their right to negotiate. I agree. I am fully in favor of engaging in a strike such as that one. It would have been a historic strike. Biden also happens to be the first president to walk a active picket line. That is not something you can just cast aside. That's number one. Number two, ultimately they did go back. They did go back to the railroads. The railroad unions were happy with at least some of the gains that were made. If you have no sick days and you all of a sudden have 4 sick days, you know, that's a pretty surefire way to at least get the unions on board and make them feel as though you're on their side. He offered to walk a picket line. He didn't offer to walk a picket line. He did. He did. He went to the UAW picket line and spoke at the UAW picket line in solidarity with the UAW workers striking. That is massive. 4 sick days out of 260. Wait, what? Do you think the railroad unions were going for 266 days? Like, do you think that? No, they were going for 14, which is, you know, still insanely low, in my opinion. They had 0 for years. They wanted 14. They got 4. Oh, they mean work days. Has Hasan talked about Mr. Beast Chris? Think about this. This is no different than the Cody Ko shit where people were just like, hey, I know that the current sitting president dropped out of the re-election campaign in the most historic thing that has happened in this election cycle, in a sea of historic things that have happened so far. Has Hasan talked about Mr. Beast Chris? Oh, no, don't ban me. Just a question. I'm not going to ban you. I do want you to really think about it, though. As a political commentator, do you think personally that right now I'm going to be talking about YouTubers. If it was someone you hate, you'd be talking about them. There are plenty of people I hate. And I don't talk about them in times like this because unfortunately for you fucking weirdo drama perverts, okay? Unfortunately for you, there are 50,000 other adults here that actually are coming in here for political commentary. Okay? Yeah, Chatter, he has to farm his revenue while the topic is hot. Yeah, no, totally. That's the reason why I covered the ongoing genocide in Gaza to literally a third of this audience for 9 months every single fucking day because I love farming revenue and not because I'm a political commentator and I talk about fucking politics. I love when people come back into the community because now they're invested and then they go, well, I'm now invested, so that's why he must be talking about it. You must have thought that this is a different type of channel. You must have thought that this is like, you know, the channel of like a variety streamer who never talks about politics, only covers drama, plays video games for the most part, but now that shit is heating up, they've started to make a pivot into political commentary. This is a political commentary channel first and foremost, okay? You must have gotten lost if you think that that's what's going on here. Anyway, I know people on our staff, and I can say with full confidence that when we elect her, she will appoint people to key roles who will bring the voices, dreams, and needs of working people in our unions of the West Wing. Felony Donald's a scab, full stop. That's true. I mean, this person is glazing Kamala up a little bit too much. Yeah, one of the first calls that she had was to Pramila Jayapal, which is pretty good. Vice President Kamala Harris just called me and I told her I'm 1,000% in for her to be president. She has the smarts, the experience, the accomplishments, and the agenda to lead us to victory in November. Harris needs to bring on board the people who stayed loyal to Biden. I remain puzzled why CPC and squad behavior wasn't seen as an elementary strategy for a faction in a crisis. I'm high as fuck from getting my wisdom teeth out and legit thought Kyle was levitating in the background. Yeah. I watch solely for the commentary about how he is a political commentator. Good. Well, you'll hear that every now and then when people come into question. Please help. What is CPC? The Congressional Progressive Caucus. What are some downsides to Kamala from a progressive policy POV? She's a cop, has a bad track record being tough on crime, plays well probably in the Rust Belt, but overall I have a genuine distaste for that sort of thing. That is real. She was the top cop, called herself the top cop. That's a major issue for me. It plays a weird role, however. Because like, as a black woman, did you see the New York Times mention you as spreading misinformation? Wait, really? I doubt that. I think she's also both a twofer on swerfy and turfy behavior. I can't share link. Just tell me what the article title is and we'll look at it. Americans, unfortunately, are very... What? The voices young conservatives are listening to online? What? Alex Mahadevan, who works to debunk misinformation at the director of Pointer Institute, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization. Wait, what? Who the fuck is this dickhead? He said I share as much misinformation as anyone on the right. A nonpartisan nonprofit organization said young people's increased trust in the online chattering class rather than mainstream media was a problem because, bro, you have to be on crack cocaine to have this take. Was a problem because content creators, unlike most journalists, are bound by journalistic ethics. That pertains to people across the political spectrum. Hasan Piker, a popular left-leaning streamer on Twitch and YouTube, shares as much misinformation as anyone on the right, he added. Mr. Mahadevan said the preference for content that affirmed beliefs stem from what he called a core human desire, the need for validation. Show me this motherfucker's Twitter right now. What the fuck is this dipshit talking about? What the absolute fuck is this dipshit talking about? And this dumb fuck follows me too. Dumb centrist fuck. I like that he waited for the end of the open. Bro, in an article where they're talking about people consistently, in an article where you are talking about right-wing sentiment and how much misinformation plays in the right-wing sphere, to turn around and be like, actually, there's a guy out there who's, reporting on said misinformation, me, and addressing it with empirical evidence. Love that the fucking Pointer Institute, top funders of Pointer Institute, love that a fucking idiotic have him on the defendant's take. I do want to have him on the defendant's take. Oh my Lord. He's going to say the Ukraine thing or the hospital bombing thing, that's good enough for him to call you a misinformation spreader. Do not interact with these weirdos. This just seems like you're whining. Okay, you know what? What the fuck am I doing? This loser has 2,000 fucking Twitter followers and works for a fucking right-wing or centrist, hyper-centrist think tank. Anyway. You're going to blow him up? He said your name on purpose? Yeah. Yeah, top donors from the Charles Koch Institute. The Stand Together Fellowships from the Charles Koch Institute. So glad. Fucking dickhead. Nah, you're not whining. You take your news accuracy seriously, and when some fucker questions that, of course you're upset. Yeah, no. He's very pro-Israel too in all of his writings. Yeah, that's probably why he's saying I'm spreading misinformation, because I think Palestinians are human beings. Dude, shut the fuck up with this dumb poop sock, brother. Are you a fucking child? The New York Times, this asshole's on the fucking New York Times being like, oh, this dude is spreading as much misinformation. Most of my commentary hyper focuses on fucking right-wing misinfo. The people that this article is literally about, people that I've directly called out for spreading misinformation, and this centrist coke-backed think tank guy goes in and is like, oh, actually the left is spreading misinformation as well. Yeah, you're right, dude. Extremely both sides. What are you doing? Why are you posting your own fucking tweets? There's nothing more frustrating than a shitty, supposedly centrist liberal, okay, operating in a fucking supposedly centrist think tank that gets money from the Koch brothers, or the Koch brother now, okay, that turns around on both sides of this shit. It's like, just say it with your chest. Like, who the fuck wrote this article, dude? How are you on crack? You just didn't, like, I got a mention, but I didn't get a fucking call. That's crazy. Fucking bad journalism, in my opinion. Mr. Mahadevan said the preference for content of firm belief stems from what he calls a core human desire, the need for validation. Confirmation bias and motivated reasoning are so powerful in humans, he said. We want to believe the facts that confirm what we think. Yeah, Mr. Mahadevan added that the way some people selectively consumed mainstream media news was exemplified after the shooting of Mr. Trump at a campaign rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. What did I do? Most of what I did after he got shot was literally actively cast aside misinformation and explain to people media literacy. This is most of what I do is media literacy. Sorry, that's so annoying. He's mad you called the Trump pick hard. Read a little further. Wait, really? Think about the most powerful image that came out of the event. Wait, what? How? That's not about me. The Trump's bloody fist in the air with the American flag in the background, he said. That was taken by an AP photographer. The AP is like the most traditional mainstream media. But that doesn't stop people who claim to distrust the mainstream media from taking that image and sharing it far and wide, saying it's the hardest image ever. are. Tackling the misinformation spread by the people mentioned in the article. That's a wild that's a wild statement. I would love to. He loves you, fam. I think the power plays to invite him on so we can inform you. I mean, that's an insane sentiment to express. A popular left-leaning streamer on Twitch and YouTube shares as much misinformation as anyone on the right is insane. Literally, most of my commentary revolves around actively dispelling misinformation that the voices of young conservatives are actually promoting online. What is this? All right, I don't care. That's such freak shit. Anyway. Yeah, let's get back to real news. Meanwhile, this is the info Matt Walsh is saying after Trump got shot. There's no conspiracy theory off the there's no conspiracy theory off the table now. The most powerful force in the world would do anything to stop Trump from being president. Is nutty. Also, speaking of the New York Times, I'm going to have a stead on from the New York Times on Thursday. Like, at a time when Charlie Kirk and right-wing content creators are in their copium bubble so hard that they're basically making inferences that Joe Biden is possibly dead. Okay? I saw a tweet from Owen Schroyer, who literally said, and he's Alex Jones's guy, he's an InfoWars guy, saying that Joe Biden didn't sign his fucking announcement that he was dropping out of the race. So obviously he's secretly dead. They've killed him. Like, that's what they're running with. That's what they're making inferences to. But both sides, dude. You have to be the absolute dumbest person on the fucking planet to be like, yeah, the one side that's saying Joe Biden is dead and the other side that's saying, no, that's incorrect, actually are spreading the same amount of misinformation. The journalist who wrote the New York Times article follows me. I already DM'd her. Okay, calm down. To set the record straight. All right. I believe this is the first poll to be conducted right after Biden's announcement. Harris is trailing Trump by 2%. Biden trailed by 6% in the morning consult poll. Harris has already seen a little bit of pickup. Harris has already seen a little bit of pickup from the from in comparison to Biden. Okay, oh, damn, this should fuck me up. Among other annoyances to Team Trump, they'll need to redecorate the campaign headquarters. Joe Biden is weak, failed, and dishonest. That's hilarious. All right. Let's move on from Biden's legacy. Let's look at other presidents who have opted to not run again. We're going to talk about LBJ.
Joe Biden joins a rare group of sitting presidents who chose not to seek re-election.
I shall not seek, and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your president.
56 years ago, President Lyndon Johnson announced he would not run for a second term amid the increasingly unpopular war in Vietnam and growing national unrest.
Political violence. That year, we saw the assassinations of Martin Luther King and Bobby Kennedy. We've seen, of course, this year, the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. We saw divisions and discord and volatility.
If they respond, the misinfo will definitely be about the El Ahly hospital. Yeah, except it's their own fucking reporting alongside the BBC's reporting that guided me to make that assessment initially. And we still do not know who was actually the responsible party. And also rather ironic to have that conversation when Israel has blown up every fucking hospital at this point.
Volatility in 1968. We're seeing that again this year.
In 1952, despite leading the country through the end of World War II, Harry Truman also opted not to seek re-election. Entering the Korean War, among other unpopular decisions, left Truman facing the lowest job approval rating on record, just 22%.
I have served my country long and I think efficiently and honestly. I shall not accept a renomination. I do not feel that it is my duty to spend another 4 years in the White House.
Presidents Teddy Roosevelt and Calvin Coolidge also decided not to run for another term, but Biden's decision stands apart from those of his predecessors, all of whom served more than 4 years in office.
All of those presidents, Theodore Roosevelt, Calvin Coolidge, Harry Truman, Lyndon Johnson, all took the presidency upon the death of an incumbent, became president in their own right by getting elected to the office, and then declined another term in office. So this is a little different insofar as Joe Biden was the candidate in 2020, became president, and has opted after one term not to go forward.
But now Democrats are hoping to avoid history repeating, because in the most recent two examples, when Johnson and Truman, both Democrats, stepped aside, a Republican won the next election, Eisenhower following Truman and Nixon following Johnson. This will be the first election since 1976 that will not include a Bush, Clinton, or Biden on the ticket.
And joining us now is the Democratic governor of the state of Kentucky, Andy Beshear. Governor, thanks for being with us. First, your reaction to the news that came down yesterday of President Biden stepping.
You will get a better understanding of why I like him, and I'm gonna be glazing him up again. By the way, from this point out.
Aside, and secondly, do you endorse Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket?
Well, thank you for having me this morning. I want to thank President Biden for being a phenomenal president. He led us out of a pandemic faster than we have ever seen. He showed up in Kentucky after natural disasters and has helped us rebuild. He's helped us build the best economy in our history, building the 2 largest battery plants on planet Earth, the cleanest, greenest recycled paper mill we've ever seen, creating jobs all over Kentucky and providing the funding to run internet access to every home and every business. His decision, I know, was hard, but it's going to secure his legacy that I believe historians are going to say was a great presidency. With that, I'm excited to fully endorse Vice President Harris as for the next president of the United States. The vice president is smart and strong, which will make her a good president, but she's also kind. And
I recall that longer time ago claimed that the genocide in China has stopped. I recall being surprised and afterwards looking for a media place confirming that point, and I wasn't able to find it. That might be the misinformation you spread. You mean the Associated Press article talking about how the Uyghur concentration camps had closed down? Is that what you're talking about? I think it was this. I mean, this is one of the articles. Terror and tourism. Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. Let me see if I can find the other Associated Press article. I don't know why we're doing this right now. This is a distraction. But there wasn't associated. Your general vibe feels like disinformation. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm doing it again. All right, let's get to Bashar.
Has empathy, which can make her a great president. And the contrast between her and those running on the other side couldn't be clearer. As a prosecutor, as an attorney general like I used to be, she prosecuted rapists, domestic abusers, stood for victims, and put away those abusers. Now look at the other side, where J.D. Vance calls pregnancy arising from rape inconvenient. No, it's just plain wrong. He suggests that women should stay in abusive relationships. Listen, a domestic abuser isn't a man, he's a monster, and no one should support anyone having to stay in those relationships. So the vice president is ready. She has my full endorsement. I'm going to do everything I can to support her.
All right.
Does he have the charisma for the job? Yes. Yes, I do think so. Dude, he's Wonder Bread. He's white as hell. He even has a twang. Okay. But more importantly, he's one of the most popular governors in the country in a deep red state like Kentucky. Okay. He's got twang. He's got swag. He fucking fights. He fights hard for things that he believes. As crackdown eases, China's Xinjiang faces long road to rehabilitation. Yeah, this is one of the many articles that was written about the fucking camps closing. Which, by the way, I never said the camps didn't exist, for the record. That would be misinformation if I had done that, but I didn't do that. Anyway, it's like self-defeating. It's self-defeating liberal copium when we do this shit, when it's like, oh, right-wingers and this one guy on the left is actually identical in terms of like spreading misinformation. It's just so stupid. But, you know, sometimes dumb liberals love doing that kind of stupid shit. How do you think Bashar would do in a debate against J.D. Vance? I think he'd cook him. Okay? I think he would absolutely cook him. Especially because Bashar is also like, he's a real Kentucky boy who has love for where he's from. His family's been in Kentucky politics. Whereas J.D. Vance is someone who postured for liberals desperately, like the affection of liberals desperately. Notice none of these guys ever cite a thing you say when they call you misinformation. Yeah, I know. They would say, Hassan, oh God, I'm doing it again. Who cares? All right, let's continue.
All right, some news this morning here. Full endorsement from Governor Beshear of Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket. As you know very well, Governor, because of your record of being elected and reelected as a Democrat in the state of Kentucky, which Donald Trump won in 2020 by about 26 points, people are very interested in you and your future in politics. Has anyone reached out to you from the new Harris campaign about the potential for being the vice presidential candidate, her running mate?
Well, I don't know how that process is going to work. It's flattering to be a part of it. You know, I take it as a compliment, though, to what we've done in Kentucky. You know, what we've done in Kentucky is what we need to do in this country. It's to move beyond the partisanship, the constant arguing, get beyond neighbors yelling at at other neighbors just because of the box they checked when they registered to vote. We need to turn the temperature down and recognize that the most important things to our families, like a good job, health care, safe infrastructure, public safety, public education, none of those are partisan at all. And if we work hard every single day to make progress in those areas, we help all our citizens, not just Democrats, not just Republicans. And this country's has gotten to a boiling point where we just have to move past it. We've got to move to something better. We've got to get back to being Americans and not members of a political party. I believe that that the vice president will win this election. She will move us in that direction, and that's why I'm very excited to provide my full endorsement to her.
And so
follow up on the bet with Hutch. Cast that aside if they just drop that.
So I actually made a bet a few weeks ago with somebody at my meeting that I go to on Monday nights. I made a $100 bet that they would not replace Biden. And I'm hoping, I think there's like a 50-50.
Dude, why the fuck would you get your fucking politics from a goddamn Call of Duty player, dude? Like, I'm sorry. You're like, this is what you deserve. If you're like, oh, I wonder what like an older COD player has to say about this particular thing, like you deserve to be wrong all the time. Like that's just what's gonna happen.
50 chance that he forgets.
You just subscribed.
I think
cast that aside if they just drop that.
So actually,
hey, Hudge is all right, man. No, man, shut the fuck up. No, he's not. He's like, he's not all right. And I say this as someone who played COD with him back in the day. Like, I had a lot of love for him, but over the years, he's become this person who's like very, I don't know, very smug. And I know a lot of people say that about me too, but it's like, yeah, at least I know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude. I didn't just get in on this conversation last second and just basically repeat shit that you heard on MSNBC or Destiny, okay? Even he is new to the fucking fold in comparison to someone like myself. Like, I've been doing this for longer than he has as well. Which, you know, every time I bring that up, his fan base gets real fucking mad about that, but that's the truth. That's the reason why, you know, the things that I say are maybe a little bit more valid and get proven to be fucking true. It's not because I'm like brilliant either. It's just I have experience, more experience. And I'm not simply going to like MSNBC for takes to repeat. But you know, it happens.
So, Governor, would you then be open to the possibility of being a running mate to Vice President?
Sorry for the link. He's been trashing me and you while being wrong, and it's been pissing me off. Also, he owes me $1,500. Yeah, I mean, who cares? Yeah, I don't really care about Hutch's political perspectives, and it is for his sake that I've refused to cover what he has to say about this issue or any other issue for, you know, I don't know why we're even talking about it. I don't want to. I mean, I hope you get your money. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. You're probably not going to get that money, though. I'm going to be honest with you.
President Harris.
Yeah. Well, let me first say I love my job. I love serving the people of Kentucky. The only way I would consider something other than this current job is if I believed I could further help my people and to help this country. I also think, whether I'm asked for that or not, that it's important to be out there, you know, contrasting the vice president and those that she is running against. I believe her record is one of standing up for people, is fighting for the American people. And the record on the other side is just fighting for themselves.
So as vice president, you undoubtedly would be able to help your own people. So are you at least open to the possibility of being a running mate to Vice President Harris?
Well, I think if somebody calls you on that, what you do is at least listen. And I want the American people to know what a Kentuckian is and what they look like, because let me just tell you that J.D. Vance ain't from here. Now, the nerve that he has to call the people of Kentucky, of Eastern Kentucky, lazy. Listen, these are the hardworking coal miners that powered the Industrial Revolution, that created the strongest middle class the world has ever seen, powered us through 2 world wars.
Yeah, that's why he's great. As a perfect counter for Vance. And I hope they see that. He's a real one. He's the guy. He's the method. He's the movement. I think he's the best possible guy. I really like Pritzker as well. But the major reason why I like him is because he's not in Illinois. He's in fucking Kentucky. And at a time when so many Democrats in the Democratic Party that are in red states behave like cowardly Joe Manchin stereotypes, he breaks that mold and never fucking stands down, never compromises on his perspective, especially when it comes to the endless, relentless attacks against some of the most marginalized Kentuckians. I really like that. So they won't pick him? No, I think they could. I think they would. And the reason why I think so is because he also hits the optics angle really well. He is one of the most popular governors in the country in Kentucky. His COVID restrictions were seen as like broadly positive in the state of Kentucky.
Race was also interesting in a lot of ways, but one of the issues that came up was, of course, trans rights. I mean, you did not hesitate.
We covered this already. I covered this already this morning. Let's go back to his video because I want to finish.
We should be thanking them, not calling them lazy. And so today was an opportunity to both support the vice president, but also to stand up for my people. Nobody calls us names, especially those that have worked hard for the betterment of this country.
So, Governor, you've been able to win election there in a state that overwhelmingly went for Donald Trump. So with that in mind, what should some of the messages be from the Democratic ticket going forward, whether you're on it or not, as it tries to paint this contrast with Donald Trump?
Well, what we've got to do is have a message for everyone. What we see from former President Trump are division and trying to rile one group up against others. My faith tells me that's wrong. Golden Rule says we love our neighbor as ourselves.
Hallelujah, baby. He said, my fate tells me that's wrong. Dude. Anytime somebody's like, yo, what about this guy? I just want to show them his family photo. His Merry Christmas ass photo. That's like a fucking flashbang grenade, okay? This dude is a faith build. He is the whitest motherfucker out there. He's got a southern twang. He is OP, okay?
And the parable of the Good Samaritan says everyone is our neighbor. So how about a unifying message that can bring people together and move us past this boiling point in our country? How about we focus on the things that matter most to people when they wake up in the morning? Because when people wake up in the morning, they're thinking about their job and whether they make enough money to support their family. They're thinking about their next doctor's appointment for themselves.
By the way, dude, another thing you have to remember, He's not even doing the bullshit calls for unity that Democrats love doing or bipartisanship. He's literally saying, we got to focus on shit that matters for everyday Americans. None of this fake chaos and division caused by the Republicans. He's hitting Republicans. He's calling them out for culture war talking points. And he's basically bringing it back to policies. This is what you hear from the likes of Bernie Sanders. This is also part of the reason why Bernie Sanders, for the 600 years that he's been in office, has seen as like broadly popular and real, like earnest. He's doing that right now. This conversation is phenomenal. It's not a fake call for bipartisanships. It's not a fake call for Republicans to be a stronger party. It's not even fucking calling the question at the top of the hour ad break and trying to unify against it at the top of the hour by saying, hey, listen, if you don't want to see those ads, just like the rest of the community, all you need to do is subscribe. He reads as wholesome, very Christian. I'm telling you, he would be cooking, okay? Yeah, we already covered this earlier today, but I guess people weren't in here. I might as well play it again. He went on a fucking pro-trans message in Kentucky twice. Pro-abortion and pro-trans. And he's fucking popular. Like, you don't understand what that means. Some of your ad breaks make me wonder if you are indeed a good person. Oh, man.
Themselves, their parents, their kids. They're thinking about the roads and bridges they're going to drive on that day. They're thinking about the public safety in their community, and they're thinking about the school they're dropping their kids off at. That's what most people worry about. And if we can't satisfy that, they don't get to whatever the issue of the day is in Washington, D.C. The message ought to be, I'm in this to build a better life for everyone, not just Democrats, not just Republicans. I run as a proud Democrat, but the moment I became Attorney General and Governor, I took that hat off and I served every single citizen of my Commonwealth. And that's why in re-election, I was reelected by 5 percentage points being a Democrat in Kentucky. That's like 30 anywhere else. But I think it's just people saw who I am and how hard I was trying. And that whether you voted for me or not, I wanted to make your life better. That's what we need to hear from our candidates. And that's what Vice President Harris can do. People want to get back to normalcy. They want to be able to wake up in the morning and check the news, but not have to worry about what crazy thing happened the other day or what crazy thing somebody said. They want to be able to put their kids in front of the TV and not worry about what a former president will say in the language that he'll use. That's who we are as an American people, and that's what we want to get back to.
Pro-union, anti-charter school, pro-LGBTQ rights, uncompromising, insanely fucking, insanely Southern. Okay? He's perfect. I love that a chatter said pro-Israel. If you can find me one American congressperson currently up for the VP nod that is not the most loyal servant to the state of Israel, with the exception of like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, okay? Like a valid choice that will not also have a potential contested seat or anything like that. You are fucking delusional. Saying someone is pro-Israel when talking about the American Democratic Party or the American Republican Party is like saying they're pro-America. Israel is literally a part of America. It's a state, okay? It's the 51st state, but like an important state. Perhaps even seen as a more important state than fucking Kentucky.
I think you're making a great point, Governor, in your endorsement of Kamala Harris, and I want to ask you more about that. You said earlier, and I thought it was very interesting, we need to get back to becoming Americans. And to your point, what has become partisan in the past few years, or since Trump became president, since he served, is democracy, the concept of democracy. Trump Republicans ignore so much, and they spew out a lot of disinformation, and all of it is working against our democratic values. So who do you hope in this election? Is it really about Democrat and Republican, or is it about democracy? Who do you hope will step up and support the Democratic nominee, and you hope it'll be Kamala Harris? Is it important in this moment to cross the aisle even, to really make this about the future of our democracy as we know it? Whether it be George W. Bush or military leaders along with the Obamas and the Clintons, how much, Governor, is at stake in this election?
Well, a lot is at stake. And let me say it's always important to cross the aisle because those are our neighbors. Those are our friends. And we can't let ourselves become so divided because we checked a box that said D or R when all of us are unique. We're made up of the experiences of our lives, and we have different views, even if we're a member of a same party. And so we've got to make sure that we have that dialogue, and we've got to give people the ability, the permission to vote for whoever they think is going to be the best candidate. Mm-hmm. You know, partisanship is now everywhere. From the car you drive to the beer you drink, you're supposed to pick a side. And we just...
Oh, I'm going to nut. I'm going to nut. I'm going to nut. I'm going to nut. Oh, he even brought the beer. Oh, my God. He's doing the Bud Light memes. Oh, my God. I'm nutting. Oh. If I'm in Kentucky, I'm like, that's right. That's my goddamn governor, man. He's right about that. What has become of this goddamn country? Telling us you're nutting when you're actually not nutting is misinformation. Okay, fair. I'll dial back my misinfo on when I'm nutting. Hell yeah, Birder. This is my governor. I love my governor, and my governor loves Tupac. Yeah, I have your link, chatter. Don't worry. Hold on, I gotta pee.
Continue that. And that's why I think that the vice president can give a compelling message about being better. For me, that's certainly about my faith, and it's about living my faith and caring about absolutely everyone. And so this election, especially with the contrast of such a divisive figure like former President Trump, who spews anger, that we can create a contrast that hopefully not only wins this election, but moves us past all this craziness we've been living in. I want a better world for my kids. I want better government for my kids. You know, I want a Congress that works, but I certainly want a president that they can sit in front of the TV and watch. And whether I agree or disagree with what they're talking about, I know they'll do it in a respectful way.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you want to be able to put your kids in front of the TV and not be worried what's going to come out of the president's mouth. Kentucky's Democratic Governor Andy Beshear, you really crystallized it. Thank you very much for coming on the show this morning, making news this morning here on Morning Joe.
That fucking outro is long as hell, brother. Here, let's take a look at. Oh, before that, sorry. Here. This is what he had to say in November 20th, 2023, when he got reelected. After he got reelected, on a pro-trans, like unconditional support for LGBTQ Kentuckians, after he demonstrated that he doesn't give a fuck and he doesn't play that.
This was also interesting in a lot of ways, but one of the issues that came up was, of course, trans rights. I mean, you did not hesitate to veto a sweeping anti-trans bill passed by the Kentucky state legislature, but your opponents still kind of came after, they also, because of that, probably came after you on that. It didn't work. What does that tell you about the effectiveness of this kind of an attack and, this approach from a lot of Republicans out there?
Well, all children are children of God. That's what my faith teaches me, and I was going to stand up especially for the most marginalized children that didn't deserve either a state legislature or an entire campaign and all these super PACs picking on them. These are individuals that are already at the margin.
You know that this is a HasanAbi favorite? Like, the greatest way to neutralize the trans panic arguments is by being like, why do you care so much? Like, that's weird. Even though some of my own trans chatters have oftentimes been at odds with me on this messaging, it is a million times more effective than trying to fucking bring up empirical evidence or like talk about trans suicide rates or anything like that. Well, that part actually you could do in this argument as well, but the best way to talk about it is like, they are children of God too, if you're into God, right? They're just normal people trying to live their fucking daily lives. Why do you want to make their lives worse? They're such a tiny, marginal percentage of the population, and you're spending all of your fucking time trying to harm them when you should be spending some of this goddamn time fixing the fucking potholes. Okay? That's it. That's a winning message. That's the method, baby. The greatest way to neutralize the trans panic arguments is just to be like, dude, you're fucking weird. Trans people don't even think about trans people this much. The fuck's wrong with you? Be fucking normal. And it's true. Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh know more about the latest in like trans culture or trans people. If a trans person sneezes weirdly in a fucking 3-mile vicinity, Ben Shapiro's alerted about it. You know what I mean? Like, they are more tapped in to what the fuck is going on with trans people than most trans people. I think the issue is that the trans spread like cockroaches, so you need to shut them down. Oh yeah, this is an all-time great. That guy is fucking insane, by the way. You mods, clap that fucking dipshit.
And women's restrooms for women who have penises and they just want to stand and pee.
I think people just making too big of a deal about it. I don't really care.
Naughty words. Okay, so we should or shouldn't?
I mean, I don't really care.
Okay. What about tampons and pads in men's restroom for men who have periods?
If you're really getting that worked up about it, why does it matter? Like, I don't care. It's just sitting there. I'm not going to take it.
Okay. So we should provide men with tampons.
I mean, if a dude wants a tampon for some reason, he can have a tampon. That's not my business.
What would he use it for?
I don't know. That's his problem.
What would he use a pad for?
His problem.
Do you think they should seek medical advice if they're having bleeding?
I mean, if they want to, I don't really care. Why should I care?
I don't know. I care about people. If they're bleeding out of their penis, I would want to.
I care about people's personal rights. They can do whatever they want. It's none of my business.
What the fuck is that video?
Out put.
It's just so perfect. Why do you care about this shit? Is such a good fucking question to ask when the shit that they care about is hurting no one. And there's a lot of Republican commentary around shit that hurts nobody. You know?
The studies show suffer more mental health issues, are more at risk for suicide. We ought to be in the suicide prevention business and not further harming kids who are going through too much. I did it because it was the right thing, but I will say the way these super PACs and my opponent went about their campaign was just mean, and it was gross, and it was cruel, and people don't like that. That is not who we are, and this ought to be a message that you can't scapegoat people just to get folks angry, and it's wrong, right? Think about what some people are doing, trying to dehumanize other human beings, trying to turn people against each other, to even foster hate and anger towards another American here, another Kentuckian. Why? So you can elect one more person that has a certain letter behind their name. Listen, this can't be right and left. Some things have to be basic right and wrong, and we've got to get our politics back to where we ask the basic question of right and wrong. There's got to be limits. I mean, this can't be a ruleless type of game because it's so much more than a game. Ask any of these kids.
He wasn't running for president, he wasn't running on the presidential ticket potentially when he was saying that. That was in November. They usually argue that they spread the propaganda on the kids at school. No, that's great. That's when you can fucking be like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What propaganda? Is that how you think it works? When you see like a gay person existing in school that you become gay? Are you gay? Are you having homosexual thoughts right now? Have you seen a gay couple on your way to this conversation? Is that perhaps the reason why you want to suck a penis currently? I don't want to suck a penis right now. I see gay shit all the time. I live in West Hollywood. This is the gay mecca. The thought never crosses the mind, however. You know? These guys are delusional, and all of the trans panic, the grooming narratives, all of that stuff is cultivated in a desperate attempt to generate post hoc rationalizations. Post hoc rationalizations as to why you must hate gay people. It's the answer to that first question. Why do you care? When they're asked that question, that's when they try to flail around and look for a reason.
We are going to resolve this week. Now, understand that, unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time in these because a couple of bad apples can make this challenge that much more difficult. For instance, we had somebody apply for unemployment for Tupac Shakur here in Kentucky, and that person probably thought they were being funny. They probably did, except for the fact that because of them, we've got to go through so many other claims that one person thinking that they were funny, using somebody else's identity, is going to make tens of thousands potentially of other people wait. It's not okay. We can't be doing that, and we shouldn't be doing that as we move forward. But even with that, our goal is to get through those last March claims this week. And I'm going to have a number tomorrow for those after the payments have gone out tonight that are still waiting, that they can call directly. It's going to be just for them. Because if you filed in March and you haven't received anything yet, I'll be darned if we are not going to get it done this week or we are not going to communicate with you. We're going.
So that's part one. Here's a part two follow-up, which makes it even funnier.
I owe somebody an apology tonight. Last night I spent a little bit of time talking about fraudulent claims holding us up and mentioned an individual that had filed in the name of Tupac Shakur. I didn't know, and it's my fault, that we have a Kentuckian who goes by Malik, whose name is Tupac Shakur. I talked to him on the phone today. I apologized. I told him how it happened, but I owned it. It's my fault. He was gracious. I said, I'm sorry if I embarrassed him or caused him any attention he didn't want. He was very kind. He ended the call. God bless. And we're going to make sure that we resolve his claim. Malik, thank you for being so kind. And again, I'm sorry.
There you go. What is happening on CNN? What? I don't know if you're Brett. I think you aspire to be Brett. You just don't become Brett. You have to try.
That is a cool thing. It has a color. Chartreuse is the color. And Kamala Harris has adopted that for...
Remember yesterday when we didn't live in this timeline and I said, I really hope that they don't lean into this meme or any number of different memes that the Kamala Harris campaign will probably inevitably lean into in an effort to keep the momentum organic. It took them literally less than 12 hours to actually obliterate it. I fucking hate these careerist charlatans. Some of you are in here that make these short-term beneficial goals in an effort to get some news media coverage around it, and then you end up cooking your organic marketing opportunities. That is definitely a 30-year-old staffer that is responsible for this, leaning into the brat memes. You fucked it up. You fucked it up. It's so short-sighted. Don't do it. This is what happened with Dark Brandon. Well, the thing is, with Dark Brandon, it was making fun of how old he is. So him leaning into it didn't really matter in either direction because he was still fucking old. Kamala Harris does have the capacity to just like be herself and then have people meme her. Problem is, if she tries to lean into it a little bit, it's gonna end up cutting down the organic share value.
whatever social media page that is. But I have brought some notes because I knew you would want a definition. Okay, here we go. Charlie XCX, who I do know, quote, Brat, you're just that girl who is a little messy and likes to party and maybe says some dumb things sometimes, end quote.
So is the idea that we're all kind of brat and Vice President Harris is brat? I don't.
Well,
I don't know if
two
you're
of-
Brad. I think
right,
you aspire
two of
to
us-
be Brad.
right,
Jake. You don't
right.
just become Brad.
Oh, okay.
You have to try.
You can
All right.
work at it.
I will aspire to be brat. I will aspire. But I mean,
I'm Brian. Kill me. We're all Brian. Kill me today.
the point is that she is, whether it's her or some very clever people who work for her, going right for them in a language of their own that apparently nobody at this table speaks.
To quote another generation.
Except for you, because you think you're
Maybe
23.
this is your generation. She's going to
I'm the closest.
You're a millennial. Take it easy.
So you tell me, is this your? She's going to own it.
She's going to own it.
Own it.
Well, I mean, the truth of the matter is, at 59, she is the youngest candidate in the race. And also, Donald Trump is now the oldest living presidential nominee.
That is true.
In the
We
history
did
the
see
United
some of
States.
this with her first run, the K-Hive, if you will. Like, she did have a huge social media presence 5 years ago when she was running unsuccessfully.
Didn't do much good, though.
It did not do much good for her electoral outcome, but she did have that kind of entree into this world, and I think it's going to be turbocharged now for this.
All right. Thanks.
For those.
Bro, bringing up organic marketing that you just got from Charlie XCX to the fucking K-Hive. You should not be allowed to speak on these matters. Come on, dog. You don't got like a single person. What is going on? I'm gonna stop saying no to when these outlets actually ask me on. It cuts away from my stream time, so I usually say no. But I feel like I have to start chirping at this shit. Harry Daniels sings to Kamala Harris a new video.
Y'all haters corny with that Illuminati mess. Paparazzi catch my fly and my cocky fresh. I'm so reckless when I rock this Givenchy dress, period. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Well, yes.
Who is that guy?
Miss me, people.
What the fuck is this? What is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm getting angry because I don't understand what you're showing me. I'm like an old man. Anyway. Oh, also, once again, Republicans hitting the good notes. In terms of Hogwatch, which we are going to get to now. Representative Tim Burchett, a conservative Republican from Tennessee, attacks Vice President Kamala Harris as a DEI hire.
Question to a Republican Congressman, Tim Burchett of Tennessee, about the fact that they would be going up against someone who would be the first black South Asian woman who could be president of the United States and what that means for the Republican campaign.
Biden said, first off, he said he's going to hire a black female for vice president, and that he just skipped over. What about white females? What about any other group? It just.
Ew, he sounds like a Redditor. Gross. God, these guys are they're so messy, bro. The Republican Party, I don't know what adjective to use in this situation. Like they're so lame and so messy right now. What about white females? Shut up, man. Now, the irony, of course, in this statement is that Biden did actually make the DEI statement, which is unfortunate because they can always go back to that conversation and be like, well, Biden is the one who said this was an affirmative action pick personally. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, notice back in the day, they used to say it for affirmative action. Now they say DEI because the words changed, but the message didn't, if you know what I mean. Anyway. Just so you know, the guy that called you a spreader of misinformation where Chad said that he's writing pro-Israel stuff, etc. I couldn't find anything about that. He did write very basic articles on how to check if pictures from Israel, Gaza, or a different one. So yeah, DEI is the new welfare queen, the new affirmative action. It's just another way to say woke. It's another way to say the N-word, basically. However, I did say this when Biden came out and was like, hey, I'm actually getting Kamala. I'm choosing like a black woman as my VP. I'm choosing a black woman as the Supreme Court of the United States Justice. For the Supreme Court of the United States Justice is like, you are undermining their accomplishments and their background and their achievements when you say that, dumbass. And the reason why he said it is because he is kind of old and racist. So he basically kind of threw ahead of time. And I called it out back then. I straight up called it out 4 fucking years ago. Only kind of old and racist? No, he's definitely old and racist. Not kind of. I'm just trying to be charitable here because he dropped out. Are you gonna ever introduce your new girlfriend on stream? What the fuck are you talking about? Your mom? That's my daughter. Anyway, DEI.
When you go down that route, you take mediocrity, and that's what they have right now as a vice president. So are you suggesting?
Notice you put Kamala in your title. Thoughts on the view that using women's first names and men's last names for politicians is delegitimizing and keeping gender in their focus? This is literally the one day where I didn't write Brandon and you sniped it. That's an insane take, dude. No, the reason why I'm using Kamala instead of Harris is because Kamala is a unique name. When someone's name is unique, when their first name is unique, that's like a more identifiable trait. Someone said Brandon is his last name. Brother? Yeah, everybody says Bernie instead of Bernie Sanders instead of Sanders. But also, do you not understand the reason why I call him Brand? I'm making fun of him when I say Brandon. No, this was a popular video talking about how men will typically call women in positions of power by their first name, i.e. Hillary, not Clinton. This was a study done in 2020. I think in terms of like In terms of, like, I'm sure that's correct. I'm sure that there is validity to that. Except the reason why I'm using Kamala instead of Harris is because Kamala is a more unique name. When I write a title like that and I have limited space, I have to use an economy of words. And the reason for that, I mean, that creates a environment where I'm just using like terms like Brandon. Didn't she go by Hillary to avoid the name association with the Clintons? I think she went by Hillary because Clinton, her husband, was president. Gretchen Whitmer, though, yeah, I do call her Big Gretch. I don't know.
She was a DEI hire.
It kind of undermines her achievements, though. Wait, what? What undermines whose achievements? Calling Kamala Harris Kamala undermines her achievements? Man, get this fucking libtard shit out of here, okay? I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm undermining her achievements then. Yes, I'm sexist. Suck my dick. Okay, give a fucking inch to these goddamn losers, and immediately they're like, well, it's time to drive the narrative panic into Radfem territory immediately. The least fucking productive way that we can have a conversation. Get the fuck out of here, dude. God damn. Radlibs, one fucking day. One goddamn day. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. You can't have one fucking day without turning around and be like, me. You wanna address what I care about? Holy fuck! Remember talking about Elizabeth in 2020? Yeah, I always... Not just address, but apologize? Yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm going to keep fucking calling Kamala Harris Kamala, okay? Because I hate her because of her woman status. Oh, my God.
100%. She was a DEI hire. He said he was going to hire, and she didn't. Her record is abysmal at best.
We know that as a former prosecutor, she can prosecute the case against a convicted felon and make the case to the American people that she is really primed and ready to take over as the leader of our country.
And that last Congressman Dan Golden, a Democrat from New York, expressing what a lot of other Democrats are saying. They believe that she can draw a sharper contrast with Donald Trump than Joe Biden was able to, also to bolster key parts of the Democratic coalition that was frankly struggling, that Joe Biden was struggling to put back together again, whether it was minority voters, young voters, and the like. Perhaps Harris can do that. But what does she do to vulnerable Democrats in key districts in key states? Another key question for Democratic leaders as they assess this huge change to the top of the ticket and what it means for their efforts to keep control of the Senate and take back the House. Guys.
All right, Mona, we'll keep our...
Yeah, they've just completely given up on being normal and appealing to normal people. It's time for Republicans to start talking about Kamala Harris's sexual history and the reason why she likely doesn't have any children of her own. I'm willing to bet she's had so many abortions that she damaged her uterus. A woman who has no biological children of her own should not be allowed to make decisions in the White House for your children. Republicans need to run with this messaging and ask why a woman... Dude, this is why I think it's fucking ridiculous when people are like, there's misinformation spreading online. Young conservatives like Laura Loomer say this kind of shit. When you ask me what I think in terms of my analysis, in terms of like what the Democrats should run with, I'm like, perhaps it's best to counter the Republican narratives on immigrant crime panic, specifically because it's not reflected in any real evidence and empirical evidence, any data whatsoever, instead of leaning into that crime hysteria. That's the difference between someone like fucking Laura Loomer and someone like myself. Laura Loomer's like, yeah, actually, Kamala Harris' pussy don't work. We need to investigate her womb right now. Fuck birtherism. Can she give birth? This dynamic is specifically why I fucking despise like the hyper-centrists, okay? The centrists who are like, both sides have really bad issues. It's like, the fuck do you mean, man? My most radical prospect is like what I consider to be appropriate in the current time frame is like healthcare for all. Okay, yeah, I want to give everybody healthcare, including the fucking Nazis. That is radical to some, I know. Their most radical position is like, we need to look at Kamala Harris's pussy right now. That needs to be that needs to literally be driving the conversation. I need to see her womb. Is she a centrist? No, she's not a centrist. I'm still talking about that one fucking New York Times article that said, where that dickhead said that I spread misinformation as much as right-wingers do. You only say that when you're a straight up fucking Nazi and you want to defend the Nazis mentioned in the article. And I'm one of the guys that routinely shits on those Nazis that are mentioned in the fucking article. And you secretly want to defend them, but you can't say it out loud. Like, that's crazy. Biden stepping aside as nominee makes you 39% more motivated to vote. 49% does not change your motivation. Is this for the youth vote or not? Damn. 6% less motivated to vote. Wow. 50% was already on. Yeah. Does not change means both. It's them registered voters. Does not change means both. It means like people who were not going to vote are not going to vote. People who were going to vote are still the same. Like, it didn't change their motivation because they were going to vote anyway. Mm-hmm. 6% less motivated to vote. We found the Biden dead enders, dude. We found the Biden or busters, baby. I was looking for these motherfuckers. Turns out they voted on this poll, dude. 6%, baby. 6% is everything. Anyway, Republicans need to run with this message and ask why a woman with no kids of her own just a scarred up uterus is so obsessed with wanting to kill your babies. Kamala has zero investment in the future, but she wants to determine our future. Here's some more good polling. Nation's Democrats are reacting positively to Biden's decision to step aside. Biden stepping aside as nominee, out of Democratic registered voters, 83% approval, 17% disapproval. If Biden had that approval-disapproval rating right now, we would not be having this question, okay? We would not even have this conversation. Bro, I don't think Americans have ever approved something, 83%. Abortion control, protection for abortion. Oh. Universal background checks for firearms. That's another one. Anyway, Let's move on from this. Oh, here, let's keep doing more. Republicans are losing their fucking minds, okay? Update. I've received multiple emails like this one confirming many elements of the story. Many have confirmed that a call went out to block streets to get Biden to University Medical Trauma Center ASAP. And then that plan abruptly changed and they got him out on Air Force One very quickly. I have not confirmed the IDs of these people, but there are an overwhelming number of stories corroborating essentially the same account that I felt comfortable sharing. I have people diving deeper into this now. Charlie, your info is solid. I retired from Las Vegas Metro in ... My source texted me just now. We were making plans to go to UMC Trauma first. Called in the box squads to come help shut down the route. Then it changed to taking him to the airport. He was on the plan fast and took off faster than I've ever seen Air Force One leave the airport. They're saying Biden died. Which is so funny because you see him get out of the car, or you see him get out of the plane and like have a hard time getting into the car. That's awesome. God, I love Republicans so much. I love misinformation. I love spreading it. I will not be addressing what Charlie said because, you know, both sides spread the same kind of misinformation. As you guys know, I read the New York Times. That's what the New York Times said. I'm still mad. I'm so mad. Here's the NRSC memo on Kamala Harris. Foreign policy. Kamala Harris sides with Hamas terrorists, not Israel. Second Amendment. Kamala Harris supports confiscating legally purchased firearms through mandatory buyback programs. Wow. That's really fucked up. Weird. Kamala Harris is a habit of laughing. Bro, they have nothing. They have nothing. All day. Look at how many fucking bullet points are on weird. Kamala Harris pledged to ban plastic straws in favor of banning certain behaviors like eating red meat. Kamala Harris loves Venn diagrams. Kamala Harris loves electric school buses because she went to school on a school bus. Kamala Harris recently discovered that electricity doesn't smell. Kamala Harris has a bad habit of laughing at inappropriate moments. No, the Venn diagrams thing is funny. It's goofy. What? Kamala wants to ban beef because she's Indian? No, they're saying Kamala wants to ban red meat because Green New Deal. That's what they're trying to say. It's not like a racist attack. Although now that you put that out there, they might try to do that. Who knows? Kamala is talking. Oh, yeah, she's talking tonight, right? Let's hear from her. Let's hear and let's listen. I'm listening. I'm hearing. I'm sitting my white ass down.
Organization in history. I've been doing this. I always kid and say.
Oh, Biden is calling into his former campaign headquarters.
I don't know of a better campaign organization, grassroots campaign. You know, we have over 230 offices opened. We have over 2,000 paid staff, and we have literally several thousand volunteers on a regular basis, thousands of them. And they've been relentless and tireless in reaching out and contacting voters. The leadership of this campaign has been amazing. Jen O'Malley, Dillon, Julie, Quinton, Michael Tyler, Rob Flaherty, Rufus on raising money, and so many more. You built this team. You brought them together. You brought us together.
Bro, he sounds like AI Biden. He sounds so clear and so coherent. Like a weight has been lifted off of his shoulders.
Top of the ticket, but the mission hasn't changed at all. And by the way, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be out there in the campaign with her, with Kamala. I'm going to be working like hell, both as a sitting president, getting legislation passed, as well as in campaign.
Like motherfucker was like, he was dying 3 days ago.
And Trump is still a danger to the community. He's a danger to the nation. And just just ask my foreign policy colleagues, my counterparts, and other people
Damn,
around
he's
the world.
spitting,
and
dude.
home.
He's spitting. What is happening?
So I'm hoping you'll give every bit of your heart and soul that you gave to me to Kamala. And
Bro, what the fuck do they put in Paxlovid? I swear to God, I'm about to start mainlining that shit. Straight ripping
6 months
Paxlovid.
left in my presidency. I'm determined to get as much done
Bro.
as I possibly can, both foreign policy.
Bro,
and
this
domestic
is the
policy.
most
Keep
coherent
lowering
he's
costs for
been.
families, continue to speak out on guns and child care, elder care, prescription drugs, and climate. Climate still is the existential
What is
threat
going
we face,
on?
and if we don't win this thing, it's all in jeopardy. And we got to keep working for an end to the war in Gaza. I've been working very closely with the Israelis and with the Palestinians to try to work out how we can get the Gaza war to end and Middle East peace and get all those hostages home. I think we're on the verge of being able to do that. And we got to keep our alliances together. It's critically important. It took a while for me to build these alliances. Most of my colleagues have acknowledged that, but it's critically important for our safety and security. And I know I'll be doing whatever Kamala wants me or needs me to do in addition. So let me be real clear. We're still fighting in this fight together. I'm not going anywhere. And I want you to know you've always had my back. And I promise you, I will always have your back. And I'm anxious for you all to hear from Kamala. So thank you, Julie. You're the best.
Okay, that was crazy.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Bro called in the morning Joe with like at 25% power in comparison to this.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. President, again, for taking time to join our call today. And, as the president said, we are full steam ahead in supporting the vice president, and we are seeing incredible enthusiasm already. From
Why
our
does she
supporters,
also sound like
from
Kamala Harris?
Democratic governors to senators to House members to mayors to folks across the country. Our Democratic Party is really uniting around our nominee, and we just announced that we raised $81 million in 24 hours.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. What was that? That was weird, bro. That was weird as fuck. I have been paying close attention to Biden for 4 years. And especially in the last month, he has never had a moment where he sounded like that.
Wow.
Get this Rizless
Julie,
man
thank
out of
you
here.
So much. I've known Julie a long time, going back to her days working in Kamala's Senate office. And we
bring one of his daughters out, okay? Instead, they have more charisma. Not Douglas.
So thank you so much.
Don't do it. Second gentleman Doug, about to be first gentleman Doug.
Very emotional listening to President Biden just then. I was emotional before I heard that because of who he is and what he represents, the dignity, the empathy. He's had my back personally. Some of my toughest moments as second gentleman.
He is zesty. Douglas is a bit zesty.
Came up to me and said, "Look, I know, kid, you're a great lawyer. I know this must have been tough, but what better way to leave that than to support your wife, who you love so much, and your country that you love so much." And it's hard to believe it was about 4 years ago, the first time I came to Wilmington is when she got the call from President, then candidate Biden, to be on the ticket. And we came here the next day. We went to their home, and he said with Dr. Biden, "Welcome to the family."
Yo, we have to
Biden's.
respect. We have to put some respect on Douglas. I actually have to go back on what I said because he might have been the guy that gave Biden COVID, okay, and made this all happen. The plan is in motion.
This was day one 4 years ago. And now look where we are now. To have been able to serve as second gentleman with him as our president, Dr. Biden as our first lady. Unbelievable. And now I get to support my wife, Kamala Harris, running for president of the United States. Let me tell you something. We are going to win this election. We're on the right side of every single issue. And we have this team right here and thousands of others all around the country. How do I know? Because I've been traveling all around the country and I've met them. We have an amazing team. You have done an amazing job, and you're going to continue to do that so we can elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. So let's hear it for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
That's the look of a man that secured the bag. I mean, he did. I mean, they still kiss with more passion than fucking Josh Hawley and his wife.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Can we just give it up again for my husband?
What do you call a male first lady, first gentleman?
It is so
Come
good
on,
to
dude.
hear our president's voice. Joe, I know you're still
He
on.
said a male first lady.
And we've been talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do, everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe. Oh.
Damn! Motherfucker's still on the phone. He's like, don't you be talking shit now.
So, Joe, I'm going to recognize some of the electeds who are here, and then I'm going to get back to you. Hold on a second. So let me please, acknowledge some extraordinary national leaders who are also dear friends, both to the president and to me. Governor John Carney, where are you? There you are. And his wife, they are
Damn,
here.
look at her
Senator
pointing to
Tom
people.
Harper, my
Remembering
former
their names, not fucking up her
wife is
speech.
here. Chris Coons, my
How
dear
refreshing.
friend. Attorney General Kathy Jennings. The mayor is here. Przicki, where are you? There. And the next United States Senator from the great state of Delaware is here, Lisa Rochester. And I know everyone here has seen these elected leaders in this very campaign office on a regular basis. And I know Joe is so thankful to them for their lifelong friendship, but I want to thank them also because you guys have really been carrying some heavy water from the first days of our campaign. So thank you all. This truly is a Delaware family. Thank you. I want to thank Jen O'Malley Dillon. Where is she, Jen? I'm going to talk about her in a minute. Julie Chavez Rodriguez. Sheila Nix. There you are. And the entire team that is here. I want to thank all of you and those who are joining from offices across our nation. So Doug and I wanted to stop by today to thank everybody and to express just what we know to be true. You all have been working so hard. The people in this office have been working so hard. And you have given so much of yourselves, long days and nights, what you are sacrificing in terms of the time you could be spending with other friends and other family. And you're giving yourselves to our country because you love our country. And
Joe's listening on the other side like, you motherfuckers are clapping a little too hard, okay?
And so today, just right after Joe made his announcement, it was important for me to continue with his role of leadership in this office, of like him, who has said for many, many, many months, and I say it today, thank you all so very much for what you are doing.
Thank you.
And what you will continue to do. So let's applaud the team. And I know it's been a roller coaster, and we're all filled with so many mixed emotions about this. I just have to say, I love Joe Biden. I love Joe Biden, and I know we all do, and we have so many darn good reasons for loving Joe Biden. And I have full faith that this team will be the reason we win in November. You all who are here. And as Julie always says, and I will quote the great Julie, we are one team, one fight. One team, one fight. And she's been an extraordinary campaign manager. She's going to continue in this role and see us to victory in November. And we are all here because we love our country, right? And we believe in our foundational principles. We believe in freedom and opportunity and justice, not for some, but for all. And so we have 106 days until Election Day, and in that time we have some hard work to do. And as JOD always reminds us, we can do hard things. JOD has been such an incredible leader of this team, and that is why I have just asked her to run my campaign, and she has accepted. And so over the next 106 days, we are going to take our case to the American people, and we are going to win. We are going to win.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Now I'm getting back to you, Joe. I will tell you.
What was it? Ricchetti and Jen O'Malley Dillon are the two top campaign advisors.
Vice President to our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment.
What is going on?
Just over a lifetime, but just over the last
with the quality
3.5 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who served historic legislation. And I'm going to tell you, I'm a first-hand witness to all this work. I would sit with Joe in the Oval Office while he would bring members of both sides of the aisle and talk and listen and help them see what they may have in common and how we can actually work towards solutions. And because of their confidence in Joe, these accomplishments occurred. Joe has stood up for democracy at home, and he has stood
This should be the last day she defends Joe Biden.
And he has always
She has to do this year because it's like the campaign changing, campaign headquarters,
and many of you
and its
may
campaign
know,
is changing hands.
I came to know Joe through his son, Bo. Bo and I worked together.
This
as
is
state
the
attorneys
last day, okay?
And back then,
never
Bo
again.
would often tell me stories about his dad. And he would talk about the kind of father and the kind of man that Joe Biden is. And he would talk about the qualities of his father. And the qualities that Bo revered the most are the same qualities that I see every day in our president. His honesty, his integrity, his commitment to his faith and his family, his big, big heart, and his deep love of our country. And I don't need to tell you all, you know Joe's background, right? I mean, he grew up in a middle-class family in Scranton, and he has never forgotten where he comes from. And so, again, I am a first-hand witness from being with him in the Oval Office to the Situation Room and seeing him on the global stage with world leaders. President Joe Biden fights for the American people, and we are deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation. Joe, are you watching? You hear this clapping? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I knew it.
We love you, Joe. You're the best, kid.
And let us be very clear, Joe is not done. Far from it. He knows there is still more work to do, and our nation will continue to praise his bold and visionary leadership as president. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And it is my great honor to have Joe's endorsement in this race.
You sure do.
And it is my intention to go out and earn this nomination and to win. So in the days and weeks ahead, I, together with you, will do everything in my power to unite our Democratic Party, to unite our nation, and to win this election. You know, as many of you know, before I was elected as Vice President, before I was elected as United States Senator, I was the elected Attorney General, as I've mentioned, of California, and before that I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. And in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his. As a young prosecutor, when I was in the Alameda County District Attorney's Office in California, I specialized in cases involving sexual abuse. Donald Trump was found liable by a jury for committing sexual abuse. As Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges and put it out of business. Donald Trump ran a for-profit college, Trump University, that was forced to pay $25 million to the students it scammed. As district attorney, to go after polluters, I created one of the first environmental justice units in our nation. Donald Trump stood in Mar-a-Lago and told big oil lobbyists he would do their bidding for a $1 billion campaign contribution. During the foreclosure crisis, I took on the big Wall Street banks and won $20 billion for California families, holding those banks accountable for fraud. Donald Trump was just found guilty of 34 counts of fraud. But make no mistake, all of that being said, this campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. There is more to this campaign than that. Our campaign has always been about two different versions of what we see as the future of our country, two different visions for the future of our country. One focused on the future, the other focused on the past. Donald Trump wants to take our country backward to a time before many of our fellow Americans had full freedoms and rights. But we believe in a brighter future that makes room for all Americans. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. We believe in a future where no child has to grow up in poverty, where every person can buy a home, start a family, and build wealth, and where every person has access to paid family leave and affordable child care. That's the future we see. Together we fight to build a nation where every person has affordable health care, where every worker is paid fairly, and where every senior can retire with dignity. All of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because we here know when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And we know that's not the future Donald Trump is fighting for. He and his extreme Project 2025 will weaken the middle class and bring us backward. Please do note that. Back to the failed trickle-down policies that gave huge tax breaks.
My controversial opinion is that this is Rizless. Okay, this is Rizless. This is not what you know. It needs to be better than this. This won't take it across the finish line.
Which is a right for every American. America has tried these economic policies before. They do not lead to prosperity. They lead to inequity and economic injustice. And we are not going back. We are not going back. You're not taking us back. Our fight for the future is also a fight for freedom. Generations of Americans before us have led the fight for freedom, from our founders to our framers, to the abolitionists and the suffragettes, to the freedom riders and farm workers. And now I say, team, the baton is in our hands. We who believe in the sacred freedom to vote. We who are committed to fight to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We who believe in the freedom to live safe from gun violence. And that's why we will work to pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. We who will fight for reproductive freedom, knowing if Trump gets the chance, he will sign a national abortion ban to outlaw abortion in every single state, but we are not going to let that happen. It is this team here that is going to help in this November to elect a majority of members of the United States Congress who agree the government should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will sign it into law. Indeed, we the people. So ultimately, to all the friends here, I say, in this election, we know we each face a question: what kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law? Yes! Or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? No. You all are here because you as leaders know we each, including our neighbors and our friends and our family, we each as Americans have the power to answer that question. That's the beauty of it, the power of the people. We each have the ability to answer that question. So in the next 106 days, we have work to do. We have doors to knock on. We have people to talk to. We have phone calls to make. And we have an election to win. So are you ready to get to work? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we willing to fight for it? And when we
Saying she's Rizless is giving women aren't funny. Like, I don't know, she's just not selling it, bro. What do you even mean? What do you mean? She's saying the damn thing. I think you understand exactly what I mean. Like, yeah, saying the lines doesn't carry across the finish line. Okay? just simply saying the lines didn't help Hillary Clinton get across the finish line either. Yeah. Yeah, no, but you're right. I am, of course, misogynistic. And that's why I'm saying it. Oh, I mean, it's still better than Biden because she's objectively not dying. So there's that. But it's certainly not impressive enough, because while Donald Trump is a very unpopular candidate, a very weak candidate, okay? Kamala Harris, in order to captivate a lot of the voters that have left, and has done a decent job by just simply not being 800 years old so far, is going to have to do a little bit more than just saying the lines. Anyway. Don't you think she's quite better from 4 years ago? What is she supposed to do? Dance to Brad Summer songs? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. She doesn't have the baggage that Hillary Clinton had, so obviously that's not a apt comparison. She started off strong with the, I've prosecuted people. Like she's trying to use the attorney general prosecutor background to an advantage. Like I said, it's going to be a convict versus cop election. I'm not entirely convinced it's a super solid narrative. She's not good. She's just better than Trump. Yeah. This chat is lived up at the moment. Oh, no, for sure. Curious would be a female politician who meets the risk standards. I think Whitmer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Summer Lee, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, Katie Porter, if we're moving outside of like the ideological boundaries. Anyway. I mean, she doesn't have to have a banger speech at the end of the day, but it is like pretty generic. Yeah. It's bad, generic, lame message. It's like 100 years old. Millions of Americans don't believe in anything she's talking about because their lives are so much worse under the system since COVID. I think like, I think that, I mean, this doesn't mean that she doesn't have a shot. Like I said, Trump is a bad candidate, right? Hogs are unironically claiming they were using AI Biden voice.
It was surprising, and it was hard for you to hear, but it was the right thing to do.
Yes. I love that half of chat was saying that too. I mean, I was memeing about it, but of course, when I meme about some shit like this, conservatives are being very real about shit like this. Her job is not to entertain you. That's an L take. Dude, that's awesome. It took approximately 24 hours for liberals to immediately jump the Hillary Clinton lines. She's running for president. Her job literally is to entertain me. Okay? Her job is to captivate me. Her job is to captivate you. She's running for president. Shut the fuck up. Nothing should be taken for granted. And this kind of attitude is exactly what's wrong with the fucking Democratic Party. That's so funny. Like, you're just objectively wrong when you say her job is not to entertain you. It's a campaign staff. It's a message to the campaign staff. She's limited by what she's supposed to say in this situation. Obviously, it's supposed to direct still back to like Joe Biden in some ways, but overall, I think like, so you're looking for a black woman to shook and save your you? What? Come on. I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break. So there's no way these are actually ad break debates. What would it take for you to back Kamala? You mean shook and jive for me? Is that what you were trying to say? Shuck and jive? Is that what you were trying to point to? Yeah. Good take, man. Some people got to take this seriously because they're not millionaires residing in the Hollywood Hills, my good sir. This might be entertainment to you. You just don't want to fuck her, Lamau. Why not give her a chance? I am going to fuck. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill myself right now. What is happening? What is going on in this fucking dumbass chat? What the fuck is happening? This is actually insane. There's like so many fucking 7-month subscribers, 10-month subscribers, 30-month subscribers being like, you must be racist and sexist to say that her message is not very captivating. That's awesome. Wow. That's awesome. I'm Brian Kill Me. It's going to be a long 106 days. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's great. The instincts that you have currently, he said that as someone on our side, not the sexist one. No, the instincts that you have right now that immediately cause you to cast aside every other time you've heard me say things that you agree with. Okay? The instincts that you have right now that immediately cause you to say, well, there must be some cynical reason as to why Hasan is saying this. He must have some secret, previously uninitiated, unheard of anti-black sentiment that we just landed on right at this very moment. Those are bad instincts. You need to make sure that you never have those feelings again. Why do you assume your viewers agree with you, Lamau? I don't assume random viewers agree with me, but I would suspect that someone who has been a 7-month subscriber at the very least doesn't secretly think that I'm harboring resentment towards black women. And that resentment just all of a sudden came out after I said Kamala Harris's last speech that we just listened to was not very effective. You can disagree with me. Many people do it all day, every day. They just don't immediately make assumptions that I'm cynically, secretly a closeted fucking racist anti-woman person. Okay? Perhaps we can make a distinction between the two. Is that possible for chatters? Yeah. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break right now for the many long-term community subs that are. Are you saying you're not even a little bit wondering if it was an AI voice? No, I don't think it was an AI voice. He also literally was there and listened to the call and responded to it. So it's ridiculous. Objectively better than Joe Biden, not a carcass, able to deliver a speech, just not able to deliver a speech well so far. Also, my biggest fear in this situation was that she was going to be like 2019 Kamala Harris, the Kamala Harris that, had to drop out, the Kamala Harris that didn't actually win anything in the primaries, the Kamala Harris that was not even looked after by the liberal Democratic Party primary voters. Especially because if you want Donald Trump not to be president, okay, I don't want Donald Trump to be president. But if you also don't want Donald Trump to be president, the expectation from your president, your presidential nomination, your presidential nominee is supposed to be high. Okay? I've followed you for years, but your valid critique of her speech has gone too far. I don't think you're secretly a racist. You just had an L take, and that's okay. You're human, not always right. Camilla's job isn't to entertain you. If the race would be about the best entertainer, Trump would win. Trump did win because he was the best entertainer to some respects. But that's not what it is. The race should be about policies is a wonderful fucking prospect. But Americans don't vote on policy boundaries. They vote on vibes. Okay? And as far as vibes goes, Kamala Harris has to deliver a more convincing speech. That's it. I think she would do better in a debate stage than she does as like a campaigner, I guess. But you guys are wrong if you think that the average American is like thinking about this. The average American is thinking about this from the perspective of policies. Policies are meaningless if the person who is pushing those policies is not a good communicator of said policies. You, as the presidential candidate, have to be the number one convincer of Americans on those policies. The bully pulpit is one of the most important parts of the presidency. Okay? Being able to inspire confidence in yourself, in your ideological movement, in the things that you want to do, that is what the voters will respond to. I can't believe I'm having this conversation, but that is how it works. Okay? Radfam libs are going to be up your ass for the next few months. Yeah, I don't really care. Like, what do you mean? I'm a fucking Bernie bro. Remember? I was a Bernie bro. I was already a racist, white supremacist, woman hater because I wanted Bernie Sanders to be the president. You know? Oh man, what will I do? I really do hope that that's not the number one reaction that liberals have to people criticizing Kamala Harris, especially from the left. It's not. She's not supposed to get up there and make fucking jokes. That's not what I'm expecting out of her. But she just basically was. She basically took it one step above Joe Biden. But given that this race is still close and Kamala has to prove herself, something she has not done in a very long time, she has to go above and beyond in the upcoming days. I think that this will still, the fact that she's not dead, the fact that she's young, these are younger, these are going to be immediate improvements on the polls, I suspect. Okay? But there's only 100 days. Okay? So the first 30 to 40 days are pretty fucking significant. In comparison to Joe Biden, you know, it's pretty good. If she keeps this level up, then, you know, it'll be a close race. What about the record-breaking fundraising in just 24 hours? Yeah, no, I'm saying that happened because people did not want Joe Biden, and people are happy with a younger, more dynamic candidate. Now she has to show that she's a younger, more dynamic candidate who's not just going to read out talking points. Yeah, this is a good take, though. My wife is a liberal, but distances herself from the news. May or may not vote in presidential elections, but not outside of that. She wasn't going to vote this year. She's been getting excited and on the verge of tears, seeing some TikTok Kamala edits show up on her feed, talking about how cool it would be to finally have a woman president. Never had the same level of sentiment about Hillary. It feels like it'll be a common position. I think that that is a common position. I think that a lot of the base of support within the Democratic Party that left, okay, will come back and will come back or at least be interested in the race. That's the reason why there's 53,000 people watching me right now. This is good. Okay? This is good. But this is an opportunity. It's simply an opportunity. It's not a fucking given. As far as polls go, 3 came out leaked today, and all 3 show the same thing. Kamala tied, /down 1 to 2 points from Trump, but performed 4 points better than Biden straight up. So she already got a 4-point bump in one day. Exactly. No, that is expected. That is exactly what I expected to happen. That is exactly what I said would happen. And it's happening because people were not exactly upset with the Democratic Party in general. They were upset with Joe Biden's age. They were upset with Joe Biden being very obviously, a president whose mental faculties have deteriorated. People were also upset that it was just boring old people. Like, most Americans are not voting on anything beyond, oh man, we're going to vote for 2 old, boring white guys again. One that's chaotic, the other one's like, too damn old. So yes, there will of course be momentum in the direction of Kamala Harris. But that momentum, just like you said in the polls, is not going to be an immediate W. So if people thought Kamala Harris, a clearly better orator than Joe Biden, clearly not a fucking cadaver, is going to just carry is just going to carry the Democrats into an electoral victory on its own, you're wrong. I'm not voting for who is more rizzed up, but she's not rizzed up enough. Yes, Riz is a substitute word I'm using in this circumstance. It's also shortened for charisma. And it doesn't matter what you're not voting for. You are in the most politically autistic community of all time. What the fuck are you talking about? Do you think you represent the average voter? Have you talked to a real human one time in your life? Guys, never, and I do this all the time, and I hope you do this as well, never look to this community as a broad representation of American politics, okay? The median voter is a sea of contradictions. Never forget, the median voter who is undecided at this point will tell you stuff like, yeah, we need to do fucking mass deportations of all goddamn migrants in this country. And then in the same breath, will turn around and tell you, without even thinking about the contradictions, will tell you, yo, we should do amnesty actually for everyone that's been here. That is the direct opposite position on that issue. And yet Americans say shit like that all the time. Come on now. Of course you are not voting for who's more rizzed up. No, you're making lesser evil voting calculations. Okay? And by your estimation, understandably, Kamala Harris is the lesser evil, the clear lesser evil in comparison to Donald Trump. Okay? That's fine. That's understandable to make. That's an understandable calculation to make. Americans don't make that calculation demonstrably. Okay? If they did make that calculation, Hillary Clinton would have been president in 2016. Polls point to almost all the gains, by the way, from 1, undecided people, 2, RFK voters who abandoned him instantly as long as there was another choice, 3, Black Latino voters who way prefer her. She performed 20 to 30 points better with black people than Biden already, which you called like months ago. Yeah. This happens a lot in this chat. People think you're explaining how to vote and not explaining how you think people will vote. They don't get you're a pundit. Yeah. I mean, my opinion on the matter is very different than the average person's. And I suspect your opinion on the matter is very different as well. But we're not talking about 50,000 people in this community. We're talking about the hundreds of millions of people who vote. Okay? Do I think that momentum will only build from here? Yes, I do. Huh. Hasn't she already lost people's trust by covering Biden's obvious signs of mental decay? No, I don't think people will. I mean, Republicans will try to hammer that narrative, but I don't think it'll hit home. That is a definite weakness, though. For sure. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. In one day, you've pissed off leftists for talking about Kamala in anything near a positive light, and also been called a racist misogynist for being slightly critical of Kamala. The internet is so broken. Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit. That's why people still come in here. So it's a narrative, not real. No, I don't. Like, I think Biden has been pretty fucking sheltered, especially from Kamala Harris and damn near the entirety of his cabinet. He has good moments and he has bad moments. Obviously, if he didn't have some good moments and his closest in his staff didn't keep him isolated from everybody else, if he didn't have any fucking good moments, his dumbass campaign wouldn't have put him forward for a fucking debate. They literally thought that he was good enough to debate, okay? Unless you think there was a secret plot to show the world how bad his brain is. Unless you think there was a secret plot to show the world by his own campaign, to show the world how bad how bad his brain is, I suspect that a lot of people saw him in his best moments and not in his worst moments, and probably cast aside, especially because the media wasn't placing an awful amount of emphasis on his bad moments and would just like hand wave it away, with the exception of right-wing media. We covered it quite a bit. But if you weren't paying super close attention until the debate, you were like, yeah, he's kind of old and he stumbles over his words from time to time. And not, oh my God, this dude is literally out of control. But yeah, this stuff is good. Stuff is really good for the Democrats. Over 888,000 donors in the past 24 hours. 60% are first-time donors. 43% new recurring donors. Kamala HQ doubled his following overnight. Game on. They raised $81 million in the first 24 hours. Okay? Like, that's incredibly impressive. That shows that the people were basically desperate, begging for anyone. Anyone but Joe. Do you understand? That's huge. Anyway, in your opinion, what does she have to do to appeal to the average voter who isn't going out of their way to stay educated on the issues, how each party is saying they'll run their presidency? I've already told you, like, that was a carbon copy. That was a carbon copy of, I mean, here, this is Barack Obama campaigning, but like, he's not someone you can actually recreate, as I've always said.
This won't be easy.
You can't do that. You can't repeat Barack Obama. Just like you can't repeat Donald Trump in the Republican Party, you can't repeat Barack Obama in the Democratic Party. Trying to repeat Barack Obama in the Democratic Party will cause you to be a Pete Buttigieg style person.
Now, the storm hasn't quite passed yet. Sometimes the skies look cloudy and it's dark, and you think the rains will never pass.
This is generational aura. This is generational riz.
Here's what I understand, that as long as all of us are together, as long as we are all committed, then there's nothing we can't do. That's why we started off.
It's crazy that he took all of these people, by the way, like millions of Americans who door knocked for him, and immediately took it and placed it under the DNC and shut down the actual like grassroots momentum that he had, that he could use to basically bully people and ensure that the progressive message of hope and change that he put forward and all the policies that he wanted to implement would have actually been implemented. He had an army, dude. He had a literal fucking army. Anyway, I don't want to even talk about Obama and how disappointing he was in comparison to how fucking, phenomenally charismatic he is.
This campaign saying, yes, we can. That's why we understood that black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Native American, young, old, rich, poor, it doesn't matter, we're all Americans. That our destiny will be shaped by us. And this young generation that's out here, the young people of America, understand that the clouds, these too will pass, that a brighter day will come, that if you're willing to work for it, if you're willing to roll up your sleeves, if you're willing to lock arms and march and talk to your friends, talk to your neighbors, make a phone call, do some organizing. Yes, do some community organizing. Then I promise you, Fredericksburg, we will win Virginia. We will win this general election. And you and I together, we will change the country and change the world. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
It's so cool that he won with an insane broad popular mandate after an unimaginably unpopular Republican administration that was so bad that they basically damn near collapsed the entire global economy. And then he fucking turned around and he cut any kind of broad progressive momentum that existed within the Democratic Party, and he shuttered it so fast that I think he basically single-handedly destroyed what semblance of the left that remained in this country. Anyway, so regardless, probably better that Kamala doesn't have this, so she could just say bullshit like Obama could. I mean, I want Kamala Harris to not be like this. I can't. No one can be like this. This is a generational talent, once in a lifetime charisma, and I think the Democrats are wrong for trying to recreate that energy. It's not going to happen. Having said that, that's not my expectation. My expectation simply is that, you know, she pushes the needle a little bit further than 2019. Oh. He did have a nuclear deal with Iran. At least that was pretty poggers. That's true. That was one of the best things that he did. That, normalizing relations with Cuba. Anyway, any hope for Kamala being better on Gaza? I think so, but we shall see. Like I said, I don't think she can like cut across Joe Biden too much. Like I said, it's a bit of a tricky situation. She's definitely not going to do it. She's definitely not going to do it when, Joe Biden is on the fucking call and she's at the campaign headquarters, right? Like, she's not going to do that. And it will be rather difficult for her to cut against Joe Biden on issues where Joe Biden is weak or was weak. Scahill actually scrutinized the record. Harris abetted the Gaza war even if she expressed moral unease, tactical disagreement. While she does not have half a century of overwhelming support for Israel's brutality and militarism like Biden, she does have a record of hardline support for Israel. So, like, what I'm looking for in this situation is she going to be... Obama was another guy, by the way, who was critical of Israel, and then on his way out, he gave $38 billion to Israel. That's after Netanyahu called him boy, basically, over and over again. Netanyahu famously said Barack Obama was a young boy who didn't know anything about the Middle East. Oh my God. Okay, dude. What do you mean Jews secretly run shit? Yeah, totally, dude. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. They just have mind control powers over the likes of Joe Biden. Or unless you mean Joe Biden is a secret Jew. Anyway, Joe Biden, Jew Biden. So, I think her opinion on Gaza will be very important for the youth vote. That's number one, even though I think she will pick up a lot. She will pick up a lot more support from younger voters just by being not Joe Biden. That's number one. Having said that, is that enough to carry her across the finish line? I'm not so certain. Sure, she spoke at AIPAC. There is, dude, there's like 8 congresspersons who haven't spoken at AIPAC. Please stop. Like, I know everything that you know. I promise. Okay. And no, I didn't just read like a Stop AIPAC Tracker account headline. I know. Within hours of Joe Biden announcing he would not seek re-election, the Democratic Party's power elite began consolidating their support for Vice President Kamala Harris. I think Michigan, in the critical state of Michigan alone, where a devastating poll from the Detroit Free Press on Sunday morning showed Biden down 7 percentage points to Trump across the state, where there were over 100,000 uncommitted primary voters. You will not win Michigan if you don't fix the message on Gaza. And not only fix the message on Gaza, but you also have to demonstrate that there is now a change in attitude that people can believe in. Okay? Like, it's over. It's Jover at that point. It's actually fucking super Jover. This is what I keep trying to stress, but people refuse to reckon with this reality for some reason. And they think like, oh, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then, good luck getting deported is not going to be the winning message that you think it is. Okay? Notably, the mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, Abdullah Hammoud, did not immediately come out in favor of Harris. Instead, he posted, Dems have an opportunity to be bold this convention, to nominate a candidate who can usher historic policy domestically and abandon the genocidal course charted in Gaza and beyond. America needs a candidate who can inspire voters to come out to the ballot box this November. 75% of those uncommitted voters will fold when faced with Trump in a real election. Primary is meh. it appears to me that I have more Democratic Party analysts in this chat than I previously thought. Okay? This attitude is exactly how Trump won. This attitude is exactly how Trump won in 2016. Oh. Voters across the world do not vote or do not even buy product this way. Okay? There is no world where you're just like, nah, they'll just get scared and they'll vote. Like, it's very stupid. I don't know how the Democratic Party and the media apparatus that accompanies the Democratic Party has like convinced normal people, not people whose career is to lie like this, to genuinely hold on to this message. Okay? Now, it's not just Gaza. Her biggest weakness is immigration. Watch this space. Her biggest weakness on the policy front is immigration. It's not even the economy. Okay? It's fucking immigration. That's big. She was the border czar. Now, her advantage is people didn't really put any of the policies on Kamala Harris. But if she continues along with the right-wing attitude demonstrated from top of the ticket Democrats and from the establishment Democrats in the party on we will be the border control party, that is a massive failure. Okay? Harris plans private meeting with Netanyahu as she skips congressional address. The vice president was scheduled to attend an event for a Zeta Phi Beta sorority in Indianapolis before the Israeli prime minister's address date was sent. She's not going to be there for Bibi's joint address to Congress, but will conduct a separate bilateral meeting with the Israeli prime minister this week at the White House. Harris was scheduled to attend an event for her sorority. That doesn't really mean much. Like, that's something you can totally say you're not going to if you thought it was important enough for you to put yourself out there as someone who is in support of Benjamin Netanyahu. Why is Bibi speaking to Congress? Because I think they just want every 100% of Americans to believe in anti-Semitic conspiracies. That's got to be the reason. Because I can't think of any good reason why a war criminal in the eve of this ICJ decision coming down, declaring Israel to be an apartheid state, okay, something that pretty much every NGO, every human rights organization agrees on, including Israeli human rights organizations. It's just completely ridiculous. You have upcoming ICC arrest warrants. The ICJ just said Israel has to immediately evacuate the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and that they are there in an unjust manner. They're violating international law. They're violating international humanitarian law. And America's like, nah, we're riding with Netanyahu, baby. He's great. We'll look at John Oliver in a little bit. So, do I have confidence in Kamala Harris as far as like changing the course, changing the trajectory of like 78 years, or 70, not 78, sorry, 76 years of American foreign policy. No, she absolutely is not the person that would do such a thing. But we shall see. In her one-on-one meeting with Netanyahu, Harris plans to reiterate her commitment to Israel's security and right to defend itself, but will also convey her view that it is time for the war to end in a way where Israel is secure, all hostages are released, the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can enjoy their right to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. Harris also plans to discuss the ongoing negotiations on a ceasefire deal. There's some daylight between Harris and Biden on the issue of Israel and Gaza for months. Since the beginning of the war, Harris has been telling colleagues in the administration, including Biden, that she wants the White House to show more concern publicly for the humanitarian damage in Gaza. This at least shows that she has the right political instincts, even if she does not morally care about apartheid and genocide, which is, you know, better than Joe, I guess. Not saying much. One person close to the vice president's office says she believes the United States should be tougher on Netanyahu. She called for being more forceful at seeking a long-term peace deal and a two-state solution. Senate President pro tempore Patty Murray, who would have been next in line to the president over Netanyahu's joint address, declined to do so, according to a spokesperson. The person also told Politico the senator won't be attending the address at all. A growing number of congressional Democrats are boycotting the event. Every Democrat should boycott this event. It is ridiculous. Senator Ben Cardin will instead be the senator behind Netanyahu on Wednesday, according to a person familiar with the plans who was granted anonymity to discuss private conversations. Meanwhile, Capitol Police officials have warned lawmakers and staff about the protesters in the days leading up to the visit from Netanyahu. There will be increased security around the Capitol complex, especially Wednesday when Netanyahu is scheduled to speak. Are you condering a lie? What? Dude, come on. Is this the top of the hour ad break debate? Is that what we're doing now? You didn't even spell it correctly. No. Well, I'm not lying. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break regardless. It will also, once again, look really fucking bad. Oh, by the way, I'm running the ad break now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. It would look really bad for the Biden administration and for the Democrats if, while they are in office, they beat the living dog shit out of protesters at the behest of a foreign leader who is doing a genocide that we are defending, okay, when the rest of the international community has damn near made up their minds on the issue. Okay? It would be akin, if not worse, than the Trump BLM protests. Sometimes the shit you say sounds insane. What? What have I said that sounds insane? No, Trump literally did the same thing too when Ben visited while he was in office. I mean, Trump did a lot. what you described was insane if they do that. Yeah, and sometimes I say this would be insane if the Democrats or Republicans do that, and then they end up doing just that. You know? So not the bad cop. Biden officials say Harris won't shift course on supporting Israel. Oh my God. Officials argue those claiming vice president will take a harder line with Jerusalem are engaging in wishful thinking, says she shares ironclad U.S. commitment to Israel's security. Ay, ay, ay. This is Times of Israel. I don't know how, how good this coverage will look like, but we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, takes a lot of political courage and to even expend political capital that Kamala Harris does not have, to change American foreign policy trajectory on our pivotal ally, Israel. And if she doesn't do that, I suspect she will lose Michigan, regardless. And she won't be able to capture enough of the youth vote that the Democrats desperately need. Jonathan Liz for Haaretz says those around Netanyahu say the meeting with Biden may not take place tomorrow. Kamala Harris is meeting with him, though. Anyway, Harris supported Biden's policies, even if she raised tactical objections or expressed moral unease with the horrifying death toll. While Harris is not Biden and does not have half a century of overwhelming support for Israel's brutality and militarism fueling her positions, she does have her own record of hardline support for Israel, both as a senator and as vice president. Soon after being elected in the Senate in 2016, Harris earned the reputation as an ardent defender of Israel. She spoke 2 years in a row at AIPAC. Conferences and co-sponsored legislation aimed at undermining a United Nations resolution condemning Israel's illegal annexation of Palestinian land. One of her first international trips as a senator was to Israel, where she met Benjamin Netanyahu in 2017. I support the United States' commitment to provide Israel with $38 billion in military assistance over the next decade, Harris told an AIPAC conference that year. That was Obama. That was Obama's wonderful gift on his way out. I believe the bonds between the United States and Israel are unbreakable, and we can never let anyone drive a wedge between us. As long as I'm a United States senator, I will do everything in my power to ensure broad and bipartisan support for Israel's security and right to self-defense. Harris has compared building support for Israel and the coalitions forged during the U.S. civil rights movement and embraced President Donald Trump's Abraham Accords, just like the rest of the fucking dumbasses in the Democratic Party. A series of normalization agreements between Israel and Arab states that circumvented demands for an independent Palestinian state. Harris co-sponsored legislation that called the agreements a historic achievement. In 2016 interview, Harris charged the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement is based on the mistaken assumption that Israel is solely to blame for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. She added, the BDS movement seeks to weaken Israel, but it will only isolate the nation and steer Israelis against the prerequisite compromises for peace. Ironic, considering that Dianne Feinstein was anti-BDS legislation alongside Bernie Sanders. Rest in peace. One of her only bold and dare I say brave political positions. At a private AIPAC conference in 2018, Harris was asked why she's so adamant in her support for Israel. It is just something that has always been a part of me, Harris said. I don't know when it started. It's almost like saying, when did you first realize you loved your family or love your country? It's just always there. It was always there. Now that's just fucking word salad. She's just sucking up at AIPAC. Her support for Israel is central to who she is, Harris's campaign communications director Lily Adams said in 2019. I think a lot of people new to the Palestine conversation are going to be utterly shocked when they find out that this is like the most normal position a politician could have in 2019. Pre-2021, they would shoot you if you said anything not like this. Okay. Post 2023, October of 2023, things are radically different. Having said that, there are no assurances in here. There are no assurances in here that Kamala Harris will break away. But I just want to remind you that this doesn't mean she is like a ride or die Zionist. Well, it does, but so is everyone at that point. Okay? In March 2019, amid calls from Democratic Party activists to boycott that year's AIPAC conference, Harris joined other candidates, including Senator Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, in skipping the gathering. Instead, she tweeted that she had met privately with California AIPAC leaders to discuss the need for a strong U.S.-Israel alliance, the right of Israel to defend itself, and my commitment to combat anti-Semitism in the country and the world around the world. While Harris generally speaks in favor of Palestinian self-determination and a two-state solution in line with a broader Democratic Party policy position since 1993 Oslo Accord, she has simultaneously opposed efforts to impose consequences on Israel for its flagrant violations of international laws. I think 2019 is like a pivotal point for Kamala Harris as far as her track record. Not only did she not attend the AIPAC conference that year, even though she still posted support for AIPAC, that was apparently the year where she actually did not vote on sending more arms to Israel, which is not featured in this article, it seems. Harris set a tone for her posture on Israel as a senator when she's co-sponsored legislation in 2017 condemning former President Barack Obama's decision to abstain from vetoing a UN Security Council resolution critical of Israel. The resolution, which was adopted in December 2016, stated that the establishment by Israel of settlements in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity, and that constitutes a flagrant violation under international law. Yeah, that was, she sponsored the Green New Deal. She was pro-Medicare for all. That was, I think, an attitude shift from Kamala Harris, where, like, under the Trump reign, Democrats love posturing like they're fucking radical socialists. Okay? So remember that. Having said that, however, it's still important, especially when she's going against the grain, because a lot of California Democrats will not do any of those things. They're even worse than the average Democrat. Harris and her Senate colleagues charged that Obama's refusal to block the UN resolution was inconsistent with longstanding United States policy. They said U.S. policy should be aimed at preventing the UN from action that further isolate Israel through economic or other boycotts, and urged future administrations to uphold the practice of vetoing all United States Security Council resolutions that recognize unilateral Palestinian actions, including the declaration of a Palestinian state. During 2020, New York Times asked Harris if she thought Israel meets international standards of human rights. Overall, yes, she replied. In Harris's first call with Netanyahu after becoming VP, she told the Israeli leader that the U.S. was opposed to ICC investigating alleged Israeli war crimes against the Palestinians. Harris and Netanyahu noted that their respective governments' opposition to the International Criminal Court's attempts to exercise its jurisdiction over Israeli personnel, according to a White House readout of the call. Yes, Bashar is going to be on CNN at 6 p.m. our time in 2 hours. So the rest of her attitude shift comes after October 7, where she toes the line on reaffirming the commitment to Israel's security. Okay? There's a couple moments where she's like against the grain when it is genuinely politically courageous to do so. Okay? Like I said, not giving additional weapons to Israel is one of those like messaging moments that you take that is not something to cast aside as insignificant. Remember this stepdaughter? Oh yeah, no, this is That's why a lot of people being like, "Oh, Douglas Emhoff is a Jew," are fucking anti-Semitic and stupid. Especially considering that Douglas Emhoff's daughter, stepdaughter of U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, is anti-Zionist. Look at this. Jerusalem Post doing a cancel op on Ella Emhoff. She neglected to mention the Hamas attack. Anyway. If Kamala departs from Biden at all on Gaza, it may reflect the influence of her national security advisor, Phil Gordon. The neocons at FDD regard Gordon as very much on the progressive wing of the national security continuum, Obama redo. That, of course, means that they'll at least change course from Biden, considering that Biden was significantly further to the right on Israel in comparison to Barack Obama. But this is most likely the best you're going to get. It's sobering that Obama is on the left wing of U.S. foreign policy. Yes. Barack Obama is on the left. Barack Obama secured this, outside of being drone king and overseeing the surge. He literally completed a denuclearization agreement with Iran. Benjamin Netanyahu came to the United States to address Congress to literally shit on him. Republicans invited Benjamin Netanyahu to come shit on Barack Obama in Congress. Democrats are on crack that they think that like Netanyahu is a fucking like ally to the United States or the Democratic Party. So that's America's relationship with Israel. There's just not much you can do about it. That's why I don't fucking yell about Bernie Sanders all that much, despite my expectations from Bernie Sanders being significantly more than just what he has given thus far. Anyway. Wait, Israel didn't like the nuclear deal? Of course Israel didn't like the Iran denuclearization agreement because it meant that there would be normalization with Iran. Israel hates that prospect more than anything else, and so does Saudi Arabia. Anyway, so like I said, I don't know what will happen in terms of Kamala Harris's attitude on Israel, but it needs to change on the messaging front. There needs to be more confidence that she inspires from people on that issue and on immigration as well. Okay? Those are the two areas. If she wants to secure Michigan, if she wants to win back young voters by margins that actually do carry her across the finish line, she's going to have to do both of those things. She's going to have to fix that. Those are pretty significant. All right. Let's continue.
And joining us now, another potential.
This is another Democratic governor that is. This is another Democratic governor that is a likely candidate for VP.
Talked about running mate with Kamala Harris, North Carolina's Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. Governor Cooper, thank you very much for coming on the show this morning. We understand you had a conversation as well with the vice president yesterday. How did that go?
It went great. We talked about winning this race. And, you know, if you want a nominee who can put Donald Trump's destruction of Roe v. Wade at center stage, if you want a nominee who actually prosecuted criminals like Donald Trump, and if you want a nominee who can put Trump's age and fitness into forefront, Kamala Harris is the person. We talked about North Carolina. She's excited to win this thing, and I am too.
The last question I will answer. Genuine question. What if she moves to the left on Palestina? Don't the center and right generally support Israel doing a genocide? Would it not cost their votes? The American public not caring about foreign policy cuts both ways, chatters. Okay? The American public not caring about foreign policy and making it their most significant position cuts both ways. Okay? And I suspect, given how successful the messaging that Trump was a peaceful dove was in 2016, and it literally is being carried out again against Joe Biden, and now will be launched against Kamala Harris in 2024, Americans have a bigger appetite for less death and destruction worldwide when they do think about those sorts of things. I think that isolationist attitudes are probably more like isolationist attitudes and saying like, oh, instead of blowing up the rest of the world, how about we fix our fucking roads, is unironically an attitude that the Republican Party, of course, fails to follow through on when they're in power because they're the biggest warmongers out there. But it is a successful narrative. It is a winning narrative. That's it. My girlfriend just copped fake ideology. I'm losing it. Damn, that's hilarious. Loki, if Trump decides to be anti-Israel, it'd be a win-win for him since brainwashed Southerners want any excuse to be anti-Semitic. No, fuck no. Donald Trump will never be anti-Israel. Donald Trump is the one guy that's just as pro-Israel as Joe Biden is. Good luck explaining that to people. They will never believe you. They will never hear you. People are just seeing the guy who is currently responsible for the death and destruction. Okay? People fail to realize how much attention people really pay to candidates and politics outside of Ives. Overheard just now at the store. Customer, I don't get why the Democrats would just give up and let Trump win. Why wouldn't they at least try? They're going to put someone else in his place. The entire party isn't withdrawing from the election. Customer, oh, okay. Yeah. Kamala VP tier list is out. I'll use this as a jump off point. Most aware, undecided voter. Yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. Why the fuck would anybody pay attention to politics? Their life just keeps getting worse and worse no matter what. Like, the attitude for a lot of people, like normal Americans, is that just you're either rich or you're a fucking loser and insane if you care about politics. At the end of the day, the narrative comes back to what I say all the fucking time, which is that, you know, both parties still represent the interests of the wealthy. While many Americans do not have the words to communicate that, they still feel it. They still see it. They still recognize it. All right, let's get back to fucking this guy.
This
Roy
is
Cooper.
a bottom-up kind of thing, Mika. I've been hearing you guys talking about all of the people at the top who've been endorsing her. When you look at the small dollar donations that have come in, when you see 6 states of delegates who have met and have endorsed her, to get that many Democrats in a room to agree on something, this is a bottom-up and a top-down. And I think Kamala Harris soon is going to be in a position where she can really take off. And I'm excited about it and feel confident that she can win this presidency because she has to.
So the excitement is certainly showing itself up in dollars and cents. I'm getting examples of what the campaign on the fundraising side is receiving, messages like, what a big day with VPK as the candidate. We would like to contribute $1 million. What's the best way to do that? A Republican from Texas wants to donate for the first time. Things like that. So as her running mate, that's the big question. If Kamala Harris officially becomes the nominee, then the big question is who will be her running mate. A lot of people are talking about you, Governor. If she asks you to be her running mate, will you accept?
Well, I appreciate people talking about me, but I think the focus right now needs to be on her this week. And she needs to concentrate on making sure that she secures this nomination and gets the campaign ready to go.
Willie.
Governor, good morning. Would you be open to that conversation,
Hi, Willie.
though? Good morning. Would you be open to the conversation if Vice President and the Harris campaign asked?
So I think it's really important that we do keep the focus on her this week. The vice presidential conversation needs to occur later. I want to make sure that Kamala Harris wins. I'm going to work for her all over this country and do what I can to make sure we stop Donald Trump. And that's what I'm concentrating on right now.
Governor, can we talk about the state of North Carolina? There have been some concerns that perhaps with Joe Biden at the top of the ticket, North Carolina was slipping away. Do you think this changes that dynamic inside the state of North Carolina?
I most certainly do. I've seen immediate excitement here. And I need to step back 1 minute and say that I had a conversation with President Biden yesterday afternoon, told him that he had cemented his legacy among the greatest of presidents. And, you know, I think he had 2 of his amazing character traits working side by side. They normally do, fighting through adversity and doing the right thing. And 99% of the time plus, fighting through adversity is doing the right thing. And I think just over a period of time, he just decided that, you know, this time doing the right thing means not doing that. And that was hard for him, but I respect it and admire it. And now with Kamala Harris in this race, I've known her a long time. She came to Charlotte on the Dobbs anniversary and gave a passionate speech to a packed.
This guy's too old. He's not. He reads as old, but he's only 7 years older than Kamala Harris, like something, maybe 8. He's like, it's wild, but he looks older than he actually is. He's 67. Bro, if you're under the age of 70, that's young. What are we talking about? Okay, we're talking about American politics. Remember, recenter your fucking, reorient your perspective to American politics again, please. Dianne Feinstein died on the seat. Dianne Feinstein died on the seat. She literally like voted and then died like hours later. Oh, Jesus Christ. 38 members of Congress are from the silent generation. Fact or fiction? Feinstein voted in the Senate the day she died. C-SPAN is a video of Feinstein voting yes on a procedural matter involving the FAA just before noon Eastern time on September 28th. She passed away later that evening in her Washington home. You think I was joking? I'm not joking. She voted and then died, chat. She fucking voted and then she died. That's not a joke. It sounds like a joke. It's not a fucking joke.
Tonight's Fact or Fiction is brought to you by America's Finest Carpet.
In tonight's Fact or Fiction, we're talking about the late California Senator Dianne Feinstein. She died last Thursday at the age of 90. Since then, conspiratorial posts like this one have been popping up on social media, claiming Feinstein voted in the Senate the day she died and wondering how that was possible. She did indeed vote that day, and it's not difficult to explain. C-SPAN has this video of it. And
like, isn't that crazy? Like, that's hours before she passed away, dude. Isn't that creepy as fuck?
The
Is this
health
what she
of
looked?
California Senator Dianne
Oh yeah,
Feinstein.
this is what she looked like.
The 89-year-old Democrat recently returned to Capitol Hill in a 3-month absence due to a bout of shingles. Her office confirms that she's dealing with some serious complications.
What do you mean? She looks perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Look at this, dude. It's so fucked. Oh no, dude. There's nothing to worry about. What are you guys talking about? What the fuck? You just hate to see a sexy ass woman have it all? I'm going to hell. How about the people that are propping her up with a fucking stick behind her back? What about the people that are like, no, dude, don't say anything is wrong. There's literally nothing wrong with this. Everything is fine.
The health of California Senator Dianne Feinstein. The 89-year-old Democrat recently returned to Capitol Hill in a 3-month absence due to
just before noon Eastern time, Feinstein voted yes on a procedural matter involving the FAA. She passed away later that evening at her Washington, D.C. home. If you would like to submit a question to us, just go to 10 News.
Oh, man. How wonderful. Oh, American politics, you know. Oh, the Democratic Party. Oh, man, the Democratic Party. Just such wonderful political instincts, such wonderful political machinations and display. Just the absolute best you're gonna get, and you're gonna fucking like it. Who's the baddie you commenting on in that clip? I likes me a cougar, please.
Rally regarding women's reproductive freedom. You could tell the excitement in the room. She's going to bring that excitement to the people that we need to bring to the polls. The young people, women, suburban women who can vote either Republican or Democratic. And I'm really excited that not only can she win North Carolina, but she can help us with these other important races in our state, like Josh Stein's governor's race and Jeff Jackson's attorney general's race and Mo Green, who's running for our superintendent of public instruction in North Carolina for our public schools. We have extreme Republican candidates on the other side who fit just with Donald Trump. They're all MAGA. And North Carolina, that's not who we are. So I'm excited that this November we get a chance to prove that.
So, Governor, you've made it clear that the vice.
Shapiro's a good pick for VP. I mean, not really. He's a really great pick for Pennsylvania. You get Shapiro on that ticket, Pennsylvania's a lock. And you need Pennsylvania. You have to win Pennsylvania, which is precisely the reason why they might go with him. But I'm not a fan of him. He's a conservative Democrat. He is not exactly a even remotely pro-labor kind of dude. He has said horrifying things about the pro-Palestinian student demonstrations, and has advocated to sick the cops on them. Like, PA doesn't even like him that much. You're wrong. Pennsylvania loves him. You're wrong on that front. There were some polls conducted on Josh Shapiro running for president, and he was like out competing every other candidate, like Kamala Harris, everyone else, by like 10 points, which is, of course, normal. I mean, you're wrong. He just won. You just don't like him because he's a Jew? Yes, famously. I don't like Kamala Harris because I hate black women and Asian women. And I don't like Josh Shapiro, not because of the reasons that I just mentioned, but because he's Jewish. Despite the fact that, you know, my favorite American politician, or at least one of my favorite American politicians, is a very prominent Jewish Democrat, now independent, by the name of Bernard Sanders. I knew it. Yeah, Kamala Harris is getting all the union endorsements, just picking them up, which is not surprising at all. Hasan going with I have friends that are Jewish defense to hating Jews. I didn't even say that. Anyway. People want you to be racist so badly. Yeah. Well, it's not just that. It's that a lot of people want like some secret narrative behind like why I'm saying the things I'm saying. It just can't be the things I'm saying. There's got to be some other secret reason. Yeah. JB Pritzker is also Jewish? Yeah, I did not know that. And I'm fairly certain many of the JB Pritzker fans in here did not know that. JB Pritzker is like, I mean, he's great. He would be great.
President is your choice here to represent the Democrats top the ticket. What do you think will be some of her?
He's too Fred Flintstone looking. It's just people trying to make you unpalatable to the left on like Reddit and shit with clips. Yeah, I know. He's too Fred Flintstone coded. Like, yeah, now that I know JB Pritzker is Jewish, I still like him a lot. That does not weigh on my consideration at all because I'm not an anti-Semitic freak.
Strongest arguments? How is she uniquely perhaps positioned to prosecute a case against Donald Trump?
Well, because she's a prosecutor, number one. And I think that when you compare her prosecuting criminals like Donald Trump, that's going to be powerful. She is relatively young and strong and vigorous. Donald Trump is old and forgetful, and she's going to be able to make that contrast. She also has credentials of serving as Attorney General, protecting consumers. She is the protector of consumers, while Donald Trump is the con man. There's so many ways that Vice President Harris can show that she can be president of this country. She's been to 20 countries. She's met with over 150 leaders. She gets credit for the fact that I've been able to go out and talk with people who actually now have high-speed internet who didn't before because of the bipartisan infrastructure plan. She can take credit for the money that's going to replace the bridge in Wilmington, North Carolina, that's a lifeline to the southeastern part of our state. She gets credit for the woman who came up to me in tears, who was so excited that they were finally going to get a new water system and she didn't have to fight through so many boil water days. People who've been excited to get Medicaid expansion in North Carolina. Donald Trump wants to come and take that health care card right out of their hands.
Yeah, that was his big move, by the way. Roy Cooper's.
Kamala Harris has helped to defend people's right to health care. She knows it's important. Donald Trump wants an America where it's easier to get an assault weapon than it is to get health care. So we need to bring all of these issues to the forefront. I believe she is the person to do it. She has really been hitting her stride over the last couple of years. She's ready to run this race.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, thank you very much for being on the show this morning.
Do you like this guy? I mean, I don't think he's not my favorite. He's just like kind of boring. All right, many Democrats rally around Harris
Speaking
after
of the
Biden
vice
drops
president,
out.
she has quickly emerged as the top contender for the.
Oh, Steve Kornacki. Well, I can't wait for this one. This is what I wanted to watch. And then we'll look at John Oliver.
Presidential nomination, and she has been working the phones, reportedly wearing a Howard University sweatshirt, where she is, of course, a proud alum. So far, nearly 2/3 of Democrats in the House and at least 28 Democratic senators have endorsed her, and some state delegates have already pledged their support. Nancy Cordes is at the White House joining us to talk about this. Nancy, good morning.
Vlad, good morning to you. You know, if Vice President Harris does secure the Democratic nomination, which she is poised to do, she will be the first woman of color at the top of a major party ticket. But she's used to being the first. It's been a common theme throughout her career.
I, Kamala Davy Harris, solemnly swear.
Kamala Harris made history 4 years ago, becoming the first woman, the first black person, and the first Asian American to ascend to the vice presidency. Now, she's looking to make history again.
And when we fight, we win.
The 59-year-old from California began her career as a prosecutor, winning statewide office in 2010 to become California's Attorney General, then winning a coveted Senate seat in 2016.
Can you think of any laws that give government the power to make decisions about the male body?
Her sharp questioning as a member of the Judiciary Committee drew national attention. And just 3 years into her first term, she made a bid for the Democratic presidential nomination. After she dropped out, she was tapped by Joe Biden to be his running mate.
But while I may be the first woman in this office, I will not be the last.
As vice president, Harris has been tasked with leading efforts to address migration to the southern border, making her a target for Republican critiques.
Appointing Kamala Harris to oversee the border is like appointing Bernie Madoff to oversee your retirement plan.
She has also been the administration's fiercest advocate when it comes to reproductive rights.
Donald Trump thinks the government is in a better position to tell women what's in their best interest.
Over the past few weeks, as Biden faced mounting pressure to step aside, she remained staunchly supportive.
Joe Biden is our nominee.
He, in turn, insisted she is ready to do his job if called upon.
What is it about her attributes and her accomplishments over the last 4 years that make her ready to serve on day one if necessary?
First of all, the way she's handled the issue of freedom of women's bodies to have control over their bodies. She is qualified to be president. That's why I picked her.
Harris said yesterday she wants to earn this nomination, and to prove that, she spent more than 10 hours.
Real talk, do you think she can actually win? Yes, of course. Of course I do. Donald Trump is a very unpopular candidate. He's a very weak candidate. I've explained this time and time again. Okay? He is. A competent Democrat could make short work, light work of Donald Trump. I think Kamala Harris is a competent Democrat. Will I agree with everything that she is advocating for? No, of course not. Do I agree with her policy positions of the past? Or not really, not necessarily. But I'm not the average voter, and neither are you. Now, having said that, there are things that she still needs to do. She doesn't have as easy of a job to defeat Donald Trump, especially after this past month of mishaps from the Democratic Party. Kamala Harris has her work cut out for her, and there are some policy changes that she needs to advocate for. It's going to be hard to do so when Joe Biden is the president still. So she has her work cut out for her. She also needs to communicate in a passionate way policies that will truly make Americans' lives better, while simultaneously calling into question the Republican narratives and open calls for violence, open disdain for democracy, and also, civil liberties and the like. On top of that, the Republican policy, like the most significant Republican policy coming up, is literally concentration camps for tens of millions of people living on U.S. soil right now. Okay? Pulling that off would be unimaginably violent. Democrats have yet to talk about that. Okay? Democrats rarely ever talk about that, which is really crazy. There's always a motherfucker that goes, Dawn time, baby, send them back. I think we should send you back. Like, actually, anytime somebody chirps like this, I think you should get sent back. And it doesn't matter where, really. Did you just say tens of millions? Yes, I did.
Yesterday, making phone calls to more than 100 politicians, advocates, and labor leaders. Her campaign says it took in $49.7 million from grassroots supporters yesterday alone. That would make it the biggest fundraising day of the 2024 cycle, Vlad.
It's an important point, Nancy, but let me ask you, if Vice President Harris were to secure the nomination, do you have any sense of who she could pick as her running mate?
Well, I think you'd have to look first at Democratic governors and senators from battleground states, and there are no shortage of them. So that means Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina. She campaigned with him last week. They were state AGs together. They go way back. Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. She just campaigned with him, too. Governor Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan. Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. And then I'd throw in Andy Beshear of Kentucky. He's a popular Democratic governor in a...
It's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I don't think it's going to be Gavin Newsom unless there's an open convention and like Nancy Pelosi shows to whip votes to ensure that he gets the delegates or some shit and is at the top of the ticket, which would be super chaotic. Why do they fundraise? Aren't these people rich already? Genuinely asking. What do you mean? It's like billions of dollars being spent on ad spend. That's why they fundraise. Does Kamala, have the balls to kick Putin out of Ukraine? Because right now Trump looks like this guy with balls and she does not. What do you think? I mean, we don't need World War III because of weak USA leaders. My boy D. Pua. Trump definitely has the balls to kick Putin out of Ukraine, for sure.
red state. And by the way, Vlad, I'm told Harris called all 5 of them on the phone yesterday.
Yeah, and Shapiro was right out at the gate with the endorsement. All right, Nancy, thank you very much.
Independent Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia joined.
I'm not even going to entertain Joe Manchin. He can suck my dick. Okay, let's see. Let's see Steve Kornacki with the khaki. Back at it again with the fucking khaki pants. This is what I've been actually genuinely excited to watch this entire day because I'm a fucking nerd, okay? I want to hear what he has to say about Kamala's chances on the road to 270.
NBC's national political correspondent Steve Kornacki with us now and the big board. So let's look deeper into those polls, how Kamala Harris fares in a matchup against Trump.
Yeah, and the headline, Savannah, is right now at least not that much different. Take a look. This is an average of the 10 national polls that have come out since that debate last month. Yeah, Trump at 47, Harris at 46. If you ran this same average, Biden versus Trump, it was a 2-point Trump lead. So very, very slight improvement to start out, but obviously that's something that's within the margin of error there. Democrats are really kind of starting in the same place.
And so what about the key groups? Does she perform better with particular groups, and does that open up a path or other states potentially?
And I thought this was interesting. In our own most recent NBC poll, here are some groups when you match Harris against Trump where she actually fares better than Biden did. Headline there is black voters, almost a 10-point difference there. Harris improvement. The left wing of the Democratic base, Sanders, Warren voters, and folks 35 to 49 years old. The flip side, though, is Trump improves in some areas with Harris in the race, at least according to our poll. Here you see Republican voters who aren't satisfied Trump's their nominee. Think Haley voters here, white males with college degrees. These two groups, I think you tend to find in the suburbs. Suburbs have been a big place for Democrats to be growing lately. So you take a look at our road to 270. The 6 core battleground states are there in.
This is why I'm saying Democrats need to shift strategy immediately, because for the past 4 years under the Biden regime, they have shifted their strategy to the suburbs. When it's Kamala Harris, you know, the suburb racists, the Hitlerian suburb racists are going to be like, well, you know, maybe Trump doesn't look too bad. What you have to do in that circumstance is go back to the fucking constituencies that actually allow you to win elections. Okay? And in order to do that, you have to, in order to activate those bases, you can't go along with the same narrative on Gaza, and you can't go along with the same narrative on the border. This is why I've been saying what I've been saying. Okay? Is that sure from Bode? No.
Gray, those numbers I just showed you, well, if you're a Democrat and you see the number among black voters, you think maybe Georgia, maybe Harris could help you there. You know, that's a state with a large black population. Trump's been running very well there in the polls. But again, the flip side is if Trump's posting improvements in the suburbs with Harris in the race, the suburbs around Atlanta, that could wipe it all out for
Arizona,
them. And Arizona,
young voters,
yeah.
Suburbs around Phoenix potentially, because prior to this, the real path for Biden was those Rust Belt states. So potentially it opens up more battlegrounds.
And I think that's the thing. The reason why Biden had that path you're talking about in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania is the growth for Trump and the weakness for Biden has been non-white voters. So Georgia, Arizona, Nevada with much more diverse populations than those Midwest states.
I have a feeling we'll be meeting here many times in the future. Steve, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Does it only focus on urban areas, leave you weak in the House and state legislatures? I mean, there's still the Trump equation here. There's still the Trump issue here. I wish there was more on this coverage. What the fuck?
Barack Obama still plotting against you, trying to take you out.
Trump went on Jesse Waters?
They got some big problems over there. First of all, Obama.
Motherfucker still wearing a Band-Aid, bro. Get out of here.
Obama hates Biden, and Biden hates Obama. And when Obama walked Biden out a couple of weeks ago off the stage, he didn't have to do that. He could have let him wave to the people a little bit longer. I don't know if Joe knew who he was waving to, but he was waving. And all of a sudden, Obama comes along, grabs him. Come on, Joe. Like he was a child. It made him look so bad. And I know people.
Oh, this interview came out before Biden dropped out? Okay, I'm skipping it. Oh yeah, JD Vance said if Biden can't run for president, he can't serve for president. Which is, you know, a decently compelling narrative. JD Vance also had a couple moments already when he was campaigning. Let's take a look at one of them here.
Racist. It is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but
No, they're not. Suck my dick. You're not a real soda boy. Okay? Fuck you. Oh, also, here's another compelling narrative from
about
Jebediah Vance.
our likely opponent, Kamala Harris, because, you know, she said a couple of days ago that I showed no loyalty to the United States, that I have no loyalty to the United States. Well, you know, I don't know Kamala. I served in the United States Marine Corps, and I built a business. What the hell have you done other than collect a government check for the past 20 years?
Welfare Queen dog whistles? I mean, I don't think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying, like, Kamala Harris is a government employee. To be fair. Which is weird because, like, Marine Corps is also collecting a government check. What does he think? It's probably both. It's probably like, oh, black woman, welfare queen type shit. But, like, just enough. Like, it leans on that and it gets the message across, but it's also leaving it into question. It's like just vague enough that it can be defended to be like, oh, they're calling me racist. You're just insinuating that. No, I think that's precisely what he's doing. It's just like a classic way to do racist baiting with plausible deniability. Oh, dude, I can't believe you're saying that to me. That's like, what? Why are you saying I'm being racist? Obviously, I meant like she's collecting government checks because she's been in government.
Speaker Pelosi, what's your reaction to President Biden's decision to leave the race?
Well, I'll be talking about that quite a bit, but we're very excited about praising his legacy and electing Kamala Harris president.
Do you think there should be a more open process for nominating?
Well, anybody can run. They can run.
Oh, this doesn't mean what. Okay, I thought she meant like, okay, the way this was presented to me when you guys sent me this tweet made it seem like she was looking for like a potential Newsom out. No, she's just saying like run if you want, but like Kamala is the ticket.
But she's being supported. We're good. Right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's more like a they can try type shit. Probably more so a shot at Joe Manchin. Fucking asshole. Anyway, I hope women take notice that Trump is in the habit of calling her dumb and crazy. Wow, just watching fake news and they're doing their very best to turn the worst president in the history of our country into a brilliant and heroic leader. He was heroic because he quit. And to turn dumb as rock Kamala Harris from a totally failed and insignificant vice president into a future great president. No, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, I mean, he's just going to hit that. They really don't have a lot of. Yeah. Oh, AP delegate survey has Kamala on the way to presumptive nominee by the end of the night, possibly. Yeah, Kamala Harris has already crossed the 50% threshold for all all delegates needed, and she's even gone far beyond that. Actually, she's at 1,500. She needs 1,900 for the nomination. She will most likely have it wrapped up by tonight, which is expected. I know we discussed this yesterday, but with Kamala's voting record, why aren't we more excited about that? Because Kamala Harris was a senator in California at a time when Donald Trump was president. So what a lot of Green senators, especially, depending on how they want to, present themselves, will make like bold proclamations, will sometimes even take like radical positions because they know it's never going to pass. That's why I didn't place a lot of emphasis on her track record when she was running against Bernie Sanders as well. Yeah, that's definitely like that's a classic thing that Democrats do. Very different dynamic if you notice when the Democrats have the majority in the Senate and the House, and also simultaneously the White House. If you recall, the politicking, the dynamic changes quite a bit. Almost like they do a fucking complete reversal on their prior ideological disposition. Mickey Mouse ring voting record. That's what it is. Having said that, however, it's still decent that she was trying to present herself as a progressive instead of not. Let's see what the voters are saying to Biden dropping out of the presidential race.
I just have to take a breath to understand what the plan is.
Can't blame that reaction. President Joe Biden drops his re-election campaign, and though people anticipated it, they were still shocked, and they're wondering what will happen next. Mark Strassman has our story.
He's a true patriot for stepping down.
It came as a shock, to be completely honest with you.
I'm just sad.
What'd you think?
Interesting. I thought that most people thought he would push through, but at the same time, I'm not surprised.
Was it the right decision?
I think we'll see.
Ever since the debate, people we talked to have heard rumors and
What the fuck's going on? Is there like a mass organized retail theft occurring in the background?
rumblings that the president might step aside. But when it did happen, it was one of those moments that felt both telegraphed and startling.
A lot of people knew there was going to be some big issues here for a long period of time. Should have been planned differently.
I'm not happy because, number one, why they wait so long? Number two is, what's the plan?
For many voters, President Biden's exit and his endorsement of Vice President Kamala Harris has changed nothing about which party they'll support.
One of the reasons I voted originally in 2020 for Biden and Kamala was Kamala.
I have voted for Clinton, I have voted for Bush, I have voted for Obama, and guess what? The only one who has stayed true to his word is Trump.
But in crucial battleground states, swing voters have a lot to consider.
Still hard to pay rent. It's hard to, buy groceries with all the inflation that's happening. And I'm looking for someone who would be able to help with those things, and I don't think Trump or Kamala Harris would be able to.
I would be interested to see.
Dude, I'm telling you, Kamala fucking pops off on a totally partisan way against Benjamin Netanyahu. When Benjamin Netanyahu addresses Congress, it would be, at least on a messaging front, it would give much more confidence, in my opinion, to Michigan voters, okay? That's it. You don't even have to go out of your way. You don't have to call it like an apartheid state. You don't have to say that it's doing a genocide. Literally, like, just from a pure partisan perspective, I'm not even kidding. Pull a fucking Chuck Schumer before Chuck Schumer turned around and invited Benjamin Netanyahu to the fucking to come speak to Congress. Okay, that's it. On pure partisan grounds, the Democratic Party blocks Netanyahu. Okay, or at least a significant percentage of Democratic Party politicians don't attend the fucking congressional hearing or the addressing the Congress thing that he's doing. And then she just says, right now is not the time for Benjamin Netanyahu to come and interfere in the American democratic process. We know he's a big fan of Donald Trump, and he has his own elections to worry about. What the fuck's he doing here? Something along those lines. It's not even that outside of the scope of comprehension. I'm telling you, it is something that it doesn't even have like, it literally doesn't have the legitimate like change in policy that she needs to tap into as well. Okay? That's all she needs to do. Wouldn't that lose the Jewish vote? Brother, I'm sorry. What do you mean the Jewish vote? First of all, the 18 to 35 demographic is significantly more important than the Jewish vote. What the fuck are you talking about, the Jewish vote? Yeah, dude, New York and California are going to fall to the Republican Party. Like, what are you saying? Like, that's ridiculous. That is a ridiculous statement, the Jewish vote. Like, this is before we consider that it's not like Jews are going to be like, oh, dude, what? You said that about Israel? Well, it's over for you. The fuck do you mean? Jewish Americans vote like 70% Democrat. Okay, that's number one. Number two, and the 30% are oftentimes very, very hardline conservatives anyway. And beyond that, it's mostly in fucking Los Angeles and California and New York, hardline fucking Democrat states to begin with. And they're not a fucking monolith. And I know she's meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu privately. There are far bigger benefits to Michigan, your electoral chances in Michigan, and beyond that, the younger voters that are just like completely checked out as a consequence of this. Maybe it's not the most consequential thing for them, Israel-Palestine, especially because like Israel-Palestine and Joe Biden being incredibly fucking old was the reason why many of them were checked out of the process. But ultimately, it's a major misstep if you don't say something at least somewhat critical, even on fucking partisan lines. Okay? Why is Gaza so important for Michigan? 100,000 uncommitted votes in Michigan. Massive Arab population, Arab Christians, Arab Muslims in Dearborn. But beyond that, like just even like black and brown voters in Michigan as well. Strong student population in Michigan. I think you're biased on the issue. Yes, because I'm a Muslim man, fundamentalist Islamist who can't think of anything, okay? Who can't think of anything but Gaza. I know, I'm obsessed with Gaza. I'm obsessed with talking about Gaza. Good luck. Good luck in the upcoming election, okay? We have to keep our unconditional support and loyalty to the apartheid state of Israel. You're right. Like, I'm not even fucking talking about it from that framework, by the way. I'm not even talking about it from my own personal motivations here. People do not understand, okay? There are key states in the middle of the country that we rarely ever talk about, that we usually often take for granted, as Hillary Clinton also did in 2016, that have openly delivered higher fucking numbers of votes for the uncommitted campaign that was launched in like a week than the percentage, or not the margin, but like the total votes that Biden won those states by. You keep specifically talking about your analysis on the elections, and chatters keep thinking it's your personal opinions. Lamau is so annoying. I know. It's very frustrating. it's very, very annoying that people just go, oh, you're just biased about Gaza. I'm not saying that every American only cares about Gaza. Most Americans don't. I keep repeating and reiterating the position that Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy in general, okay? Americans do not care about foreign policy, which swings in either direction. That's why you can make certain decisions on foreign policy that Americans are not going to fucking vote on, as evidenced by the fact that not a single American is talking about our 13 best soldiers on this election, unless it's like a Republican that's trying to be like, remember when Biden pulled out of Afghanistan and how fucked up it was? 13 of our best soldiers died. Like, no one cares about that shit, okay? They don't. So even when you do, when you make decisions that are actually good in terms of like pulling back on some of our imperial ambitions, America still don't fucking care. What about Vietnam, though? Feels like people care after all? Yes. The caveat to what I'm saying is that Americans don't care about foreign policy until it's the only thing they care about. That's it. That's the classic. It's a cliche in American political commentary, American political history. Okay? Americans don't care about foreign policy until it's the only thing they care about. You understand me? But having said that, there are Americans who are not itching to vote right now that you can at the very least try and captivate. It's not bizarre that Americans don't care about foreign policy. Why would they care about foreign policy? This entire system is designed for them not to care about foreign policy because American foreign policy is death and destruction globally. I've described it as such. Your ear has the capacity to hear a lot more sounds than you actually pay attention to. If you were to constantly think about the world spinning, or if you were to constantly think about all the noises that you would normally hear, if you were to, if you were to like actually pay attention to it, you go crazy. Okay? Foreign policy is kind of like that. We just tune it out deliberately. Okay? Because if you were to literally constantly think about it, you'd go insane. You'd be like, oh my God, 800 military bases, so much money being spent. I want to show people those fucking TikToks. I've archived some of them. I want to show you one of those TikToks that I think will help you call into question how fucking nutty this shit is, okay? What the hell is this?
Dissolve.
Let me see if I can find it. Fuck. Where is it? Oh man, I can't find it. It's the video of like the dollar signs associated with like every fucking round of. Wait, is it under favorites? Would that be the archive post? It's not showing up. Maybe they deleted it. They might have deleted the post. Anyway. It's just like, yeah, cost per ammo. Exactly. I think this might be it. Hold up. Oh yeah, here. Just run this forever. Okay? Now imagine if every American was constantly thinking about this. They would literally go insane. Okay? If every American was constantly thinking about this, it would be like thinking about the top of the hour ad break all the time. You wouldn't be able to pay attention to the fucking things that I'm talking about because in your mind, in the back of your mind, you'd always be thinking, oh my God, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Oh my God, 9 minutes has passed. Like, when will he actually serve it? And inevitably, you'd lose your mind. Unless you subscribed for $6 or for free. With a Twitch Prime, that is. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you'd get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. But this shit makes my blood boil, and I'm certain that it would make your blood boil as well. This is precisely the reason why Americans are conditioned not to think about it. Okay? This is the reason why.
One hour later.
So there you go. This is why America's great. Yeah, I know. We spend so much money on that shit instead of housing our own. So that is just the bullets and the ammunition and the ordnance, okay? Like, we're not even talking about like the housing costs and everything else, okay? We're not talking about the R&D costs of manufacturing this weapon. We're just talking about the bullets. We're talking about the ordnance. We're not talking about the actual cost of the ship. We're not talking about the fuel. We're not talking about the military aid to our allies like Israel. Maintenance, storage, logistics. So now you understand why Americans don't think about foreign policy. Because if they constantly thought about foreign policy, they would lose their goddamn minds. Okay? Now, why did I talk about that? Well, that's precisely the reason why I think Kamala Harris could make, at least on the messaging front, some changes to the current order of business. Do you understand? Because it cuts both ways. Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy, which spells opportunity. Opportunity to actually make decisions in the opposite side.
See who her running mate would be as well, to kind of see the whole picture.
For CBS Mornings.
Let's bring in 11 Alive's Molly Oaks. So, Molly, you have been hearing from people all across Metro Atlanta about this decision. What are some of these voters saying about this?
Yeah, Ron, I'm live in downtown Atlanta where people have, no surprise, not been surprised when they ask what we're doing here. And we tell them we're talking about President Joe Biden's announcement. Everyone we've talked to so far has heard where it was coming from. So along with lawmakers across the country, we're also hearing from folks right here in Atlanta. And so far, they've had some mixed reviews.
Yes, very surprised. Why? Because I don't think that's right. I think they should have let him run. Yeah, that's what I think.
I think it might have been a good decision, but people don't seem to be backing Harris, which is a shame. And I don't know what's going to happen with the rules and the laws to replace him at such a short period of time.
I mean, he's clearly not fit. But if you're planning on winning the election, I don't see anybody else that can go up against Trump.
And coming up tonight at 11, you'll hear more reaction from folks here in Atlanta as well as lawmakers on the president's announcement. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, Molly Oak, 11 Alive News.
All right. Immediately when the news broke, WHS 11 reporters were out around town, and WHS 11's Alexandra Goldberg, along with photojournalist Aspen Hester, talking to people about this political stunner.
But I cannot believe, it's like, wow.
Like, who's, oh, Lord.
Just minutes after news broke, Biden dropping out, we headed to Shawnee Park. Tracy Browning said she was shocked when we told her. And now that Biden isn't the nominee, she said she's writing in her desired candidate.
For me, that line at the bottom that says other, I will put God. And I believe and trust God will be in control.
Others weren't as shocked.
But it does not surprise me that he dropped out of the race. I know it's been.
That's great. Maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't have to say that. You know what I mean? I don't know. What do I know?
Like a lot of speculation too on his age and his ability and his capabilities on him actually being the president.
And as Andy Beshear's name continues to float potential presidential or vice president lists, one voter said he'd like to see the Kentucky governor in Washington, but not now.
I would prefer him wait till like the next time around. This time around kind of feels a little rushed for me, you know, because he's like a superstar. And I think if you rush it, you might mess it up.
He's not wrong. No question marks. He's like low-key kind of right. He's kind of not wrong. It's an interesting take, and he's not entirely wrong about it.
Still trying to wrap their heads around a truly historic moment in America. In Shawnee Park, Alexandra Goldberg, WHAS 11.
Yeah, thank you, Troy and Megan. Yeah,
Agreed. We saw what happened with Stacey Abrams. Never compare Andy Beshear to fucking Stacey Abrams. Come on. Stacey Abrams has never won anything except for millions of dollars from Michael Bloomberg and donations. Okay? How are you going to compare that to motherfucking Andy Beshear, two-time champion in Kentucky, deep red, literally a guy who has been able to unironically captivate Trump voters, like actual Trump voters, to vote for him as governor?
I spoke with a few Democrats and independents in South Jackson today. Now, they had mixed feelings about both Biden's announcement and the prospect of Kamala Harris as the potential replacement for him on the ballot.
I just really hate it. That's all I got to say.
I'm not really exactly happy. I mean, if it's due to health concerns, like running the country is a lot, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be stressful on anyone, and if he's a little bit older.
I just say if it wasn't good for his mental health, then yeah, you know, you got my support in stepping down. But at the same time, you know, you kind of just left people like, what are we going to do? You know, you left it in a frenzy.
But I just feel like they just took it out on him because he was an elderly person. And we all going to get old one day.
She's been...
Dude, that is... Oh, God. Fucking boomers, dude. I swear to God. Fucking boomers, bro. Fucking boomers. Oh, my God. They are so monolithically selfish. Like, it is just... Oh, it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad seeing that shit. It makes me so mad hearing that shit. Okay? It's like they literally see Brandon. They see fucking Brandon, and then they see themselves in him, and they're like, no, I think I should still have the keys to the car. Is she wrong? Yes. Yes, she is wrong. Okay? Yes, she is wrong. What are we talking about?
Our vice president this long, so I mean, to me, in my opinion,
is this new?
Outside of inflation, which I feel like was going to happen regardless of whoever was the president at this.
Is this actually a post dropout?
Since he dodged an assassin's bullet, here's part one of our exclusive interview. Mr. President, Senator, I don't know what we have to talk about. It's been pretty boring. Why did you pick J.D. Vance?
We've always had a good chemistry, and originally J.D. was probably not for me, but he didn't know me. And then when we got to know each other, he liked me maybe more than anybody liked me, and he would stick up for me, and he'd fight for the worker as much as I fight for the worker. We just had an automatic chemistry. And I actually endorsed him in Ohio for the Senate, and he ended up winning against a very...
You endorsed J.D. Mandel.
And he wrote a book which was a classic, as you know. And it was all about the working men and women and how they aren't being treated fairly. And he was right about that. And I understood that maybe better than anyone else. And we just have had a great relationship. And he had serious competition. We had tremendous people, all of them, every one of them.
You beat out a lot of very important people.
Very impressive people.
When you got the call and found out, what did your wife say?
Well, he asked to speak to my wife, actually, which I was very appreciative of, and so was she. But she was just kind of flabbergasted. I think that going into it, we had no idea really what was going on, whether he would pick me or Marco Rubio, great guy, Doug Burgum, great guy, and a lot of other good people. But you know, when the president called me, I don't know if you remember this, sir, but my kid was talking in the background about Pokemon cards. I'm like, oh, for the love of God, 7-year-old kid, if you've ever been quiet, be quiet now. And the president's like, put him on speakerphone. And so you read off the truth that was at the actual announcement that he was nominating me to be vice president. And he says, what do you think about that? And my son goes, oh, it's good.
It's the endorsement.
Yes.
He likes your truth.
That's the endorsement that mattered, actually, was from my 7-year-old. But it's been a wild ride, and we're having a good time, and we're going to win. That's the most important thing.
How's your ear?
Good. Getting much better. We're getting down to the small bandages. But it was a nasty one, and it was a nasty period. That was exactly 1 week ago from today, exactly. And, you know, when you think about it, that's been a lot of territory covered. Who would have thought?
This is before Biden dropped out, bro. This interview was conducted before Brandon dropped out.
It was God, actually.
You know who said it was not God? Ron Johnson, senator from Wisconsin, said he gave you that chart of illegal immigration.
Well, he's right about that. He actually gave me the chart. If I didn't have that chart, I wouldn't have looked to the right. If I didn't look to the right, a very bad thing would have happened. I wouldn't have been at the convention. I can just about guarantee it.
That's right.
No,
Where were you when Butler happened?
I was actually playing mini golf with my kids, hoping that he would call me and offer me the vice presidential slot. And, you know, what happened, and I told my kids, I said, we got to get out of here. The president's been shot. And, of course, we didn't know if the president was okay or not at that point. And my son said, Daddy, is it the president who's your friend or the president you don't like? And I said, it's the president who's my friend. And he said, okay, I'm sorry about that.
Dude, he's so lip-coded. This is such lip-coded storytelling.
The president was okay.
So the ear's better. You have the smaller bandage on. Have you asked to see the wound?
I have not, no. I won't, though I do find it hysterical, Jesse. You have these people who are like, why is the president wearing an ear bandage? He got shot in the ear, and these are the same people who are wearing masks, right, 5 years after COVID, so it's pretty ridiculous.
When you were down by the podium, we heard a lot of
Why are you such a pussy?
You said something about shoes.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, they wanted to put me on a stretcher. They had a stretcher, and they wanted to put me on a stretcher. And I said, I'm not going on a stretcher, because I just felt it was the ear. And there was a lot of blood coming. I don't know if you've heard this, but the ear causes, they say, the most in the body. You get hit in the ear. Better than just about any other place in one way, but in another way it bleeds more. And there was a lot of blood, but I understood. They thought I was hit elsewhere. They thought I was hit actually in this area. And I wasn't. I said, I'm telling you, I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm gonna get up, I wanna get up, I'm not gonna be taken out on a stretcher. We had a little argument. Well, I have 6 guys lying on top of me. I mean, I had some big guys on top of me.
Yeah.
The strong guys too, I can tell you that by the wrist. The wrist had a little work on it. And brave guys, because they ran onto that stage very quickly. I was down for the most part, because when I looked at my hand, I knew it was something very serious. I put my hand up, I looked at it, it had blood all over it. But I had a lot of big, strong humans on top of me, and they were very brave humans, because they were running into fire, and he kept going. He probably thought he hit, but it hit the ear. And when I saw that, I got down pretty quickly, I think. I also think people were starting to shout. It's one of the reasons I was able to go down so fast, because it almost is amazing that move of checking here and going almost immediately down. I think so. Probably people were shouting at the same time. Who knows? It was bedlam.
Didn't he say he was never going to retell the story again? I mean, did anybody believe that when he said that? He's like, because it was so beautiful and it was such an emotional moment. I'll never tell the story again. It's like, this motherfucker hasn't stopped yapping about this.
One shot from an unbelievable shot. Now, if he would have done it earlier, maybe doing it earlier is hard because it's hard to shoot somebody when you're not 100% sure. But they got him. And had they not gotten him, it could have been a lot worse situation. But two great men were very badly hurt. I've gotten to know them, and one, Corey, was, as you know, killed. And you could have had a lot more than that if he didn't. But so they took him out. So now we're getting up. I said, I'm not lying on the stretch. I'm not going to do that. So I forced my way up, and once I was up, I realized, because I looked, everybody was stunned. You know, we had thousands and thousands of people. A good group in the back, but they were great. You know, it was just like a backdrop. And nobody stampeded, nobody ran. You know, usually when they hear a shot, if you go to where people that do this for a living, it's called crowds, and they said when a bullet goes off, everybody starts running for the exits. Nobody ran, including the thousands, I mean, tens of thousands of people were in front. And nobody ran, and nobody ran in back. The back was like a sample of it. And you had one man, and the man dressed in black. I mean, they were all becoming famous people, with a black hat, and he's looking like this. He's standing up. Where are they? And he starts pointing. This man had no fear, and none of them did. And the women were incredible. Some went down, you know, for a little cover, but nobody ran.
Someone said J.D. Vance looks like his assigned nurse. He is looking concerned. You're right.
They were right.
He's like,
but they thought I was in trouble because they saw the blood immediately because it was over here.
And sir, the media always slanders these crowds as, you know, MAGA extremists, and of course they slander the president too. And it really is, I think, a testament to the movement, how calmly people.
What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? They're so stupid. They started chanting USA. Like, they're so fucking dumb, dude. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He got shot right as he was looking at, like, immigrant rape is happening statistics. Well, not really. He was actually talking about immigrant rape happening, but the statistics simply were just the number of migrants crossing the border and getting apprehended.
This guy tried to take your life. How'd that conversation go?
It was good. It was a nice conversation. He said, "You're lucky you turned to the right." So I was in. It was, you know, obviously somebody briefed him, but he did say that to me. He said, "You're lucky you turned to the right." I said, "I think so."
This country would be lucky if it turned to the right.
Well, I guess maybe, certainly to a certain extent, it would. Wouldn't it be nice?
The assassination attempt and the cover-up. Trump-Vance next.
Lord, you know what's on our hearts. You know where we struggle. You know where we need to be pushed. Help us give it all to you.
Dude,
the good,
even their ads are awesome.
Help us turn to you.
Even their fucking ads are dope, dude. God, conservatives have
You should
everything.
join me in more prayer on Hallow.
Yes!
Stay prayed up.
Prayed up! Stay prayed up! Mackie Mac!
Hi! Need new glasses? Buy one pair, get one free at VisionWorks. How can you see me squinting? I can't, I'm just telling everyone. Hey!
Buy one pair, get one free for back to school. VisionWorks. See the difference.
Your pain shouldn't be minimized.
Is this another Christian ad? What the fuck?
When medicine gets better, all of us can get better.
Imagine a future where plastic is not wasted, but instead remade over and over into the things that keep our food fresher, our families.
Why are you watching the ads? I just never see ads. Because I don't watch TV. It's just like kind of fun. Also, recycling plastic, that's gay as hell, bro. What the hell? That's woke.
This time because of, I guess, the war and everything going on. I can't really say about Kamala because I just feel like
I haven't really seen her do much. I don't really know like what decisions that she's helped make, any differences she's helped make. I don't know. So I can't say that she's probably a best candidate.
And that last woman you heard from said if it was up to her, her pick would have been Michelle Obama. Now, I spoke with a Republican off camera as well who made his displeasure with Joe Biden clear, whether he stayed in the race or not. All right, reporting live from the Capitol, I'm Bradley Davis, WAPT News.
Now, this, of course, is a story that has everybody talking. Tonight, our Derek Hyde checking the political pulse here in Western New York, giving a voice to local Democrats and Republicans alike as we prepare for an upcoming election like no other.
Awesome.
President Joe Biden just announced that he will not be seeking a second term in the office of the presidency. So I traveled all across Western New York talking to you about what you think this major shakeup means for us here come November.
My name is Tracy.
Tyrone Woods.
Jason Patrick.
Ike Thompson.
Hi, I'm Ron from NT.
It's from Buffalo, New York.
From North Tonawanda.
So I'm from Cambria, New York.
I am right here from North Tonawanda.
Biden just dropped out of the race. What are you thinking about that?
I think I could have saw it coming.
I think it was something that was coming. I think that we all kind of seen that coming. I think it's good for him to kind of step out of there because you're getting older. Got to sit it down. You know, I think I'm really excited and waiting to see who's going to be next.
I think it's better for our country. We definitely need another option. I mean, Biden seems like a good guy, but I think for our country we need someone who can do more.
Need somebody young. I know the internet talks about all of the older people, senior citizen, and this and that and the third, and the way they think. But it actually depends on us, the people, first who we vote on.
No, I didn't really think that. I thought he was going to keep fighting.
I think he was going to keep going till he won. Well, I think he should have because it doesn't seem like he can hold his act together as far as talking and all that other stuff. So, yeah, he probably should have.
I just saw a mental decline over the years, and it didn't seem right.
A lot of new ideas are going to come in, and we need that. So I think that the old way of doing things is out the door with him.
The Democratic Party has not yet announced who will be its presidential candidate come November. But President Biden did formally endorse Vice President Kamala Harris on social media, a welcome sight for some of the young women I spoke to.
I feel like Trump gonna win, but it would be a miracle if Kamala win.
I want to see how it feels to have a female president. 'Cause I feel like us females could do so much things.
A new Democratic candidate will soon be on the horizon. It seems like a lot of us here in Western New York are eagerly awaiting for who will get that bid. We're a voice for Western New York, Derek Hyde, 7 News.
Tell me, what did you think about the news that Biden's stepping out of the race?
It was surprising, but definitely
It was the right thing to do.
It was the right choice and a good choice. I think that he's on his way out anyways, so.
But he had one term, like, be happy with that. Give somebody else a shot,
Do you think this will give the Democrats more of a chance to beat Trump?
Oh yeah.
I should
100%.
hope so.
Yeah, 100%. Because definitely will give him a better shot.
I have mixed feelings about it, to be honest with you. On one hand, I think he could have stayed in the race a little bit longer, but after seeing the debate and hearing what other people were saying about him, I think it might be a good move for what he's doing. Some fresh blood. Harris polls well against Trump, so I think she has a real shot at winning.
I'm nervous. I hear so much animosity toward her, around the workplace, which is more conservative. But
yeah, chat. Why are you guys not being fucking normal about like normie Americans? Like, what do you mean? This is what it's good. It's good to watch this shit. These are just like regular fucking goobers like you. They are more representative of like the normal political opinion than you.
I mean, they weren't going to vote Biden anyway, so it's going to be interesting. I'm voting for whoever isn't Trump. And I wish I was more excited, but I'm still nervous.
I think she reminds me of like an auntie, like at the cookout or something. I don't know. Like she's a very like likable person. Seems like she does have like a questionable time as the attorney, like putting people in jail for like smoking marijuana and stuff like that. So it'll definitely be something that I'm going to think about moving forward.
If it was in between Kamala,
He's right. That's a big old weakness for her.
Harris and Donald Trump, I would vote for Trump.
Me personally, I'll stay where I'm at in the middle.
I would pick Kamala Harris, definitely. Just because it's something different. The country, you know, we still have not had a woman president yet. So what better opportunity now for that change to happen in this day and age? And plus, you know, representing, African American.
Remember chatters who were earlier yelling at me, being like, I can't believe you said Kamala Harris's charisma is important. I can't believe you even brought up Kamala Harris. Oh, you wanted her to shuck and jive for you. That's what one chatter said. I should have just pulled this video up so that people can understand like what normal Americans are looking at and thinking about when making these consequential decisions.
Being a woman, I'm all for it.
You're happy he's out because now we don't have someone who thinks like this.
Right, exactly. Because Donald Trump, he was the devil.
Yeah.
He was the devil.
And it's showing when he says things like this.
Yeah.
So the devil would say things like this.
Exactly.
Would you ever expect our current administration, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, to use this type of language when talking about people wanting to come into our country?
No,
hell no.
No,
They
they
got
wouldn't
more
even
class
do
than
that.
that.
They're classy people.
Yeah, they got more class than that. No.
So they wouldn't do that.
So I want you to read this headline from Politico.
Harris blunt message in Guatemala, do not come to the U.S. Oh, she said that?
Everything I just said was not Donald Trump. It was Kamala Harris.
Oh, my God.
What's the argument? Like Donald Trump says that too, though. By the way, this is great. Okay. This is great. This further proves the point I was making, which is Democrats fucking pushing right on immigration is idiotic. I told you.
Show me the facts.
I'm sorry, Donald Trump.
Read that headline to me.
I don't like him either, but I apologize, sir.
Did you guys hear what Donald Trump said about immigration the other day? Roll the tape.
You're going to see something right now. You don't have to listen. Please roll the video. Roll it.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States.
I'm glad that Boo Boo Bennett is back. Pooping in her diapers.
Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. The United States will.
Please look up the headline. No, she did say that. It's a massive meme in this community. She literally did. Remember? Border czar. Remember? Perhaps it's not the best idea to fucking push right on immigration.
Continue to enforce our laws and secure our border.
Well, excuse me, that wasn't Donald Trump, but we're going to tell people it is, and we're going to get their reaction when we unveil our secret.
Yeah, this argument is also stupid. Oh, it's an older video. They just re-uploaded it? Okay. Regardless, this argument is also stupid because they're going to be like, okay, well, I still think it's bad. All this shows someone like myself is that I'm right and that Democrats shouldn't have a fucking right-wing attitude on immigration. Especially when Trump is even more to the right. Like, oh, wow, these people think it's gross and racist that's, a political candidate is saying, do not come to the country. Okay. Well, your entire fucking agenda aligns with that.
secret. There was actually Kamala Harris who said those things about immigration. Let's go. What's wrong? Oh, you don't like me? They voted for Joe Biden.
I think we watched this video already. This is an old video re-uploaded.
You said it was kind of funny?
Yeah, I mean.
This, on the other hand, might be new. Oh, yeah, it is. Them say attack on Trump because she's pregnant. Them say attack on Trump was funny or fake.
It was just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it wasn't like funny, but it was like.
Dude, this is awesome because, again, another self-own. Another self-own. It's like, oh, wow, look at all these fucking people who hate the former president. Like, what are you doing? Okay, yeah, I mean, we know. Yeah, people fucking despise Donald Trump so much that he almost got killed and everyone's like laughing about it.
I don't know. I mean, it was kind of funny, let's be honest.
It didn't really bother you that much?
It doesn't really bother me. I wasn't the one who got shot, so.
If you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
Think before you speak.
Our presidents, former presidents, they are too protected to let anything like that slip up for something to have happened.
So do you think this was fake, as in like Trump orchestrated this thing for his own well-being in the... You think that Trump did this to himself?
Yeah, he probably set that up.
Okay. And why would he do that?
All the campaign and...
That's so funny. He got the greatest shooter of all time to shoot him right in the ear as he was like moving his head. But yeah, all this shows is that like people fucking hate him so much that they're like, yeah, it's probably fake.
You feel me? Publicity and all that.
If he moved like an inch, his brain would be everywhere.
Right.
You think he would risk that?
I mean, we live in America, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, possibly.
Did you guys hear about what happened on Saturday to President Trump?
Yes. All over the news.
Okay. Yeah. What was your initial reaction?
I mean, I was at work. I was just at work, minding my business, making my boba tea. And I didn't know about it until my boyfriend picked me up, and I was like, oh, okay.
It didn't.
Someone said, why does everything have to be a conspiracy all the time? Why can't some things just be? No. You can't have that. You cannot have that, chatter. It has to be a grand narrative always.
It really bother you that much?
It doesn't really bother me.
So why didn't it bother you that much?
I don't know. I'm not into politics. Not really into like. I almost called. Wait, I forgot his name.
Biden?
No, Trump. Trump was the one who got shot, not Biden.
Yeah, he got shot in the ear, remember?
No, I'm just...
Oh my gosh, I forgot Trump's name. Oh God, I love America. We are not gonna make it out. We are so lost, dude.
It's not really like into the politics, and I mean, like, it doesn't. I wasn't the one who got shot, so.
Are you usually that like nonchalant, carefree when anyone gets shot?
Not really, because if it was like my mom or my boyfriend, I'd be like, yeah, like y'all better not. Who was it? Like I would fight for them, but
President Trump is like, eh.
He's not our president now. He's a former president, so.
Yeah. Would you feel differently if it were Biden who got shot at?
No, I still probably wouldn't care. Not my family, not my man, don't care.
What was your initial reaction to what happened to President Trump?
I was really shocked, like that would like happen. I thought, I don't know, it was just crazy.
Yeah, it's like, how did they allow this to happen?
Right.
Yeah. How do you think they allowed this to happen? Like, what the heck? Who messed up here?
I don't know, probably just like not being very controlling over guns and just like, yeah.
Oh, you think it was like gun control issues that let this happen?
Yeah.
Since I am officially back in the game, I'm going to need your support to keep these videos coming. If you like what you see and want to support me and pay for my babysitters, because I used to just need security, now I need babysitters along with security, go to patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett and sign up to support my work. You'll be entered into a Facebook group where you can chat with me one-on-one.
Why would anybody want to do that? Like, who the fuck would want to do that? Actually.
And how it was processed there. What was your initial reaction to finding out what happened and how it was processed?
It was a distraction.
It was a distraction?
That's what I think.
Okay.
From something
Go more into
serious.
that.
Like, I think it was just something to take us off that focus or put us on that so that we can not see what's going on behind the scenes. Whatever that is,
A bait and switch.
whatever that is, I don't know, but yeah, that's one of my ideas.
So who do you think was put up to the, wanting the distraction to be done? Do you think this was like a hired type of thing?
I think it might be just the media. I'm not going to say it was either one of the candidates. I think it might be the media just trying to take our mind off of what we need to be focused on, and that is who are we going to put to run this country?
And
honestly,
what kind
truly,
of
because
policies are being snuck in.
Exactly. And I feel
That's right. Jake Tapper attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. God, I love America so much.
like because our presidents, former presidents, they are too protected to let anything like that slip up for something to have happened. I just feel like it's the media is behind taking our focus off of what we need to focus on, and that is the issue at hand for our country.
Did you guys hear about what happened to President Trump on Saturday?
Yes.
Yes. What was your initial reaction?
I thought it was fake. Yeah, fake news for sure.
Yeah? You thought it was fake?
Yeah, I think it's fake. I don't really...
You still think it's fake?
Yeah.
Okay. I've never heard someone with that opinion. Just break that down like 30 seconds for me.
I just don't believe that the Secret Service and all that will let somebody even get in the vicinity to do something like that.
Yeah,
So,
that's weird.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
Anything to add to that?
No.
I mean, it's because we have this idea that like law enforcement is like super competent from television. And even I was shocked at how bad the Secret Service was in this situation because they're not like regular law enforcement, you know what I mean? Pretty wild how badly they fucked up.
Not really.
No, not really. So do you think this was fake as in like Trump orchestrated this thing for his own well-being in the... You think that Trump did this to himself?
Yeah, he probably set that up.
Okay. And why would he do that?
All the campaign and, you feel me, publicity and all that. He probably just did that to, you feel me, put some more shine on him or something. I don't know.
Okay.
They weird.
Okay. So you think...
This is cringe. Her interviewing Normies just trying to enjoy their summer and time at the beach. Ain't nobody give a shit about this. No, that's the reason why I think it's funny. She's like trying to own people with this kind of content, right? And being like, look at how Democrats are so conspiratorial. Which, by the way, we don't even know if they're like Democrats or not. But that's the way she's trying to present it. They're black equals Democrat, right? But the entire time, it's just people being like, yeah, I don't really give a shit that Donald Trump was shot. He sucks. Like, yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, he sucked. Fuck him. They just don't care.
Is he also like trying to put himself in jail with these trials and stuff?
She asking you the question, bro. Passing it to you. Nah, I don't think he's doing it to himself. But things happen.
Do you disagree with him?
Nah, not necessarily.
Okay.
Anything can happen. So.
You think someone would risk their life to win a campaign and get shot live in the head on national TV? Because it was if you move.
This is really hard to watch. Why? Like 10,000 people left, I think, since I started watching this video. They're like so upset. Who cares? It's silly as fuck. She's incredibly cringe. These guys literally could not be bothered. Just think about the underlying sentiment there. Okay? Think about the underlying sentiment. She's trying to craft the narrative here. That's one thing. But ultimately, absolutely zero people give a fuck. HasanAbi is so annoying. Absolutely nobody gives a fuck about Donald Trump being shot. And the ones that do care about it are literally the ones that are like, yeah, it was probably self-imposed, self-inflicted.
Moved like an inch, his brain would be everywhere.
Right.
You think he would risk that?
I mean, we live in America, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any other?
Yeah, also hardline news frogs, literally when I deviate a little bit in tone from news, will just be like, I'm gonna go, I put a toaster next to my bathtub. It's over. Like, we're not doing hardcore news coverage. Steve Kornacki is not on screen. I'm gonna go end it all.
Other explanation that it could be, or you're like, nah, this is Trump did this?
Until I hear otherwise, no.
Did you guys hear about what happened Saturday to President Trump?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. What was your initial reaction?
I don't know. I actually couldn't believe it. Like I couldn't.
Funny. I was just like surprised. I was just
I
like,
know.
what the like? That's just like crazy.
Yeah. You said it was kind of funny.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of like I don't know. I mean, I guess it wasn't like funny, but it was like I don't know. I mean, it was kind of funny. Let's be honest.
I was just like, what the hell?
And we knew that like this was gonna be merch. Like, it is everywhere.
There's
T-shirts.
There's already T-shirts about it of him like doing the thing with the bleeding.
Like blood all over his
Oh,
face.
yeah.
Like they missed.
Yeah.
They missed.
How did they miss?
Yeah.
How did they miss?
I don't know if there's
Like, it was right here. That was so close.
Any different sentiments out here?
My reaction's more like, how do you miss the shot?
Yeah. Like, how did he miss it?
Because, you know.
She's so excited. She's like, yeah, I got him. Not realizing that there are millions of people who share this sentiment. Like, I mean, millions. Okay? It's like, oh my God, they want the fucking former Republican president to be dead. And it's like, yeah, they do. They do. Like, they won't take matters into their own hands or anything like that. They're not Republicans after all. Ironic because the shooter was a Republican. But having said that, yeah, they're like, yeah, he sucks. Wishing death on anyone is crazy. I feel like people chilling on the beach are probably not the best target for these questions. I mean, dude, wishing death on anyone is crazy, but Trump is not anyone. Like, you're talking about a fucking former leader of the United States of America. Why the fuck do you think they need to have security detail at all times? Like, what do you mean? It's because they have a lot of enemies, okay? They're very powerful people, and they kill a lot of people, and they upset a lot of people in that in the time frame that they're running for president and are the president. Not running for president. Like, you're making it seem like this is a dude working the cash register at your local grocery store or some shit. It's like, yeah, that'd be fucked up.
I mean, you have a whole area full on rally of like Republicans that are always like pro guns and stuff. And they're always like hyping up their guns and stuff. So I'm just wondering, how did he miss the shot? You know, he just like nicked his ear a little bit. I mean, I feel awful, you know, they got hurt and whatever, you know, but it's the first time the Simpsons have been wrong. That's all I'm saying.
It's the first time the what?
The Simpsons have been wrong.
The Simpsons have been wrong. That's very, very interesting. So elaborate more on you're saying like the Republicans are always hyping up their guns and stuff. How does that relate to someone trying to kill the president or the former president?
Shot. If he had a clear shot, lining it up.
So you're saying he should have been able to get it?
Yeah.
And do you think he was a Republican?
I think they confirmed that he was. Yeah, they confirmed.
Oh, dude, dude. She's right. Oh no, this is Caitlin Bennett's worst nightmare. A person that actually knows what the fuck they're talking about. Okay. This is my favorite type of Boo Boo Bennett videos because like she's always like, what do you think? Are you wishing death on the president? Right? And then they'll be like, yeah, I am. What are you going to fucking do about it? And you're like, do you know if the person is shot and the president is a Republican? It's like, yeah, no, that was confirmed. Don't say it. I'm going to poop my pants.
The person that was, it was like a young guy. It looked like, he was like 20 years old. But maybe he could have hit the shot. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I don't care for politics either. Yeah. I think both options are terrible.
My favorite is when an apolitical guy, when an apolitical person's like, yeah, actually, I don't even care for politics, but honestly, fuck Trump. Oh, that's sick. People get so mad at that. They get so upset.
But honestly, like, it's just that he even got attempted to be shot at in the first place.
Are you guys voting in a couple months?
Us three are.
Yes, us three are.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. Does this sway your vote at all?
I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know.
Really.
I don't pay attention to politics much, so I don't even know.
I don't know if it's fake news. Michelle Obama might be running.
Bro, shut up.
We talked about this last night. We talked about it last night.
Would you vote for her?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I have to look into it more.
Yeah.
We're not registered yet.
Yeah, not
a
even
woman in there that's not an old white man.
I would love to see that.
Oh, we got a couple Kamala Harris voters. We got a couple Kamala Harris voters in the chat. Hey, line them up. Line them up.
What? It's too hot. I live here too. It's too hot. Okay. You ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, gosh. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
All right. We're getting people's reactions, initial feelings to what happened to President Trump on Saturday. When you saw what happened, first of all, do you know what happened?
I do.
Okay. Well, that's the first step, right?
I know supposedly what happened.
Oh, that word. I like that word you used there. So,
I'm probably the wrong person for you to answer about this.
Oh, no. This is fine. So, why do you use the word supposedly?
Because I'm a realist, you know what I mean? And, when I see real things, I feel them. When I see fake things, I feel that too. So, it just seemed unreal to me.
Okay. In what way?
It's so demoralizing to see how stupid the average citizen is. They're not stupid. They just don't give a fuck about what goes on in the realm of politics because they feel something that is objectively true. They don't give a fuck. No matter who you vote for, things don't seem to change in a positive direction. And that's it. It's kind of like that classic Reddit meme of like dumb guy. And then at the peak, you have like the person who's really stupid. And then on the other side, you have the brilliant guy. And both the fucking dumb guy and the brilliant guy are actually right. They're correct on their position. It's kind of like that. The bell curve. Yeah, the bell curve meme that people use. Ultimately, that is the major reason as to why people are not invested in politics. Don't touch it with a fucking 10-foot pole. It's not because they're stupid. It's not because they're stupid. It's because they're just stupid on this issue. You know what I mean? And they're stupid on this issue because they just don't think that this changes their life at all. And in some respects, they're not wrong. They got fucking bills to pay. They got a job to do. They got a job to do. And they also personally are enjoying their time off. They're just uninformed,
Give me some more.
Now, hold on now, because we are talking about Trump, so... Right. So don't... You ain't gonna say my name over here. I don't want to look up.
No one knows who you are.
So he's the coolest, so we leave it alone.
Yeah. Well, I love Donald Trump myself.
Okay.
We love Trump.
You love Trump.
However, the shooting was a point of the world to wake up and see that no one's untouchable from getting shot at.
Wow.
And it's crime everywhere in the world. So when we see it at a high stage of Donald Trump getting shot at in broad open daylight, we have to know that the devil is real busy out here in this world, and we got to protect each other. And it actually show unity that's going to come between us eventually, because God brings unity anyway. So Donald Trump being shot was a reality check that anyone can be touched. However, and nevertheless, when he first got shot, I didn't see nothing blow off his ear. But all of a sudden, when he goes down,
dude, this is my favorite type of person. Guy who's a Trump supporter, who ties back Trump's like attempted assassination to crime, who then turns around and says, I still think it was fake. Okay? Trump supporter who believes that Trump actually tried to get himself assassinated is the best guy. That is only the type of guy you can find in like a state like Florida. You know what I mean? It's so sick. It's awesome.
He comes back up, and then all of a sudden, it's a little blood here and there. Where, to me, and ROU on YouTube, it looked a little bit, nah.
Fake to me.
You know.
That's why I said what I said.
Okay.
You know, because I mean, whenever you see, or if you saw somebody get shot in real life, somebody get hit, the blood splatters immediately. So it just looked.
You don't think he's a Trump supporter? No, he said it already. He said he loves Trump. No, he definitely is a Trump supporter. He literally said very openly that he loves Trump and he is a Trump supporter.
Like it was a little fake to me because it would.
Okay.
But, you know, I hope he's okay though.
If you could say anything to President Trump, what would you say?
Think before you speak. Honestly, would be it.
That's what. So knowing he got shot, you would tell him. Well, no, anything. So why would you ask him, or why would you give him advice to think before he spoke?
I think a lot of times you get to a point where you have so much power that you feel your words don't make an impact or an effect. But I think when you have such power, your words have the greatest impact. So you have to be very cautious and careful in how you choose those words, knowing that it can have lasting repercussions that you may not even be aware and just ricochet into a lot of negativity. Case in point with everything that happened after the election when he did lose. He said one thing.
Amazing. She's amazing. See? There's brilliance in all of this. She's also absolutely correct. Like more correct than fucking all of the CNN people being like, oh, this is a horrific moment in American history. I'm so saddened by the fact that like, I'm so saddened by the fact that, you know, the person that we've been calling Hitler for the past fucking 8 years got shot at. It's like, it doesn't make sense.
Did another thing, it kind of had a whole negative repercussions from that. So just think before you speak. In regards to him being shot, again, I don't think anyone deserves that. Yeah. I think that was very unfortunate. Don't wish that upon anyone, no matter how horrible of a human you may or may not be, no matter what your office is. But just overall as a leader, think before you speak and think of the effects it's going to have and the impact you're leaving.
So I wonder, because you say think before you speak. You mentioned last election. We know what happened there at the Capitol. Do you think the media and the Democrats who have been constantly calling him, Nazie, I can't say these words because I'll get censored, or calling him, a dictator and he's committing genocide and he's taking away women's rights, do you think they have any, say in, maybe they should also speak, think before they speak? Could this have been something that maybe they've driven to as well, hate in this country towards him, saying these things about him?
Most definitely, and I also think they are sensationalizing this. I know as we were driving up here, we're actually staying in Orlando, and I was talking to the teenagers in the car, and I was telling them,
the political fragility demonstrated. The political fragility and just like overwhelming fragility demonstrated by the average fucking Republican at any given moment is hilarious. Like, we don't know all the other shit that you say all the fucking time. It's crazy. Like, the equation goes as such. I get to say Nazi shit, okay? And if you then turn around and go, hey, man, that sounds like you're saying some Nazi shit, then you're in the wrong for calling me out for saying Nazi shit. It's like, what are we supposed to do? Just like stand aside and then agree with you? That's what it is? I guess we just have to agree with you. J.D. Vance, his own vice presidential candidate, called him a fucking Hitlerian politician.
Campaign staff in the
All right,
last
we're going to
24
listen to the
hours.
next vice
Obviously,
presidential
it's been quite the
candidate.
24 hours for her, for really everybody witnessing this. And
But
I know you
a lot
spoke
of
to
you
her.
are going to be listening to the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, which is coming right now. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Service. From leading us out of a pandemic at record speed to being there for Kentuckians after tornadoes and floods, to helping us build the best economy of our lifetime, including the 2 biggest battery plants on planet Earth. He is an incredible American. I'm grateful for all the money to bring internet to every household in Kentucky, for clean drinking water, and for so much. With that said, I am excited to fully endorse the vice president to be the next president of the United States. She called me personally just hours after President Biden's announcement, and I admit that means a lot to me, but I'm not the only one. 10 hours on the phone doing the hard work that it takes to bring together the coalition that you see coming around her. There is so much energy, and it's energy because we know her. We know that she is a strong and smart person, which will make her a good president, but she is also a kind and empathetic person, and that's going to make her a great president. Now, just think about the contrast. Here's the vice president with empathy, looking out for people versus what's on the other side, which is just people looking out for themselves. I think you're going to see this energy continue, and I think the vice president's going to win this race, become the president of the United States, but most importantly, move us past all this partisan bickering, move us past the constant back and forth. People are exhausted about it, and she's got a chance to be that next leader that moves us beyond it.
Well, and you mentioned that you were one of the first people that she called. Did she mention anything about having you serve as her running mate potentially?
Well, I'm going to keep any of the details of that call personal, but what she did is she called and asked for my support, and I willingly gave it. She talked about having just months to make sure we won this election, but wanting to earn it. She said she didn't want a coronation, she wanted to earn it. And that's exactly what I needed to hear, that she is going to get out there just like she's doing today and make her case to the American people. She is the perfect person to prosecute the case against Donald Trump. Here's a district attorney and a former attorney general like I was. That's out there having represented, having fought for victims of rape and incest, of domestic abuse, taking on Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance, a guy that said when a woman is raped and becomes pregnant, it is, quote, inconvenient. Or that women should stay with a domestic abuser. I mean, that is really wrong. And the vice president is the perfect person to contrast, that view and how wrong former President Trump and J.D. Vance are on those and so many more issues.
And I know you said you love your job as governor of Kentucky, but if you were asked to serve as vice president, would you lean towards saying yes?
I do love my job here in Kentucky. My kids are happy. We're having record success. We've broken every record for private sector investment, new jobs, exports, tourism. Recidivism is at a low the last 3 years. Our drug overdoses are going down for the first time in a long time, which is critically important. So I love the work that I do. The only reason I'd ever consider something else is if I felt that I could help my people in Kentucky more in a different role, or that there was a chance to move past the partisanship, the constant fighting. You know, what we've done in Kentucky is turn down the temperature and have everybody, Democrats and Republicans,
Every time he says that, he's just saying that because he wants to be the VP.
Like good jobs, solid infrastructure, healthcare that's accessible and affordable to everyone, internet access, public safety, public education. I just think America and our people are yearning for a time when they're not defined by their party, where everything from the car they drive to the beer they drink isn't about picking a team. I think they're just yearning to get beyond this and get back to a sense of normalcy.
But on that race, of course, this is a big question of who is going to be on that ticket with her if she is the nominee. There are some people who have already started submitting information for vetting purposes. Are you one of those people? Have you submitted any information to the Harris campaign?
I've not been personally asked to submit information at this point.
Okay, and you and I spoke right after you won re-election. It's a rare thing for a Democratic governor in a very red state like Kentucky. If you were selected as vice president, and I know we're talking about hypotheticals, but it matters, and what would you bring to the ticket as far as appealing to rural voters who may have turned away from your party?
Well, I know how to talk to people on both sides of the aisle. You have to in a state like Kentucky. And again, it's recognizing that when people wake up in the morning, the things they're worried about aren't partisan. And they're not thinking about the presidential election. They're thinking about their job and whether they make enough to support their family. They're thinking about whether they can afford their next doctor's appointment for their parents or their kids or themselves. They're thinking about the safety of the roads and bridges they drive on that day. They're thinking about their public safety in their community, and they're thinking about their kids' future, their education, and then the opportunities. When we govern in that way, we don't move a state or a country to the right or the left. We just move it forward. And again, I think Americans are yearning for that. Now, stop the right and left. Everything isn't Democrat or Republican. If we're going to lead correctly, we can't view the world through a red or a blue lens when everything one team does is supposed to be right and everything the other team does is supposed to be wrong. People just want a better life, and they want leaders that will work for the benefit of everyone. When you create good jobs, you help Democrats and Republicans, independents, and anybody else, whether they voted for you or not. Now, my rule has always been, yes, I run as a proud Democrat, but the moment I win, I take that hat off and I try to serve every single Kentuckian. It's why I go to every part of the state, why we've created jobs everywhere, because there's not a Democratic or a Republican job. There's just a community that need them and families that are improved by them.
Yeah, it sounds like you think you'd be able to help bring in some of those more moderate voters. But obviously, you know, this race, if it shapes up the way it is looking right now, would be Harris and Trump at the top of the ticket. I want you to listen to what J.D. Vance said today, Senator J.D. Vance, at his first solo rally since he was named as Donald Trump's running mate.
You don't trust this guy, as the chatter said, but he's literally, he has a good track record, like a really solid track record.
Who clearly didn't have the mental capacity to do the job. Kamala Harris lied about it. My Senate Democratic colleagues lied about it. The media lied about it. Every single person who saw Joe Biden knew that he wasn't capable of doing the job. And for 3 years, they said nothing until he became political dead weight.
What's your reaction to that, Governor?
Well, first, he ought to call the vice president by her title. She earned it. She is Vice President Harris. But the second is they're grasping for straws. Listen, J.D. Vance is a phony. He's fake. I mean, he first says that Donald Trump is like Hitler, and now he's acting like he's Lincoln. I mean, the problem with J.D. Vance is he has no conviction, but I guess his running mate has 34.
Well, I'm glad you brought him up because he just
lame.
responded to something you said today. When you are calling him phony this morning, you said that, you know, he ain't Appalachia, as, you know, he talks about his roots and growing up in Ohio, but being raised in the summers by his grandmother in Kentucky. And he just responded to what you had to say. I want you to listen to that.
It's very weird to have a guy whose first job was at a stats law firm and inherited the governorship from his father criticize my origin story. Like, yes, nobody gave me the governorship and nobody gave me a job except for my father was. I'm proud of that.
He said, nobody gave me the governorship and nobody gave me a job because of who my father was. I'm proud of that. Obviously a reference to your own father. What's your response to those comments from Senator Vance?
The girls are fighting.
But what was weird was him joking about racism today and then talking about Diet Mountain Dew. Who drinks Diet Mountain Dew? But in all seriousness, he ain't from here. He is not from Kentucky.
Chill, bro.
This is the guy who would come maybe
Chill.
in the summers for some period of time, or to weddings or funerals. And then he claims to be from Eastern Kentucky, tries to write a book about
I'm dropping
it,
my support for Bashar
and then he
al-Assad.
calls us lazy. And this makes me angry, but it especially makes me angry about our people in Eastern Kentucky. Listen, these are the hardworking coal miners that powered the Industrial Revolution, that helped build the strongest middle class the world has ever seen, helped us win 2 world wars, and he called them lazy, acting like he understands our culture and he's one of us. He's not. This is a guy who went out to Silicon Valley that's trying to be an everyman. He ain't one of us.
How do you think you would fare against Senator Vance if you were selected as the vice president and the two of you were on the
He'd be a
debate
perfect
stage
counter
together
to
come
him.
September?
What are you looking at? Come here.
Stay tuned for that answer from the governor. You're going to want to hear it and more from our interview. Plus tonight, there's new fury from lawmakers
The fuck? They just cut that shit? What's happening?
about the failures that led to that attempted assassination of Donald Trump, with these bipartisan calls for the head of the
Another
Secret
thing I
Service
told you, by
to
the way,
resign.
all Appalachians know JD Vance is a fake, phony snob boy. We all hate him, even the conservatives. He's gross. I know. I've been saying this. He's so fucking lib-coded. Kaya, come here. He's so phony and lib-coded. Like, it's so obvious. Oh my God, Sean Hannity is complaining about democracy on Fox. This is awesome. Bernard, if she's prepared to campaign around an agenda that speaks to the needs of the working class of this country, she will win this election and win it big, in my view. Oh, damn. He didn't endorse her.
Presidential race. Can you describe where you stand right now in terms of a possible endorsement or not of Vice President Harris, and what's on your mind as you make that decision?
Dude, he loves Biden. Holy shit.
Well, thanks, Bob, for having me.
Mods. Hasan looks like Trotsky, and only pathetic morons spend their youth in politics. This is not a respectable person. Just ban me. No, don't ban him. No! Unban that man right now. Toxic SJW. We love that guy. That guy's our favorite weirdo in the chat. Also, he called me young. Respect.
I think that the vice.
Yeah, I think he's holding out to be like, listen, you know, hit the progressive lines and we'll see. Probably trying to secure a similar allegiance from Kamala as he got from Biden.
President is going to be the Democrat.
Yeah, Biden was one of the 3 people nice to Bernie when he got elected to the Senate in 2006, and he's never letting that go. I know. That was unfortunately an incredibly common plot point in the 2020, like in the lead up to the 2020 election and the primaries. It made me very sad to watch him have this like old man solidarity that he just would not let go of. He's like, stop making fun of his age. He's not old.
Democratic nominee. I think she stands in a very tough race. I think she stands with the real possibility of winning this election and maybe winning it with a big vote. But the issue that concerns me is that for too long, Democrats have kind of turned their backs on the pain that millions of working class people, people who are elderly, children, lower income people are experiencing. And my hope is that if the vice president stands up and says, you know what, it is not acceptable that 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck while the billionaire class has never ever had it so good, that it's not acceptable that we've got millions of seniors who can't afford dental care, hearing aids, eyeglasses, that we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth, and almost all of the new wealth and income is going to the people on top. If she is prepared to campaign around an agenda that speaks to the needs of the working.
Kamala Harris has officially passed the number of delegates necessary to have the endorsement of California's delegation. Just now put her hundreds of delegates over the threshold needed. The delegation endorsed on a Zoom meeting tonight, following major delegations throughout the day, including Pennsylvania and New York, all accounting for a huge share of delegates. Fucking libs, man. The 2024 electoral map if Kamala goes on Hot Ones tomorrow. No. I don't think so, but we'll see. We'll see what she does. I'm waiting. Do you see your rays glazing your jump shot? Yes. But we'll watch it again.
This is hold on. This is a Twitter clip. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
How are my knees after that game? They're fine.
That's like in this mouth, bro.
3-1 by 2?
3-2? He backed up? This nigga shoot like, wait, this shoot like Jokic. Why does it shoot like Jokic?
Can't burst it.
Literal 2v1? I mean, it was a 2v1 for Ludwig too then, because, I mean, for Hasan too, Ludwig did shit. Max.
How can she become a nominee without a primary? Guys, what do you think happens if the president dies, for example? Like, what do you think happens in that situation? I mean, the president functionally is a vegetable anyway, but what do you think if he died? What would happen in that circumstance?
There were questions raised about a law firm that you previously worked for that represented Purdue Pharma. But on another issue that obviously is going to be central to the 2024 campaign, abortion.
Like the person running.
This is something that I know is personal for you, too. I covered your re-election race. Your state has a law that does not have exceptions for rape or incest. Hadley Duvall was featured in one of those ads that was incredibly searing. And Senator Vance in the past has previously signaled he only supported exceptions for abortions when the life of the mother is at risk. When he was asked about rape or incest, he said, and I'm quoting him, "Two wrongs don't make a right." What do you believe national Democrats need to learn from how you ran on this issue in a red state in your last election in 2024 on a national level?
Well, in Kentucky, this is now not about being pro this or pro that. Because of Donald Trump and his appointments to the Supreme Court, that world is gone. In Kentucky, what it means right now is we have one of the most draconian laws in the country where even victims of rape and incest or women with non-viable pregnancies have zero options at all. Imagine folks wanting to be parents that are learning that their child will die moments after it's born, that are then forced to listen to those final cries. It's cruel and it's mean. And then think about Hadley. You know, Hadley abused by her stepfathers, starting when she was very young, pregnant at 12 or 13, and speaking out now, having the incredible courage because other people in her spot right now in Kentucky don't have options. J.D. Vance is 100% wrong. It fails the test of human decency and of empathy. Listen, about 85% of Kentuckians believe there should be exceptions there. That makes J.D. Vance an extremist and dangerous. But even moving past him, you know, folks, these are people that have been harmed, that have been violated. Some of them children. And the world J.D. Vance wants, their rapists would have more rights than that victim. We should all be able to agree that that's wrong. And this is just a clear step we ought to take in every single state. While I believe there should be much more access, in the very least, victims of rape and incest and non-viable pregnancies deserve options.
Governor Andy Beshear, if you are asked to...
Bro, why do you keep asking about Michelle Obama? No,
Thanks
it's
so
not
much for your time
happening.
tonight.
Thank you.
My political experts have been listening along with the rest of you. And of course, we are here looking at this. Karen Finney, what do you make of what you just heard there? Do you think he'd be a good pick for Harris if she's the nominee?
100%. I think you saw this is part of why he is beloved in the Democratic Party. I mean, he illustrates how you can win anywhere if you stand up for your values and speak from the heart, which I heard him do in your interview.
Yeah, and of course, because he's a Democrat in a red state, which is basically unheard of. Obviously, his dad was governor, and so he's got a household name there. But in the sense of, you know, what he could contribute to the ticket and appeal potentially to rural voters, that is going to be something they're looking for. What did Biden bring to the ticket that Harris may need for her coalitions?
It will feel a little strange if his primary message is to try to litigate J.D. Vance's biography. I feel like he probably needs a crisper message. He would feel like a do no harm kind of pick. Sort of reminds me in some ways of Tim Kaine being chosen to be Hillary Clinton's running mate, where it's a pick that, you know, Virginia wasn't a state that they felt they really needed in the same way that Kentucky is unlikely to vote for a Democratic candidate. There are other options.
It literally is not like Tim Kaine at all. I can't believe this person is a, I mean, they're a Republican strategist, but
naming,
I can't believe this person is like a professional political commentator. It's
from. He clearly is trying to also make that appeal to those kinds
dude, the people that go up there are so wild.
Democratic side, again, he seems like a sort of do no harm candidate, not necessarily one that's going to add you a lot, but he may not cost you a lot either.
Yeah, we have a lot to talk about just beyond that. Also, what we heard from Harris and from President Biden tonight. Also, we're getting brand new information about who has been put in charge of vetting those potential running mates for Vice President Harris. Stick with us. We'll be back after a quick break.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Let's look at the actual tier list of potential VP VP nods, okay? All right. All rumored possible Harris VPs that I could find. Hi, chat. Kamala Harris is vice presidential candidate, July 24th tier list maker. Or July 2024 tier list maker. Up first, we have Big Gretch. Okay, I'm going to resort to some of Ed Mentum's commentary on this as well. Okay. On this issue, Ed Mentum, of course, has Gretchen Whitmer at S tier. I disagree with him on this. I don't think she's S tier. I think she's great. She's my favorite pick for it as well. Having said that, however, I don't think a double woman ticket would be great. I obviously, as you guys know, I like Gretchen Whitmer. I've said that would be the best person to replace the ticket entirely, potentially. Immediate lock in Michigan. Very popular governor with a very popular policy mandate overall. Very popular mandate overall. As the governor, Gretchen Esther Whitmer is an American lawyer and politician serving as the 49th governor of Michigan since 2019. Member of the Democratic Party. She served in the Michigan House of Reps from 2001 to 2006 and in the Michigan Senate from 2006 to 2015. Whitmer is born and raised. She's 52 years old. So she's definitely on the younger side. Okay. She's a looker as well, which definitely is important. Now, Gretchen Whitmer has already declined the nomination. Okay. She has already declined the nomination and has endorsed Kamala Harris, said she isn't interested in being vice president. That is because I believe she's interested in being president. And one day she might be. Okay. Gretchen Whitmer would be in the no shot category because she already said she would not do it. Even though if it was my own personal opinion, I would put her as the pick as the president, not even just the vice president. Are you rating people on who you want or who you think is going to get in? Both. And I will explain to you all of it. Gretchen Whitmer has a pretty solid track record in Michigan. Very progressive. Fought for a lot of progressive issues. Okay. Fought for a lot of progressive issues in the state of Michigan. She also has this song made about her. That's why they call her Big Gretch by G-Mac Cash.
Hey, on behalf of
Primo
Detroit,
Beats on the chat.
hey, we want to present these buffs to our governor. Big Gretch. Throw her buffs on her face, cause that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stress. We got Big Gretch. You can find her in the press under Big Gretch. Fresh in a new dress. Yeah, that's Big Gretch. Throw her buffs on her face, cause that's Big Gretch. We ain't even about to stress. We got Big Gretch. At all. You can find her.
Her pledge when she was running for governor in the gubernatorial race in 2019 was literally to fix the damn roads. Not even a joke. That's literally what she said. And she beat her Republican opponent, the then Michigan Attorney General Bill Schwett, by nearly 10 points. She won re-election in 2022, defeating Republican Tudor Dixon by nearly 11 points. Her popularity increased in the time frame. That same year, Gretchen Whitmer championed abortion rights ballot measure that passed with nearly 57% support. Okay? As you recall, this is an abortion race for the Democrats. All right? Obviously, this makes it so that, you know, someone like Gretchen Whitmer with a track record on protecting abortion in her own state would make her a phenomenal pick. I'm saying all of this even though, like I mentioned, she's not, you know, she's already said no. She's already said no to that. Okay? She's passed gun safety measures, clean energy legislation, repealed Michigan's right to work law. She's pretty fucking solid. Pretty progressive track record. On the issue of Gaza, she was one of the only Democrats, like across the board post October 7, to go radio silent for the most part, only to then say like Israel has a right to defend itself, all that stuff. But there was a real reason why she went kind of radio silent on Israel, because she happens to be the governor of not just Michigan, but also Dearborn, Michigan, where there's a big Arab constituency, big Muslim constituency, big Arab constituency. So she called for peace in the region, which I thought was fucking awesome. Okay? Pathetic on her part. Okay, y'all are on crack cocaine if you think that literally on like October 9, someone's saying peace in the Middle East on October 9 as a Democratic Party elected representative, elected politician, that's basically like saying Israel must perish, okay? Like in terms of like October 9, saying peace in the Middle East, please, is literally like akin to saying Israel will pay for its crimes, okay? She didn't even say Middle East, she said in the region. You're out of your fucking mind. Subdue your goddamn expectations and reorient them to what the Democratic Party currently looks like. Okay? You're out of your dang mind. Now, her weakness is on the Medicare for All front. She has family connections to the pharmaceutical industry. But overall, she's like pretty fucking solid on a lot of issues that matter to the Democratic Party. However, like I said, considering the fact that she says she's not going to do it, I put her in the no shot category. Up next is my governor. And my governor is an asshole. He is an adulterer, a serial adulterer, and he also happens to look like he could be a president in a straight-to-DVD released movie. Okay? Some might consider that to be a pro. I don't know. Okay? Gruesome Newsom is from the state of California. Vice President Kamala Harris is also from California. Not entirely sure how that works. Considering that Kamala Harris has been the vice president now and not exactly a senator from California any longer. So I don't know if there's like that constitutional hurdle to clear on that front. But regardless of that, double California ticket is ridiculous. California is already a deep blue state. Governor of California also has a lot of California stink for the rest of the country, considering the crime panic that swept up Sinclair Broadcasting and all local news and even network television for the past fucking 4 years, seemingly. The idea that The idea that like the Republican, Bashar didn't get a vetting request, and only got it from Cooper from North Carolina, Kelly from Arizona, Shapiro from PA, Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan, even though Whitmer said no, and Waltz and Pritzker. I haven't really talked about Waltz either. According to a person familiar, Bashir told CNN he hasn't been asked to submit info at this point. Nothing for Pete Buttigieg? Oh, God. Fucking Ukrainian flag in the bio. Andy. Now, getting back to the hopefuls and getting back to all of that, let's talk about it. Consider that he's lying? No, he's not. That's copium. So, California is seen as a crime-ridden shithole where the youth are being transed with radio communication, telecommunication rays, and 5G coronavirus rays at an alarming rate for the rest of the country. Okay? So that California stink is not something that Governor Gavin Newsom is going to be able to wash off of himself. Some of that California stink is true. Like, when I say stink, I mean literally, like, there's a massive homelessness problem in the state. People are doing dookies on the street, and that is directly a consequence of his failure to govern and actually bring about housing policy that the people seemingly democratically vote for pretty much every fucking election and midterm election cycle. Okay? Californians love voting for every fucking bluest measure that they possibly could find. Okay? You put a goddamn blue measure on there. You put a measure like we have to restore the means of production to the working class. We have to put landlords in jail. Californians will vote for it. Okay? By overwhelming majorities. I've never seen a ballot measure that Californians have not considered to be a bad ballot measure, as long as it's like presented in clear terms and communicated to the population that it's actually a solid measure, with the exception of Prop 22. Yes. Having said that, there are hella fucking props. There are hella propositions that are literally like, we have to kill you if you fucking sell your house and it's worth over $5 million. And Californians would be like, oh, that seems like a great idea. Even motherfuckers with houses that are worth over $5 million would be like, yeah, I'll vote for that. Who cares? Except it never fucking happens. They pass the propositions, and then there's seemingly no motivation or no ambition to pass such things. Now, why is this important? Well, it's important because, unfortunately, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom runs the fucking goddamn state with an iron fist and refuses, or rather with an iron pen, that he uses to fucking veto every goddamn measure and refuses to actually follow through on the democratic wishes of the motherfucking population. Okay? It's true. He's Mr. fucking Veto. He's Mr. Veto. He is ass cheeks on that front. A lot of people think he's charismatic, and he certainly is. Okay? He will fuck your wife. He will fuck your girlfriend. He has, as a matter of fact. He probably has fucked your wife already. But I am putting him in the no shot category for the obvious reason that he is also from California. Now, Bashar, I like him. I would put him as my pick alongside JB Big Boy Pritzker. Okay. I really like Bashar. He is from the deep red state of Kentucky. He's one of the most popular governors in the state of, he's one of the most popular governors in the entire nation. He's a top tier pick. I think he's phenomenal. And I think he'd be even better as president one day. Okay. He's pro labor union. He's anti-charter schools. He's uncompromising in terms of fighting for social justice causes. He has basically fucking described. He has basically fucking described like LGBT children as children of God, just like every other child. He is uncompromising in his protection for people from Kentucky. Doesn't even fucking matter if some right-wing shithead comes at him and tries to get him to apologize or cause controversy for taking photos with like drag queens or whatever in the Capitol. He says, nope, those are Kentuckians, and I will take that photo with them every single fucking time. I love that. We need some red state Democrats to actually grow a fucking set. All right. And he has that set. He's also the whitest motherfucker. He's also the whitest motherfucker on this list. Like, he's crazy white. Okay. You see a photo of him and his family, and it's like a flashbang grenade opened up in a goddamn dark room. It is crazy. Okay. He is the Lion of Louisville. Just like Bashar al-Assad is the Lion of Syria. He is the Lion of Louisville. He's the Lion of Lexington. I don't know enough about Kentucky, so those are the only two L cities that I could bring up. He'd be great. We need a cisgender, heterosexual, white man as the VP in a not dissimilar fashion to Barack Hussein Obama needed a racist ass, goofy ass white boy. Like, and Edgar Bentham calls this the cracker ticket. And he's right about that. We need a cracker. Okay. We don't need just any kind of white. We need a cracker white. Okay. Possibly racist. You understand me? So, Bashar, I don't think is racist, but I will say that he fits that cracker mold so perfectly. He literally looks. If you see a photo of his family, they all look related, and I'm not talking about him and his parents. I'm talking like literally everyone just looks related, including him and his wife. Anyway, so that's awesome. I'll put him on obviously possible options considering he hasn't been vetted. Actually, fuck it. I'm gonna put him as the pick. Okay. Tim Walz is the socialist leadership that America needs. I will get to Tim Walz in a second, okay? I know. Remember, I hyped up Minnesota quite a bit. Minnesota is also a very important state for the Democrats. But like, we'll get to my socialist legend, okay? We'll get to my regime enjoyer, social democrat Tim Walz in a second. We're going to get there. We're not there yet. Okay. Let me close these fucking tabs. Up next is J.B. Pritzker. That's right. The big boy from Illinois governor. Also very popular. I think Edgar Bentham actually ranked him low. I don't even know why he did that. He gave Governor Pritzker, J.B. Pritzker, a C tier pick. Called him a C tier pick, just like Tim Walz, as a matter of fact. What I said about him then remains true now. Good governor, especially by Illinois standards. Mediocre electoral record, especially given the circumstances of his races. Like Walz, he represents the states that Democrats need to assume they're winning if they are going to have any chance at even contending for an electoral college majority. Difference with Tim and the reason why he's above Walz is money. Put together, the Pritzkers are worth more money than God could near single-handedly wipe out Trump's post-conviction, post-assassination cash. That's nothing to sneeze at. I don't know why he's not. Wait, what? He doesn't really talk about his policies here, but J.B. Pritzker, big boy, very fat. I love that. Okay, J.B. Pritzker, also pretty fucking progressive, pretty uncompromising when it comes to social issues. All right. He's a little wishy-washy on Israel as well. I wouldn't say he's as bad as Shapiro on Israel. I don't even know what fucking Bashar has said about Israel. I just assume they're all Zionists, by the way, for the record, because, of course, they're all fucking Zionists. But having said that, it's the only billionaire that I have ever felt had somewhat of a kind heart. He hasn't really spoken out about Israel as much as Shapiro has, and certainly not as much as Bashar has. Bashar hasn't talked about Israel either. Sorry, that's what I meant. Remember you calling Pritzker a yabba dabba doo looking ass? I mean, look at him. Look at him. He literally looks like Big Justice grown up. He looks like he's a Costco kid. The fuck are we talking about? America needs a yabba dabba do looking ass motherfucker. Okay? America loves representation. No matter how much people try to act like they don't love representation, they fucking love that shit. And what's more American than a fucking fat guy? Okay? 60% of the country is obese. JB Pritzker is obese. That's 60% of the vote. I don't make the rules. 60% of the country is white and obese. Think. What is Pritzker? White and obese. He will lock down the fat vote. He will lock down the white vote. Okay? His controversies are shit like this. Yeah, he's just another rich white guy. Took toilets out of his second mansion to avoid millions in tax. Yeah, it's shit like that. Okay? We're talking about people who will assume the role of the greatest war criminal administration you've ever seen. Stuff like that. It's just small fry shit. He's running up against Donald Trump. What are we talking about? He can also call Trump poor. That's true. That's also true. He's both fatter than Vance. He's both richer than Vance. And like I said, he's, you know, seemingly is a decent person. Here's JB Pritzker eating a hot dog.
Chicago style. Our cheddar dog, Chicago style. Thank you. Hey, Governor Westmore, you don't know a good cheese dog. This is a charred cheddar dog from Wiener Circle. Let these ladies tell you what a really good cheese dog is like.
That's the governor from Maryland?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that Maryland hot dog, no way. What is it?
But fried bologna and shit, that's no good. No good.
Chicago style is the best way to go.
Yep, mustard relish, onion, pickle, tomato, celery salt, and sports peppers with the cheddar cheese.
That's the way
God
we do it
damn.
here in Chicago. Come on down to Wiener Circle. We'll show you what it's like.
I mean, come on, bro. That hot dog would kill Joe Biden? Yeah, 100%. You know JB didn't want to eat that on camera because honestly, that'd be too disrespectful. Okay? You know he hoops that shit. He just fucking throats that so quickly. Hey, Chad and HasanAbi, if you go to this hot dog stand and ask for a chocolate shake, that woman on the left will show you her breasts, and I'm not kidding. Please tell me you're making that up. No, it's true. I swear to God. Wait, what? Hey, yo, what the fuck's going on in Chicago? I've never been. Very excited to go. Anyway, like I said, Illinois is already a fucking lock for the most part. The new developments coming out of fucking Illinois have not changed my calculation on this. New developments coming out of the Wiener Circle in Illinois about the titty leaks have not changed my calculation. So he doesn't actually bring too much to the table on that front, in my opinion. DNC is also in Illinois. So yeah, that's Governor Big Boy JB Pritzker. I like him. He's progressive in ways that matter. He's got a decent heart, despite being a fucking billionaire. Anyway, JB Pritzker, Big Boy, on the pick watch as well. Clearly, you didn't research the Epstein issue. Wait, what? What Epstein issue? Pritzker was an Epstein ally? What? I've never heard that. The fuck? Is this like anti-Semitism or some shit? Oh. Oh, his dad was Thomas Pritzker, Hyatt billionaire and governor, or cousin was Hyatt billionaire and governor's cousin named in Jeffrey Epstein documents. He's the cousin, bro. He was accused in the lawsuits. Brother, you hear the same last name and you're like, that's the same guy? The fuck? No, bro, that's his cousin. The fuck? Why'd you say clearly I didn't research it? I mean, I didn't even know his cousin was in I didn't know his cousin was actually even related to Epstein, but still. Anyway. Everyone's got that one degenerate criminal cousin. Having a cousin be an embarrassment is a Chicago thing. Yeah, that's true. Also, that's odd. I don't think Trump will fucking bring up Jeffrey Epstein connections with anyone. You know, all things considered. My man is also compromised on that front, you know? That'd be pretty funny, though. He's like, didn't your cousin... I was a big fan of your cousin when I was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein myself. Anyway, let's move on. JB Pritzker is on the lock side. Wait, what? Damn, my fault. I mixed up my Pritzkis. I mean, it happens to everybody. Okay. Happens to the best of us. All right. Let's talk a little bit more about Pritzgoat. Okay. Let's pull up some policies. What has he done? What has he fucking done? First elected governor in 2019 or 2018, defeated the Republican incumbent Bruce Rauner. I would say that like one of his worst aspects is he's a Chicago or Illinois politician, and Illinois is pretty much the absolute worst place for politicians. Like Illinois as a state is basically a state where you have to be a criminal to do politics. It's kind of shocking. I'm not even kidding. Look it up. Okay. And yes, that includes Barack Obama, who did crack with a Duluth Dyson, who sucked this shit sideways. I'm not going to get into it any further. But like, it is literally the Gotham of America in many respects. It's not a joke. It is actually the worst. Illinois politicians are so bad. Chicago politicians specifically are so bad. I don't even understand it. It's very pay to play. They are like subtly the real mob state in comparison to like New York. You need to stop. Everything I said is true about Illinois, and everything I said about Chicago is extra true. Okay? It's just true. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, I mean, here's a Wikipedia article dedicated to it. I mean, they got this shit from A to Z, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. Pages in the category. Illinois politicians convicted of crimes. They got every letter, dog. They got letters you've never even seen before. Okay? Look at this broad representation in the criminal field. They're like, yo, immigrants are stealing the criminal jobs. No, it's not. It's Illinois politicians. They're doing the crimes for the rest of us. Okay? Last month, Ed Burke sentenced for racketeering, former Chicago alderman. Dude, let's not even get into the aldermans. Oh my fucking Lord. I mean, that entire process is so bad. Okay? They got letters in there where you're like, how is that even a letter in the English alphabet? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, J.B. Pritzker enshrined workers' rights. He also signed a major healthcare reform law. Insurers often don't cover drugs recommended by doctors. It's now banned in Illinois as prior authorizations for emergency inpatient psychiatric care. Governor issues proclamation of passage for workers' rights amendment. Pritzker and Gretchen Whitmer both are pretty fucking solidly pro-labor as well. So there's that, despite being a fucking billionaire. I've never been to Chicago. Also, Assange. Chicago's like Gotham. Well, there you go. That's how you know. That's the reason why you fucking know. Oh, here he signed 2 laws to protect young immigrants. That's why I don't go to Chicago, because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of all the crime that's happening, which is pretty funny to consider that I live in like crime-ridden dystopia, California, Los Angeles, obviously, as you know. He's the heir to the Hyatt's hotel fortune, which is not great. Obviously, it was founded by his uncle Jay Pritzker. His estimated net worth is $3.5 billion, according to Forbes. He's legalized recreational marijuana in Illinois. He raised the state's minimum wage to $15 per hour. He eliminated cash bail. He protected access to abortion in Illinois after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So J.B. Pritzker is pretty fucking positive. Pretty solid choice overall. He did some stuff about medical debt as well. Illinois raised nearly $1 billion in medical debt under new law. He's protected young migrants. His biggest issue was that he was a tax avoider. Like you guys are top of the ad break avoiders, which he had to pay back the $300,000 in property tax that he avoided by taking toilets out of his mansion. So, I'm from Illinois. I live in Chicago. They literally teach classes internationally about Illinois government corruption. Yeah. So there's that. So, he's got good shit. He's got a lot of good shit on his side. Okay? Basically passed the state level Green Deal, Climate and Equitable Jobs Act. Good for him. There's a lot of good shit that he's done. That's why I think he's a solid guy in terms of, a pick that I would appreciate. His mom was an abortion right activist. He was active with his mom, who was an abortion right activist. How about you activate the top of the hour ad break by subscribing? At which point you won't activate the top of the hour ad break. You won't see the top of the hour ad break. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, let's continue. All right, now we got Josh Shapiro. A lot of people have made jokes every time you hear the last name Shapiro, like, oh, you mean Ben Shapiro? No, we're talking about the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Okay, Josh Shapiro is a somewhat conservative Democrat. His benefit was, his major role here, obviously, Joshua David Shapiro's major role here is that he would deliver Pennsylvania 100%. He's popular. He's popular in the state. He would literally deliver it. And Pennsylvania is a must-win state for the Democratic Party. You have to. It's a non-starter. He will deliver Pennsylvania. That's out of the question. Like, there's no world in which he wouldn't. He is the 48th governor of Pennsylvania. He's been the governor since 2023. He's pretty new. He was a member of the Democratic Party, and he served as the 50th Pennsylvania Attorney General from 2017 to 2023, and as a member of Montgomery County Board of Commissioners from 2012 to 2017. Okay. So far, because it's too soon, I would say, as a governor, all we have are his declarations and what he's done thus far. Like his key accomplishments, I guess. He's the son of a pediatrician and an educator who grew up in the Philadelphia suburbs. Shapiro initially planned to follow in his father's footsteps to become a doctor. And he nearly flunked his orgo class in his freshman year of Rochester University. The only reason why you know a lot about this shit is because there's not really much else going on with his time at the very least time as a governor. He did get free breakfast for all public schools, which is pretty solid. I do love that. I'm a sucker for this shit. Okay. And we'll talk about that with respect to wallets as well. Whenever you feed children, I'm on board. Okay. I think it's such a gimme. It's the easiest thing you can do to win favors with the entire state. It's phenomenal. Orgo is organic chemistry. Yes. For those of you who don't know. Having said that, however, Shapiro orders state employees to avoid scandalous conduct amid Gaza protests, raising free speech concerns. He is a little bit of he's a little bit rabid on issues that pertain to Israel. More so than other people that I have mentioned here. He has said that like Penn State students that were protesting Israel's crimes against humanity are doing something that's like totally unacceptable. He also, I believe, is not good on the issue of school choice. That's a big no-no for me. Like I said, he's like he is on this article, they call him an observant conservative Jew. And it's frequently said that faith played prominently into his decision to enter public service. Bashar is also observant, I think, but not conservative at all. So just remember that. I think that that's important. I don't care if someone is like a firmly committed religious person. It's just that I just, you know, I as long as you're not, well, I mean, I guess it's because he's Jewish, so he's like more moderate across the board. Conservative Jews are moderates. Yeah, he's not conservative politics is just one of the types of Jewish faith. It's not as bad as Orthodox, but it's still somewhat conservative. But it doesn't matter. Like it's thank you, chatter. Reform, conservative, Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox is the way it goes. No, it's actually Reconstructionist, Reform, conservative, Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox. Reform Jews are not even moderate. Reform Jews are pretty fucking progressive usually on a lot of issues. Yeah, on the faith-built side, under Judaism, you have Reconstructionists, which is like the most, like that's like anti-Zionist Jews that are still committed to the faith. Then you have Reform, which are still pretty progressive overall, including but not limited to even anti-Zionist leanings and tendencies. And then it moves on. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Like I said, your religious opinions are completely irrelevant to me. As long as you don't let that interfere. Like I said, Bashar is a religious guy. He, I think, handles it really well. When he talks about how trans children are also God's children, I shed a tear. I think to myself, wow, look at how wonderful things can be. Obviously, here is Shapiro administration telling the Pennsylvania court it will not defend state ban on Medicaid-funded abortions. Pennsylvania's constitution prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex, and our state Supreme Court ruled earlier this year the state ban on Medicaid coverage for abortion services is sex-based discrimination. So, of course, he's like lived up where it matters. When I say he is what do you call it? When I say he's like conservative, I don't mean like social issues. Are you having a manic episode? What? Big guy, please stop the coverage and play games. It's late. You must be beat. LMFAO, just kidding. Are you having a manic episode? I can't stand this shit. I drink all shift with a big open container. Maybe you should let down the fucking sauce a little bit. Because it's not me that's having a manic episode. Okay. Anyway. Where was I? We're talking about Shapiro. Yeah, he is. He said some shit that's not great in terms of what do you call it? In terms of the pro-Palestinian protesters, he's expanded public services. Pennsylvania dramatically expands child and dependent care tax credits. Like I said, he's got some conservative tendencies, conservative leanings, which I don't appreciate. But overall, he will deliver the state of Pennsylvania, which is why a lot of Democrats are looking at him as a top contender. Okay? Just remember that. Shapiro's $18 million plan would house youth on the grounds of a maximum security men's prison. Don't know how I feel about that. C. Nelson, thank you for the 2040 community gifted subs. No, not Ben Shapiro. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, chatters. I'm not talking about Daily Wire co-founder Ben Shapiro. I'm talking about Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania and a top contender for the vice presidential pick. So Integramentum puts him at A tier because he delivers Pennsylvania. That's it. Like, that's literally the only reason why he's A tier. And that's a valid fucking thing to say. One fact, however, cannot be denied. He's nothing less than an electoral god in Pennsylvania. I don't think he's an electoral god in Pennsylvania. He is very good for Pennsylvania, and he will lock down Pennsylvania for the Democrats if he is the vice presidential pick. The thing is, he ran against a fucking psycho, okay? Like, I wouldn't say he's an electoral god, even though he did very well. He ran against a dude who was like waving like a QAnon sword and shit, okay? That was one of the... I know Mastriano was bad, but he won by like 17%. Yeah, I mean, he was really... Guys, I don't think you guys understand how bad Mastriano was and exactly how bad Mastriano was at a time when everyone was like, oh, God, these Republicans are disgusting. Doug Mastriano was running around waving swords saying he's going to use it. Like, he is literally like a fedaykin for Christian nationalism, for Christian fascism. It was crazy. He was a real lunatic, okay? You know what? Let me just show you this guy, and then you'll understand why Josh Shapiro fucking ran the table. He's so bad, you can't even find videos of him anywhere but Facebook. Like, that's how you fucking know shit is fucked up, okay? Here.
Would be the best gift for them. And we thought of the David sword because you've been cutting a lot of... and so we had inscribed in there for God and country because you have been fighting for our country and you're fighting for our religious rights in Christ Jesus. So we wanted to bless you.
This guy was running to be the governor of Pennsylvania. That's the guy Josh Shapiro defeated.
Goodies in here too. So it's kind of heavy. Hopefully it won't break. But so we just thank you for being a part of this conference, being a part of all of our lives, and really.
Oh, he also posed in a Confederate uniform while running for Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania candidate Mastriano posed in a Confederate uniform at Army War College. Awesome. Anyway, he was out of his dang mind. Okay. Getting real family values party vibes from that dude. Yeah, he's a real family values kind of guy. So anyway, Shapiro's fine. Like I said, he's really, I mean, he's not great on Israel. There's not much else I can say about it because, like I said, he's been a governor for a very short period of time. The fact that he compared pro-Palestine protesters to the KKK and called on the police to crack down on them is utterly disgraceful. Every other Democrat on this list, besides Pete and maybe Kelly, if you really care about unions, would be preferable to him for these reasons. I do not want him to ever be president, and I grimace at the thought of guaranteeing a future nomination for him with the VP slot. He's ass. His stances on a number of bread and butter issues, particularly education, suck. So, yeah. This Palestine shit is precisely the reason why he wouldn't be a pick for Harris. I'm telling you, man, they really want Pennsylvania, so who knows? But dude, the Palestine shit is one thing, okay? When you're making these calculations for the broader American electorate, there are certain things that, like, in terms of foreign policy, people have kooky ideas, okay? Usually it goes from hard right to immediate genocide, right? Those are like the differences in ideology when it comes to American politicians. But like school choice is a fairly inexcusable domestic policy position for a fucking Democrat. You know, that's like pretty wild. It's also immediately anti-union. It's part of the reason why I like Bashar al-Assad in Kentucky, who defeated school choice. Like, that's teachers' unions. Yeah, like the only reason why you'd be anti-school choice, or the only reason why you'd be pro-school choice is if you're anti-union. Like, look at this. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, first-term Democrat seen by a party as a rising star nationally, forcefully put his weight behind a Republican-backed proposal to send $100 million to families for private school tuition and school supplies. That's money that's supposed to be going to fucking public schools, man. You can't do that. Like, that's gross. You're a fucking freak. What a demon. Anyway. I really, really don't like that. I really don't like that. This dude gets the nomination that says some kook shit about every Palestinian child must suffer the wrath of the idea for the sins of Hamas. I guarantee it. I mean, he already has said things of similar magnitude. Okay? So, I don't like that. So, there's that. I don't like that, but he's definitely in the possible category. Is actually probably the most likely. If we're looking at who I want, I like Whitmer, I like Bashar, and I like J.B. Pritzker. If we're looking at what's likely to be the pick, I think Shapiro is pretty high up there. Mayor Pete. Yuck. Mayor Pete is like J.D. Vance. If J.D. Vance was always a liberal and gay, served in the military more than fucking J.D. Vance ever did, really. J.D. Vance was doing PR for the fucking Marines. This man went into the officer program. He was caught dead to rights with a fucking mineral map of Afghanistan. Okay, why the fuck do you have that, Mayor Pete? He was also caught fixing bread prices in Canada when he was working at McKinsey. This man is bad. Okay, he's bad. He's terrifying. I don't like him. I hate the way he walks. I hate the way he talks. I hate the way he dresses. I'm a fucking hater. I am a #1 hater for Mayor Pete. I hate his dance when he was trying to fucking run in the primaries, okay? Real, literal villain shit, okay? This man is neoliberalism personified. He tries to fucking talk like Barack Obama. It is really annoying. He is your MSNBC's very favorite candidate, okay? Catch him in a primary next time around, he probably will get the motherfucking candidacy because every goddamn Rebecca and Barbara is going to be flicking their fucking beans to the idea that Mayor Pete is going to be such a handsome young boy. Okay? Mayor Pete is exactly the type of dude that all of the white women voters think about in terms of like, oh, this would be so nice. What a nice boy he would be if he came home to pick up my daughter. Okay? I'm telling you, he is La Rata. He's also simultaneously, he's just bad. He's terrifying. He is fucking terrifying. Yes. You said able technocrat build. Exactly. He is boosted up the wazoo. He fucked up the train disaster. Yeah, luckily for us, a lot of people associate him with, perhaps falsely, with East Palestine, Ohio. I mean, like I said, 1,000 train derailments occur in the United States of America. This happened to happen under Mayo Pete's watch. He took time off as a dad. Okay. Least swag gay of all time. Yes, I will stand on business, 10 toes fucking down, and tell you unironically that JD Vance is way more gay coded than Mayor Pete ever was. Okay, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, he's gay. That's why, like, that's going to be a weakness in terms of the election." No, this motherfucker does not present as gay. Okay, he literally has to remind you he's gay. Otherwise, absolutely zero people would ever think about that. Okay, I'm telling you right now. Neither of them have ever tasted Mountain Dew. That's true. So you're homophobic? Oh my God. Don't even get me started. In front of his husband, he said if there was a pill to turn you straight, he would take it. He's crazy, man. He's crazy. Swag gay build is huge advantage in politics. Pete lacks that, which is crucial. Anyway, so that was Pete Buttigieg's campaign song. Stop, you're killing all the potential D voters. So, yeah, he's a white boy from Indiana, really flubbed as the mayor. Really flubbed as the mayor and mishandling like his unimaginably white supremacist police force. That was a big fucking deal, especially at a time when like BLM was popping off. So, yeah, South Bend in the house. Fuck Mayo Pete. For VP, he's terrible. Okay, and yeah, I'm slandering him a little bit. Like I'll hit every fucking angle I can because I despise this motherfucker. Okay, I hate him. I really do. Anyway, he also, I guess the one positive is that he technically did negotiate, as far as I understand, 4 sick days for the railroad unions, and they like that. So there's that. Technically, as transportation secretary, he played a formative role in the negotiations. That's what they're saying. Don't fucking yell at the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. Okay? So there's that one aspect. Be careful talking about a tier 1 operator like that. Yeah, it's terrifying. This is Mayor Pete pictured right after shooting up an entire fucking puppy, an entire what is it? The fucking dog shelter. No, he's just doggy daycare. He shot it up. Okay. He unloaded on a kennel. That's just a Chapo meme. Anyway, yeah, puppy daycare for handicapped dogs that were handicapped prior by Mayor Pete. Holy shit. It's been 2 hours and we're only through 5 of these. Yo, suck my dick, man. I'm just saying. He's also not on the short list for the requested vetting materials for potential VPs. So, you know, I'm clocking him as no shot. All right, up next is Mark Kelly. Everyone who doesn't know anything about his politics goes, oh my God, dude, he's an astronaut. That's so sick. Spaceman Kelly comes from the state of Arizona. Obviously, he's the only senator that we've touched on so far, which puts him in an interesting predicament, considering that if you run for VP, you no longer have a seat in the Senate. We have a 50-50, very tight Senate right now. It's a little scary for some people. Okay. Yeah, Mark Kelly has, if given the opportunity, Mark Kelly would assassinate labor leaders. Senator Mark Kelly is emerging as an obstacle to the PRO Act. Senator Angus King, meanwhile, has been inundated by supporters and opponents of the sweeping labor law reform. Senator Mark Kelly has resisted co-sponsoring a major piece of labor law reform legislation known as PRO Act, citing a policy of not endorsing measures that don't also have Republican support. Just like awful. Okay. Mark Kelly has pledged to codify Roe abortion rights. The Democrats denounced the roller coaster that women and doctors in Arizona have faced. Obviously, he has to fucking do that. But where's the Republican support for that? Turns out he is only looking for Republican support when it comes to labor law. Anyway, his wife was shot, almost died. People literally thought, like, people reported that she was dead. That's like, that plays pretty big in terms of like being a victim to gun violence. You know, obviously that's a big deal. Democrats do care about that sort of thing. Remember, gun control, that was a thing. That was a policy for the Democrats at a certain point. Yeah, Gabby Giffords. And he's also been to space, right? Or was it his twin brother? Doesn't he have a twin brother? He's been to space, and so is his twin brother, right? And his twin brother's like shorter than him or something. It's weird, man. He's weird. Twins freak me out. Okay, sorry for all the twins in the chat. It's just like, how are you going to be a whole ass grown ass man and you literally have a twin? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Are you about to engage in some goddamn whimsy? Like, what are we doing? Double the amount of you? That's odd. Okay. After a certain point, it's like weird. Twins when you're younger, that's weird because then it's like, that's scary. Okay. Twins when you're older, that's really scary. Two of you, did you clone yourself? How did this happen? Anyway, they also participated in the twin study. Look at them. Cop brain motherfuckers. Okay. I'm sorry. Look at these guys, man. Be for real. Anyway, okay. They did a twin study. One of them was like shorter at the end of it because they were in space, or taller at the end of it. They look like eggs, man. Am I wrong? Look at this. Two thumbs. Yeah, he's a whatever pick for me. I'm like, I see you. I even smell a little bit of fucking anti-labor, like Josh Shapiro in the school choice measure. I'm fucking done with you, okay? School choice is an anti-labor measure. It's anti-teachers union, okay? You can suck me. You can suck me dry. You fucking oppose the motherfucking... Kelly breaks with Biden over dumb decision on immigration in heated Arizona Senate debate. Incumbent Mark Kelly sought to draw contrast with his party and GOP opponent Blake Masters, who was grilled about his views on abortion and the legitimacy of the 2020 election. Yeah, Kelly's campaign said he was referring to Biden's decision to end Title 42, a pandemic-era policy that began during the Trump administration that enabled officials to turn away asylum seekers in the name of public health. Don't worry, Mark Kelly. Joe Biden didn't do that. Kelly said many Democrats don't understand this issue while Republicans want to politicize it. Kelly, who was first elected in 2020 special election, is running against Republican challenger Blake Masters. Also, that's another thing. He absolutely fucking comes through Blake Masters because that's what he looks like. Again, Josh Shapiro and Mark Kelly took like big dubs, but they took big dubs against like actual demons. I mean, Blake Masters is the worst possible politician that has ever fucking existed. So there's like, you know, there's that as well. What else? Mark Kelly also literally only registered as a Democrat so he could serve in the Senate as a Democrat. He was a lifetime independent until then. That's normal Arizona shit, though. Arizona's weird as fuck, bro. I don't even want to touch that. Like, come on, Kirsten Sinema. Arizona is weird as fuck. It's the only state where there are like an actual rabid and very valid anti-Trump, never Trump Republican constituency. Okay? That's where John McCain is from. They literally are. Dude, I don't know why we take Arizona seriously. I think if your state reaches 120 degrees in the summer, like your brain is fucking literally on fire. You should not be allowed to vote. Okay? You're medically brain dead. It's too hot. Okay? I'm serious. It melts. It fucking melts. It melts too much. You don't even have water. You sold it. Okay? You sold it. So, yo, what the fuck? You must be thinking New Mexico. I mean, yeah, I got all the smoke for New Mexico too, but they're a little bit smarter in comparison. I don't know how. It was 116 in Portland recently. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Bro, Arizona has given us Kerry Lake, please. Yeah, he's good on weapons. Obviously. His fucking wife was domed, dude. What are you talking about? That's the one issue that he's like actually progressive on. Perhaps because it is close to home. Okay? Literally. Anyway, like I said, yeah, he's progressive on abortion, which is like bare minimum. What the fuck are we talking about? He's progressive on abortion? Hello? Oh, so he's in agreement with 90% of the country. Yeah. So what happened to his wife? His wife is Gabby Giffords, who was shot. Show the newsroom clip, coward? No, I'm not going to do that. Reading on right now, you post Medicare for all, the Green New Deal supports increasing oil drilling, Lamau, and thinks that Biden isn't hard enough on the border. He only voted in line with him 94% of the time. Only 90% for Joe Biden, who spent his entire career as basically a Republican. This is the worst pick. I mean, he is definitely very conservative, okay? He is very, very conservative. Let's see what he wrote. Let's see what Edgar Mentum wrote about Mark Kelly. I put him in F tier. It's all the usual caveats. Pete Buttigieg's definition of being saved by the bell. He's a politician who I genuinely, truly dislike to such an extent that I know it influences my evaluation of him, and I really don't care. I feel the exact same way that he does. Where the fuck's Mark Kelly? Standing as the first and only U.S. Senator on this list, Mark Kelly represents something of a new, if not surprising, entry in the Kamala Veep stakes. Largely forgotten in most of the speculation surrounding her potential picks before he was reported to be vice president's shortlist. Kelly is an obvious contender for the same reason everyone else is. He's white, he's a man, he's moderate, he has a very strong electoral record in a swing state. He was the sole winning non-incumbent Democratic Senate candidate to outrun Joe Biden in 2020, outperforming him by roughly 2 points. 2 years later, in his race for a full term during the 2022 midterms, he put up one of the most spectacular performances of the night, outperforming every other Arizona Democrat on the ballot. But like I said, Arizona is weird as fuck. Okay? Arizona is weird as fuck. Do not look at Arizona voting to like make up your mind about a general election, you will be led astray. They are so goddamn libertarian in the weirdest ways possible. Anyway, while he doesn't have quite the stature in the state that the upcoming contenders may have in theirs, it would be impossible to find a better number 2 if your sole goal was keeping Arizona in the Democratic column. Problem with Kelly, if you can really call it a problem, is that Arizona stands to be the least impactful of the swing states Kamala could target with a VP selection. Only worth 11 electoral votes, just barely falls short of providing the same impact as Michigan, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania. He's far from a Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema. His record in the Senate has shown him to be meaningful to the right of the rest of the party. Foreign policy, immigration, big bread and butter economic issues as well. Refusal to co-sign the PRO Act. Some of the stuff we covered already. Oh, Apache elders are urging Senator Mark Kelly to stop the Oak Flat copper mine from being sold to fucking Australia. To an Australian mining company. Or nor. Don't do it. Okay. Yeah, Mark Kelly's bad. And for that reason, I put him in the no shot category. But obviously, if we're thinking about like prediction wise, I mean, I guess if we're putting like my favorite picks, I would definitely put Big Gretch up here, right? But if we're talking about like, if we're talking about Mark Kelly, I don't like him, but he will, if we're talking about him as a person that will potentially be a pick, I would put him in the possible options category. Bernard Sanders, obviously no shot. That's ridiculous. I mean, that's my GOAT, but he's older than Joe Biden. You're out of control. Like, what are we talking about? Here's how Bernie could still win. Obama. Honestly, I think, yeah, Barack Hussein Obama, give him another shot. Put a fucking, slap a mustache on his face or some shit. Let him fucking thrive. Let the big dog hold the reins once again. Fuck it. Americans love him. You know what I mean? Everybody enjoys Barack Obama. They love him. Sad state of fucking affairs. Let chaos reign. Hill Dog. Hillary Rodham Clinton, Secretary of State. We came, we saw, he died. Hillary Rodham Clinton has long been known as one of the most bloodless, elite, pedophilic vampire monsters of American politics. She is a rugged careerist. She is like everything that anti-feminist weirdos say women are like, but she actually is like that. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's just like usually all these fucking reactionary weirdos will be like, oh, this woman is like a psychopath. And it's like, no, she actually is that. Absolute dog shit pick. Obviously lost to Donald Trump. Big L. Should have campaigned in Wisconsin. Blamed everybody but herself. Literally wrote in her book about how she had slaves in the governor's mansion. Like prisoner slaves. Black prisoner slaves in the governor's mansion. Wild. You know, talked about super predators, but so did Joe Biden. Really, really awful person. Just a surefire success. A surefire, a absolute lock for an electoral defeat. She would kill Kamala to become the real president if given the chance. I agree. She 100% would do that. Holy shit, the Chapo boys are here. I'm about to do a fucking podcast appearance. What the fuck? Why can't I unlock the door? God damn it. Come on. Anyway, try again. I am so fucking annoyed. Responsible for everything since 2016. Yeah, she's awful, which is why I'm going to put her in the sure why not category. Fuck it. We ball. Elizabeth Warren, annoying technocrat. Hold on. I gotta unlock the door. All right, everybody. I know that we were going through these very serious candidates, the VP tier list that we were doing, but I'm about to shoot a pod. So I don't know if you guys know. There's a podcast. There's a podcast called Chapo Trap House. I'm gonna be on it. I'm sure you guys have heard about it. They're pretty popular. They're pretty popping. Yeah, like and subscribe. Anyway. Question mark, Obama is constitutionally ineligible? No, you don't understand. I put him in the let chaos reign category because he's going to put a mustache on and it's going to be a different guy. Yeah, he's going to be Obama. It's a totally different guy. You don't get it. Anyway, but we'll continue this list tomorrow. Anyway, like I said, I got to go for now. But we'll continue this wonderful list tomorrow. Okay. Hold on. Damn, you guys showed up on time for real. That's got to be a you thing, Will. I assume. There's no way Felix is showing up on time. All right. Peace, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.